Hello, romance lovers. Today's story is called The Duchess Contract Marriage. If you enjoy our videos, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss out on more exciting stories. The woman swore before the Lord and the King who is in heaven that if she were helped with this matter, she would give up her firstborn. She had a blade in her hand. At that time, the ruler of the kingdom of Aden was truly a tyrant. Not only did he brutally kill his enemies in front of everyone, but he also killed their children, even if they were just babies. Moreover, he hated his servants who tried to give him advice, risking their lives. He was truly a mad killer who brutally killed even his own supporters. Due to a cruel tyrant who could not be compared to any king in history, the capital was for a long time a city of silence, fear, and blood. In an era when people's only goal was to survive. Count Luxen had two beloved daughters. The eldest daughter was named Ljubljana. The youngest daughter was called Kalena. Ljubljana, once, when she was 15 years old. Looking at her younger sister Kalena, decided to give a beautiful and also very smart sister a corresponding gift. In these difficult times, titles are inherited regardless of birth order. Ljubljana did not understand who had the right to link titles and families. Meanwhile, Kalena told her sister that she was choosing this thing because it suited her better. All this made Ljubljana think that the next Countess of Luxena should, in theory, be Kalena. Ljubljana ordered Kalena to clean up her dirty little hands right now. The older sister hoped that Kalena would someday become smarter and not try to take what belonged to her sister. But for now, Ljubljana is worried about the future. The girl was very surprised when her uncle started running into her room and with horror on his face, said that he had just received a call from the capital. Before Ljubljana told her parents about her decision, their parents were summoned to the capital and killed. This was told to them by their uncle. They were killed by the royal family. Cullen couldn't calm down at the funeral. People didn't understand what the count was guilty of, and they also said that there was a crack in the pearl given to the king. Just one crack. The funeral was to last 3 days. The condition of the corpses was terrible. There were few mourners. The tyrant was not a good look. Their bodies were returned with difficulty to the land of the Luxen family. The father's attempts to protect his children by giving up power and leaving the capital failed. Ljubljana could not forgive that. The day their family's peace was destroyed filled Ljubljana with determination, once and for all. Since then, time has flown by. And one day, when there was a month left before the main character's 20th birthday, Ljubljana congratulated Kalena on her 18th birthday. She presented her birthday present to her sister. The guests were in complete shock because it was the Luxen family's signet ring. Everyone was shocked that Ljubljana wanted to give the title to Kalena. People did not understand that Ljubljana would not keep her status and wanted to lose her inheritance. Uncle argued with Ljubljana and assured her that they had already held the coming-of-age ceremony for 18 years. But Ljubljana denied it and said that the time had not yet come. Ljubljana was grateful and said that she was thinking about going to the convent at the palace. Uncle thought that now was the time she was talking about. The main character said that she kept thinking about it after her parents died. She said that she wanted to live her whole life as a nun and escape from the world. Kalena shook Ljubljana and said she knew she was pretending to be asleep because her eyelids were moving. Ljubljana said she was asleep, but she knew her sister wasn't asleep. The younger sister assured Ljubljana that she knew why she was going to the Lutel monastery. Ljubljana could not help but ask why. Sister said that Ljubljana wants to go there, at least because she wants to eat and have fun all her life. Because there is not much discipline there, and their family has donated a lot of money there. So Ljubljana can sleep and have fun for 20 hours a day. Ljubljana thought her sister was too smart and said she wasn't going to sleep 20 hours a day. Kalena said she forgot to eat, so 15 hours. The main character told her sister that since she knew, she should make a donation. The abbot there was a very greedy man. If she reduced the amount of donations, he would pester her. She was interested in how she would cope. Kalena started hugging her sister. The girl joked about Kalena crying. The younger one didn't like it because she said it in a very uncool way. The younger one told Ljubljana that she was not forcing her to write first, but if she sent it, Ljubljana had to respond. Lena agreed and said that it was her fault. Ljubljana also noted that Kalena should not take revenge on her. She just wanted to live as people live. Ljubljana will have fun in moderation, and Kalena is smart and will take care of the family. The main character asked her sister to forget about everything and continue living. Surprisingly, Ljubljana had few things. Some clothes, a couple of books, and also her father's handmade bow and arrows. Ljubljana lived a quiet and measured life in the monastery, answering letters from Kalena every day. The letters were filled with the daily deterioration of the kingdom's affairs, and Ljubljana no longer read them with interest. The travels of a tyrant who says he will never grow old, bathes in the blood of children, and extorts unheard of huge sums of taxes, ruining even the nobility. The main character simply shook her head at all this nonsense and did not mention anything related to the word tyrant in her response. From the moment Ljubljana began living in the monastery, a girl ran into the room and shouted to Ljubljana that now was not the time to sleep here, because guests had come to see her. The main character had to go to the chapel quickly. The little sister, whom Ljubljana saw for the first time in several years, smiled at her and began to say that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she thought that she was ready. She's finally ready to overthrow and destroy that bastard. Or in another order, the outcome is still the same. So she needs her older sister's help. Kalena suggested Ljubljana to destroy this tyrant together. The main character left the title and care of the family to her smart sister. In this cruel world, the main character thought that this would be the best solution to keep her title and protect her sister. While Ljubljana, just in case, trained in the monastery's backyard for all 4 years, her clever sister had finally found a way to take down this bastard. But it wasn't enough to just protect their family and land. Cullen even said that they could change the order and kill first and then overthrow. She appeared before the main character with full readiness to overthrow the tyrant. She asked her sister for help. And if she says so in this situation, Ljubljana will have only one answer. This is, of course, to help her little sister. Birth name Ljubljana, new name Crystal. And she, as a former member of the family of Count Luxen, swears that her sword and arrows will be aimed at the enemies of Kalena, and her shield will protect the lady. Until her last breath, the main character will love and respect the mistress, serve with all the fullness of her soul. Ljubljana asked to accept her. Kalena asked not to sell her faith in this oath. The price of loyalty is sweet, and the fruit of betrayal is poisonous. The earthly shell and soul of Ljubljana, faithful to God, and all belong to Kalena. The younger sister announced that she was giving Ljubljana a new surname, and both of her names were now hers. Ljubljana Crystal von Ashlian. The main character was supposed to pick up the sword and follow Kalena. Ljubljana said that she would gladly follow her sister. The main character is far from a religious person. In fact, she does not really believe that God exists. But if they, the children, are really God's favorites, as it is written in the Bible, then Ljubljana asks God to bless the path for her sister to achieve her goal and protect Kalena. She swore that if she was helped in this matter, she would give up her firstborn. The group following Kalena was already a serious force. Its army consisted of nobles and people from the south who were persecuted by the tyrant. All the monks from the monastery who followed Ljubljana were added to it. Cullen's army did not head straight to the center, but moved slowly north and east. In the east, the Count Dominant hung a white flag and opened the gates. As proof of his surrender, he sacrificed his best swordsman, his son Lou Dante. Thanks to the Count's surrender, they gained the east without bloodshed, and soon Ljubljana, having received Cullen's orders, headed to the west of the kingdom. There was a small battle there. Every time the main character saw enemies, she dealt with them, one after another. There was only one she couldn't kill. The main defender of the west, Feltarg Kadrik. The man ordered to find everyone quickly, and at the same time the main character shot at him, but the branch on which she stood failed her, and she fell right at his feet. The man was very happy because he finally caught her. The man had lost one of his eyes because of Ljubljana's arrow. The man was screaming that she would get it for piercing his eye. The sword pierced the main character's shoulder, and, having each received one blow, they all peacefully sat down at the negotiating table with damaged shoulders and eyes. Feltarg said that, unfortunately, capitulation was not in his plans. Ljubljana understood that it would not be possible to resolve all this so quickly. The man said that if they decided that Westerners would also make the same easy decision as the East, then that won't happen. Everything is different for them. Kalena burst into the room. She asked how her little sister was feeling. Seeing the main character's younger sister, the man said that they agreed. Ljubljana was in complete shock and did not understand what kind of idiot he was, because he was against it just now. And even if he is an enemy, but with a strong will. The main character thought that he would make a good groom, but apparently not. The elder sister understood that she had sworn a blood oath and that she still had to get married. But she still decided that she would not rush and would first make Helena an empress, and then think about who to marry. And so one day, with the south, east, and west in their hands, the army of Cullen headed for the center. At last they were there. The capital, exhausted by the tyranny of the ruler, did not resist the rebellion of the county of Luxen. The residents scattered flowers and greeted them with all their hearts. Without any problems, the army passed through the 7 gates and found itself in the very center of the capital. But while preparing for battle with the king, they met an unexpected guest. A delegation from the king arrived to see Lady Helena. The men entered without permission. One of them said that their merciful king asked him to convey that although Callan was a rebel, he wanted her to become his concubine and bear him a son. Then he would forgive this crime. The man was killed immediately, because it was not clear how he dared to say such things to the lady. That night, the last battle took place. The royal army lasted for 1 night. Its incompetent fighters were busy escaping, and the tyrant himself asked not to kill him. He offered money, lands, and told them to take whatever they wanted. The tyrant said that if Helena wanted the land, they could rule together. He fell by Helena's sword. The lady's last words to the man were that he still had not understood anything. Now, finally, Cullen has avenged the death of her parents. The next day has come, and the new ruler of the kingdom is the only sister of the main character, Cullen. Ljubljana was glad that it was finally over. Helena had ascended to the throne. Now all that was left was to fulfill the blood oath. Helena approached her sister again and asked for help. The main character didn't understand what could have happened. Helena said that she wanted to turn the kingdom into an empire, and so she asked if Ljubljana could help her with that. Ljubljana understood that her sister did not want to be just a queen, but an empress. Helena added that if her sister was going to help her, she should also catch a dragon. Ljubljana didn't understand why her sister needed a dragon. Helena said that the empress's throne should be adorned with dragon skin. Ljubljana agreed. She didn't care what her sister wanted to do. They occupied all the neighboring kingdoms. Most of them they first destroyed and then absorbed. Some on the outskirts were left alone with an oath of allegiance, and so the 4 of them headed to the northern mountains to hunt the dragon. Helena told them to be careful, and Ljubljana told her sister to go to safety. Helena ordered to kill the dragon carefully, trying not to break its skin. Ljubljana told her that her little sister had just been almost crushed by a dragon, so Helena told Ljubljana to be careful too. At the end of a fierce battle, Dante cut out the dragon's eyes and heart. Eventually, Cullen sat on a throne trimmed with dragon skin, wore a crown with the dragon's heart, and became the first empress. She always had 3 men by her side who served her completely and entirely. They were awarded the titles of dukes and were given lands by the empress. The dominant of the Black Tulips received the western lands. Feltarg of the Iron Cross Rose received the southern lands. And Ljubljana, who was called Ashlian of the Silver Line, received the infamous northern lands. The beasts born from dragon blood have been infected, and the only people there are prisoners. Abandoned lands. Helena turned to Ljubljana and said that since she trusted her, she would allocate the northern lands. She asked that Ljubljana protect her empire. The protagonist did not know what to answer. Having received an order from her only blood, the empress, Ljubljana, went straight to the north. She re-educated the criminals, made them ordinary citizens, and taxed them. Those who had no problems with their limbs were trained as soldiers. And after the monsters were driven out, a high wall was built to minimize the damage. When Ljubljana's land finally returned to a more or less peaceful time, a letter arrived for Ljubljana. She noticed the imperial seal on it. The main character did not understand what had happened. And so, at the age of 20, Ljubljana received an order to return to the capital. Ljubljana was shocked to the fullest extent. Only a few years ago, this city suffered from tyranny. The capital, which the main character had not been to for a long time, was greatly transformed. It changed so much under the rule of Cullen and began to look like a real capital of the empire. The secular society of the center also flourished quite well, and Luciana became a savage from the northern lands for them all. People were talking about how Ljubljana would return, and some were saying that she was 2 meters tall and had a third eye. And if you touched her, she would break your neck. Some even said that she tore the beast's head off with 1 hand. Ljubljana assumed that while she was gone, everyone had contracted a disease that resulted in amnesia. Ljubljana was sitting with her sister, and she was laughing. Ljubljana doesn't understand why she was laughing and asked if her sister found it funny. Helena wondered why Ljubljana was just listening to this and remarked that she should have snapped their necks. Ljubljana assumed that it was Her Majesty who had started the rumors, but the empress said it wasn't her because she had other things to do. Ljubljana realized it was her. Kalena said she was just telling a little about the difficult situation in the north, so that they wouldn't forget how hard she was trying and would be grateful to Ljubljana. And they themselves had already spread these strange rumors. Kalena simply advised to stay in the capital, and then the rumors would quickly disappear. Ljubljana didn't want to stay, but Kalena said that she still had a lot of organizational problems and a lot of things to do, so she needed her sister's help. Ljubljana knew she had to start looking for a husband little by little. The first child, who would be dedicated to God, and the second, who would inherit the title of Duke and remain loyal to the empire. The main character needed to find someone who would easily help her have at least 2 children. She needed a strong man. Upon arrival in the capital, Kalena gave the main character a mansion next to the imperial palace. Before Ljubljana, invitations arrived at the mansion to be collected in one pile. The main character wanted to refuse everything, but agreed to one thing, that Cullen and the maid of honor were chosen. Firstly, in order to show the friendship between the 3 new dukes and to strengthen the authority of Cullen, who should push aside the elegant, rude people of the capital, the woman brought invitations to this week's parties. The maid of honor perfectly matched 2 parties attended by young people from society circles. Ljubljana was angry with herself for agreeing to this. The lady-in-waiting had told her that a beautiful girl should not speak like that. Ljubljana had noticed that the woman looked very much like her grandmother, so she could not say anything against it. The main character decided to forget that she had torn the dress that had been prepared for her for this. And yet she thought that she should probably try to go. Today, everything was as usual again. The banquet, which the main character is present at today, is hosted by the Marquis. All unmarried young girls and boys participate in it to demonstrate their knowledge and talk about the state of the empire. Of course, this is an event where everyone can calmly ask each other out, and it is not necessary to end up getting married. Ljubljana stood away from everyone and thought about the maid of honor. She was glad that the woman could not see her now, and she also gave her a watch that did not help her anyway. The woman told the main character that it was the hottest thing right now, and she should pull it out during the conversation. And Ljubljana should also choose someone nice and not ambitious. This woman really reminded me of the main character's grandmother. Ljubljana remembered how her grandmother called her Luby. I promised that she would definitely have a good and unambitious husband. Ljubljana told her grandmother that she would meet a smart and handsome husband. But her grandmother said that a smart and handsome husband is chosen by a girl from an influential family in the capital. The grandmother asked the girl to remember her words about the need to find a husband who would not harm her reputation and property, because Ljubljana was the future of the county, and she should not even look at those who wanted to undermine her authority. Ljubljana decided that she would look for a husband, according to her grandmother's words. She needed a good man, but also a strong one, so that he would help her conceive at least 2 children. Many good men died during the Civil War, but it is necessary to figure it out and, most importantly, to give birth to 2 children. Such rare exhibits as Cadric or Lou Dante already belonged to Empress Colleen. Men pushed and called the girl King of Beasts from the north. The main character heard all evening that she was a cruel killer, and they also said that during the lunar battle she literally had no tears or blood, and that she was a real bloody Duchess. Ljubljana didn't understand why rumors were spreading only about her. You see, Cadric and Lou Dante were much crazier than her. The girl kept hearing about how bad she was, and that's why she squeezed the glass of wine so hard in her hands and it cracked. The main character was very angry because thanks to her they all live in safety and did not understand how they could say such things. A maid came to Ljubljana and asked if she was okay, but the girl said that she was fine and did not need ointments. Ljubljana thought that this marquis most likely had a problem with his finances because he used low-quality dishes. The Bloody Duchess was very popular with many women, and many of them did not understand why she was a woman. The girl did not understand what these strange looks were, and she quickly turned around. Hatred, disagreement, inflexibility. Apparently, the girl who fell in love with Ljubljana, the bride of one of those whose self-esteem was hurt. They didn't even dare to challenge her to a duel. Suddenly, the girl saw the Marquise's wife in front of her. Ljubljana approached her and thanked her for inviting her. The Marquise's wife said that the Duchess herself was elevating her banquet to a new level with her presence. Ljubljana said that she was sloppy and her things were wet, so it was time for her to leave. The woman was a little upset. She said that next time she would definitely wait for her. The main character went outside and decided to take a little walk. Because anyway, if she goes now, the maid of honor will look at her with a glance, asking why she has already returned. But if you think about it, God does exist. Kalina dealt with the tyrants quite easily and took the throne. She also took over neighboring countries. She created an empire and became an empress. The strange thing was that it all happened so quickly and easily. Ljubljana knew she had to fulfill her promise to God quickly. She told herself this every day, but marriage is not that easy. Suddenly, the girl heard that someone had no chance to get out of marriage. She started to peek and saw how a man was talking to a woman and did not understand how, out of all the many things on the planet, marriage could be mandatory. Looking at the girl, she noticed that she was very beautiful, and next to her was a man. His outfit was absolutely ordinary. He seemed to me to be a member of an aristocratic family. In a black suit with a white tie, that's all. The main character was very interested in what kind of person this was. He was an incredibly handsome man. If God really exists, and if he created not only this world, but also angels, this is definitely, maybe one of them, the most beautiful, but with the most terrible mood. The woman asked Louis-Mon not to avoid her. The man took his hand away because he did not allow himself to be touched. Ljubljana noticed that this man had no manners. The man looked around, but the woman said that she would not give up and would do everything to make him hers. Louis-Monde was telling her to be quiet. Ljubljana was surprised by the way he was talking to her. The man was looking for someone in the bushes. Ljubljana was afraid that he was looking for her. The main character was ashamed that Duchess Ashleyne had become a laughingstock because she was hiding in the bushes. But seeing him here today somehow seemed like she was getting involved in something very tiring. Although Ljubljana's ideal is a handsome man, he seems to have a terrible character. And Ljubljana is looking for a kind and strong man. She remembered her grandmother's words again. Ljubljana promised not to forget these words. Only recently she thought so. In the palace, Ljubljana met him. However, here he behaved differently than then in the garden. He looked like he was melting girls' hearts with his gaze and hand movements. Ljubljana thought it was because he was handsome and didn't look so disgusting. Kadrik told Ljubljana that she looked well. The girl was glad to see her old friend there. But the man said that she was glad to see alcohol rather than him. Kadrik looked at that man and asked what it was. Ljubljana asked if he saw with his one eye how handsome that man was. Kadrik started talking about how he lost his eye because of someone and became more sensitive. But Ljubljana just smiled and noted that this was a common denial. The man was very touched by this, and he asked if she was happy only because he could not see. But Ljubljana admitted that she still felt ashamed in front of him for this misunderstanding. More precisely, she regretted that she had done this to the candidate for Cullen's husband. Finally, Ljubljana asked who this man was, because she would see him for the first time. Kadrik informed her that this man was the grandson of Count Graham. Ljubljana realized that if he was Graham, then he was from a family that was close to the tyrant. Ljubljana recalled that during the midnight battle, the day the gates opened, the entire family surrendered and submitted to Kalena. It would not be strange to destroy them, as usually happens. Kalena had ordered her older sister that if anyone other than the royal family surrendered, Ljubljana was to spare their lives. But thanks to Kalena's kindness, they were spared. And the main character's opinion of the Graham family is that they are people who are fawning everywhere, for the sake of survival. After that, Count Graham bought handsome men and offered them to Kalena, flattered her as much as he could, removed gifts just to stay close to Kalena. When the main character saw the gifts from that count, she was in complete shock and asked her sister what she would do. Ljubljana even offered to help look after him if her sister wanted it. But Kalena said that there was no need for that, and Ljubljana should just tell him that the empress liked it. These words made it clear to her sister that Kalena had a plan. But it was a little strange because as far as Ljubljana remembered, the count's people had wheat-colored hair and brown eyes. Most of the people had no muscles. They were tall and dry. She couldn't believe that there was someone with such silver hair and black eyes. The day the Graham family surrendered, they of course checked the count and his family. This man most likely looked like the illegitimate son of a tyrant. Kadrik confirmed it. Ljubljana couldn't believe it. Louis-Mon Fenlux Asel von Graham. Kadrik asked Ljubljana if she knew what this name meant. The main character knew that such a name was a sign of the royal family. Shiny silver hair, black eyes, and a magnificent appearance. Ljubljana still couldn't believe it. Kadrik called him the last blood relative. More specifically, this man is the last member of the royal family they destroyed, and the only descendant of the tyrant. Shiny silver hair and black eyes. Distinctive features of the previous royal family. The only descendant of the previous ruler. Ljubljana did not understand how the descendant of the tyrant survived, because Ljubljana believed that they destroyed all his relatives during the midnight battle. Kadrik said that everyone, even newborns. This was not enough to get to him. How it happened that he stupidly ended up at a banquet organized by the imperial palace was unclear. Kadrik added that they had recently found out who he was, and that this man was from the House of Scientists. This surprised Ljubljana. The House of Scientists is a place where people have locked themselves in a high tower-like wall. It is a group of mad scientists who dedicate their lives to learning. When you get here, you have to give up your last name and swear to God that you will study until your death. Once you get there, you can only get outside after you die, which is why this place was even worse than a monastery. They were respected by both the people and the tyrant himself, because the scientists maintained political neutrality. Even Cullen, who besieged the capital to kill the tyrant, did not dare to touch the house of the scientists. Ljubljana had not known that a tyrant's illegitimate son would be in such a place. Now she understood how he had survived, but she did not understand why he was here. Kadrik asked if he had contacted the North, but the main character said that she had not received any news from him. Kadrik did not believe that this was true. The man regularly sent people. He even sent them about the general situation in the central region. He was very angry because he thought that Ljubljana had not looked at any of the documents he sent her. Kadrik was very angry and asked if she thought he had so much free time to write her letters by hand every month and waste paper. In fact, Ljubljana had her reasons. The man said he sent them regularly so that Ljubljana would not feel isolated in the north and would have a general idea of what was happening in the capital. He knew that he had tried in vain because she had not even read them. But Ljubljana assured Kadrik that she had seen them and was very grateful to him. Kadrik thought himself a fool because he felt a sense of relief. So Ljubljana decided to ask what all this had to do with the illegitimate son of a tyrant walking around the imperial palace. The man said that it was by order of the empress, since they were short of personnel and she wanted to create a new administrative system. Teachings that deny reality are not worthy of existence. Therefore, the House of the Scientists was destroyed, and their people began to work in earnest. And so, while everyone was restoring their names and family ties, the illegitimate son of the tyrant was found. Ljubljana was shocked that they let him live even after they found out everything. Kadrik said that it was Her Majesty's decision. The two of them were very annoyed. There were still a few small fry who were trying unsuccessfully to follow the tyrant's ideas and restore the former kingdom. Ljubljana assumed that Cullen was simply trying to expose them and get rid of them all at once. That's probably true, which is why Count Graham is still trying to get closer to the Empress. Not worrying about growing powers is exactly like Cullen. Ljubljana noticed that aristocrats were gathering around him, literally sucking on the tyrant. The main character was glad that she had avoided meeting him that time, because if she got involved with him, she would get into an annoying situation. The main character did not understand why this fair-haired man continued to look at her with a look full of despair. The man said that Her Majesty had arrived. Kadrik told Ljubljana to come with him. Ljubljana knew that either way, Kalena or someone else would handle this. The Empress's job is not associated with beauty or infuriating tricks. The main character only needs to find a suitable groom and return to the north. Ljubljana hated annoying things. That's what she used to think. The main character saw the woman assuring this descendant of a tyrant that she would marry him anyway. The girl decided that she needed to go back and not even think about going outside to get some fresh air anymore. They continued arguing, the girl saying that this time she would not let him go. Because today is the day she will make him hers, she hit the man. The girl said that she really doesn't like to see pain on his pretty face, so he should be hers. The woman said that he should know that cooperation with her family is simply necessary for Count Graham's plan. Not to mention that there are already active conversations about marriage between their families, so the guy should just give in. Suddenly, they noticed someone. It was Ljubljana. The main character told them that no matter how urgent it was, she did not think it was worth doing this on the territory of the sacred imperial garden. The situation was completely different from the previous one. Ljubljana was wondering if she should help him, despite his origin. The man began to ask for help. The woman hugged Louismond and was very happy to see Duchess Ashleyne. The girl introduced herself as Lysana of the Marquisate of Odile. And as the Duchess could see, she was spending time with the man she loved. And she wasn't even aware of the Duchess's presence, so she sincerely apologizes. Ljubljana noted that she rather elegantly said not to disturb and to get lost, which was to be expected from a lady of noble birth, and telling this skillful lie. But there was something else. Marquis Odile is still in relation to the tyrant. They are still strong supporters of the royal family of Ainos. In the Old Kingdom, the Marquisate of Odile had a long history. However, after the overthrow of the tyrant, they were cornered and forced to suffer humiliation, being removed from central positions and demoted. The Marquis's power was so great that even a tyrant could not kill him. Ljubljana heard that they had moved away from the capital. Therefore, the main character believed that Lysana would hate the Old Kingdom. But Lysana works with Count Graham to restore the royal family of Ainos. Even 5 months after the kingdom's fall, Marquis Odile has not submitted. Kalena admired his determination and promised to restore the title as well as return the territories taken by the tyrant. Marquis Odile knelt down and bowed his head before Kalena, but they were not truly devoted to her. In the name of the success of the rebellion, they came to a temporary compromise. Lysana asked the Duchess not to tell anyone about their relationship, because they were still a little wary and reserved. Ljubljana knew it was a stranger because all she saw was one-sided aggression, and the expression on the face of this illegitimate son of a tyrant spoke for itself. Ljubljana turned to Lysana and noted that she felt that this gentleman did not share her point of view. The guy himself cried out, asking for help. Lysana denied all this. She turned to Louismond and said that because of his shyness, even the Duchess had doubts about their relationship. Louismond quickly stood up and hid behind Ljubljana. From a distance, he looked thin and fragile, but when you look closer, he was quite complex. Most likely, he fell because the lady suddenly hit him. Anyway, Ljubljana didn't understand why this guy was so clingy. The main character asked him to relax a little. Lysana was shocked because it seemed to her that the Duchess was trying to boast that Louis had rushed to her. It was still not clear why they were so close in the first place. The girl asked how they dared. But Ljubljana asked the lady to first clarify the situation. She asked the lady to be calm. Ljubljana suggested that it would be better to continue the conversation during the day, tomorrow or any other day. In the meantime, she would help a member of Graham's family get home. Lysana was very uneasy with how calmly Ljubljana spoke, because she acted like she had the power here. She thought that she should be the one next to Louismond. The girl could not accept that a murderer from the north was in her place. She shouted that she would never forget what the Duchess had done. Lysana understood that since she was cornered, she would have to leave. Ljubljana told the girl to tell Duke Feltharg if she did anything wrong. The girl was angry because Ashley and Feltharg had teamed up to suppress her. She assumed that Duke Feltharg was targeting her Louismond. The Ljubljana decided that she would leave all the trouble to Kadrik. Lysana was just waiting for the moment to save her Louismond from the clutches of these two perverted dukes. It was a complete misunderstanding. Ljubljana snatched her hand from Louismond. Ljubljana said that she was saying goodbye. The man was surprised that she was going to leave just like that. And so Louismond asked Ljubljana to wait. He grabbed Ljubljana's hand. She didn't understand why he grabbed her. The man asked the Duchess to marry him. The man begged Ljubljana to marry him. The main character didn't understand what was going on. She thought he was crazy. The man understood that she was probably wondering why he was making such a statement after their second meeting. But Louismond had no choice but to stay close to this woman to survive this time. This time, he refused to die. Count Graham not only swore allegiance to the tyrant, but also offered his daughter. As a result, the tyrant's illegitimate son and the count's blood relative, Louismond Fen Luxamel von Graham, was born. Count Graham's daughter was supposed to become queen, but she was poisoned, and the first prince constantly threatened to kill young Louismond. Ultimately, Louismond chose to live a life of debauchery, as if he didn't need the throne to survive. All the assassination attempts made by the queen and the first prince were eventually stopped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Kalena ordered all illegitimate children to be killed, leaving Louismond. Kadrik and Lou Dante look at this filthy creature. It seemed that Louismond's short life was over, but the man suddenly came back to life. He was sure that he had been executed, but he returned to the past. This was his chance. This time he promised himself that he would not die and survive at any cost. However, even if he swore allegiance to the first prince, even if he pretended to be a woman, the vicious circle would not be broken. This is how Louismond experienced his seventh death and is now living his eighth life. The man went to the House of Scientists and asked to study there. He understood that if he studied, he would be able to survive. As a last resort, he successfully locked himself in a house of scholars and intended to study for the rest of his days. But this plan also ultimately failed. Cullen was very angry because she didn't know that Count Graham had a grandson. He is the only pearl left by the Count's youngest daughter. A diligent and attractive young man, Louismond was dragged here as a candidate to become the Empress's concubine. But he didn't think she wanted it herself, because those eyes were clearly filled with the intent to finish him off. The man understood that this was probably where his eighth life would end. But he decided for himself that he had to survive. But to do so, he needed to find someone who would protect him. It had to be someone the Empress favored, and someone who would rescue her from the clutches of Count Graham and Marchioness Odile. He needed the powerful Duchess Ashley. She is the only one who can be his savior. The man asked the Duchess to stay married to him for 3 years, and he promises to divorce her immediately after that period. Louismond also noted that Ljubljana had to fulfill the blood oath anyway. During his seventh life, he had heard about the blood oath given by Duchess Ashley. The man said that it was not so easy to find a candidate, so he asked to accept him. The man knew that she also wanted to get married, so he hoped that she would definitely agree. Ljubljana asked him sternly how he knew about her blood oath and pointed her sword at him. The Duchess asked again how he knew about it. The man was in complete fear and knew that now he could possibly die again. Dukes Dominant and Feltarg were not enough for him. Now he would have to die at the hands of Duchess Ashley as well. The man didn't want this anymore. He didn't want to die. Louismond started crying. Ljubljana didn't understand what caused this and asked him. The guy said that he was sad to die like this. Ljubljana told him to be honest if he wanted to live. This was his last chance to answer how he knew about his oath. Louismond recalled the professor telling him that not every path would lead him to the answer. Discovering new paths was part of science. He knew the professor was right. The man understood that if he did not find an answer on this path, he would simply have to create a new one, even if he had to blame someone else. Louismond admitted that he had heard this from his grandfather, who was planning to cheat. He was shocked that the Duchess didn't even raise an eyebrow and asked what was wrong with that. She was asking why he had proposed to her, even if he had heard it from Count Graham. Louismond admitted that it was all for survival. As he said, Count Graham was planning high treason, but he was not interested in a ruined country. The guy is loyal only to Her Majesty the Empress, so he would like to avoid a coup. Ljubljana asked if that was the only reason he proposed to her, and she noted that she really needs to find a husband, but he doesn't necessarily have to be involved in the coup attempt. That's true, but Ljubljana scared away all her candidates. Otherwise, there's no way to explain the fact that at such an age there is no husband. Louismond saw in his sixth life that Duke Feltarg was definitely up to something. Louismond promised that he would reveal all the details of his grandfather's plot, and he would work for the good of their marriage with all his care and sincerity. Louismond would do everything to help him, no matter what Ljubljana asked. He did not understand why the Duchess was silent. Louismond had one last option. He promised that he would never fall in love with Ljubljana. That's what the heroines of the novels he read in his second life said. None of the main characters rejected their proposals, so the effectiveness of this strategy is 100%. Here are the terms of an arranged marriage. Ljubljana didn't understand what he was talking about. It was zero efficiency. It doesn't matter if the newlyweds have feelings before the wedding, but after it, the husband must be faithful to his wife. And Louismond openly and boldly declares that he will cheat on her. The main character asked if he was saying that he would want another woman besides his wife even after marriage. Louismond denied it and said that he didn't mean that. Louismond said that he would be faithful to his wife and would not sleep with others for the rest of his days. Ljubljana thought he was not mocking. Louismond added that he did not want to have illegitimate children like himself. According to the blood oath, Ljubljana's first child will dedicate 20 years of his life to serving God. She would like her second child to be an heir who will dedicate himself to the empire and the empress. Having children with the tyrant's illegitimate son was not in Ljubljana's plans, but in 3 years she will be able to give birth to 2 at once and get a divorce, so there is nothing wrong with that. If you look at Louismond's shape, he fits without question. Although he is quite slender, his chest is wide, plus a good physique. Below the waist, he also looks strong. If so, it is unlikely that Ljubljana will have problems conceiving children with Louis. The man was embarrassed and did not understand why she was looking at him so intently. Louis apologized and asked the lady not to look at him. He was very embarrassed. His voice was trembling. Ljubljana found this amusing. After all, in the capital, so many women's eyes were directed at him, but he was embarrassed after she cast her gaze. Ljubljana lowered her sword. She said that she accepted his offer. Louis was very grateful and said that she could ask for anything she wanted, and he would do whatever he said. Ljubljana noted that it was not that difficult to test his resolve. Ljubljana told Louis to come to her estate on the third night. She was wondering if they could conceive a child. Louis did not understand what Ljubljana was talking about. The main character asked him if he knew what the essence of her blood oath was. The man thought that the essence was to get married. But Ljubljana said that this was only the part necessary to fulfill the oath. Ljubljana thought he didn't know the details. Ljubljana said she wanted a child. 2, to be exact. So Louis needed to get together with her and have at least 2 children during their marriage. This was Ljubljana's condition. And so, if Louis really wants to marry her, she said that they will meet in 3 days. That's what Ljubljana said, but as expected, he didn't come. And he seemed determined. Ljubljana even let everyone go early. The main character thought that children were a strange condition. Even when Kodrick found out, he was a little surprised. He didn't know that she liked them. Ljubljana only said that he was handsome. Ljubljana was wondering whether she should just give up or go look for him. A servant approached the lady and informed her that a black carriage had secretly left Odile's marquisate, but the carriage returned to Count Graham. He asked what they should do. Ljubljana said she had to go immediately. Ljubljana didn't even know where to look for him. Suddenly, she heard a cry that said he wouldn't, begged to let him in, and assured her that he had already said he was against it. The main character could roughly understand what was happening here. Louis was screaming in rage, not understanding how they could do this to him. His grandfather shouted at him that he would marry her sooner or later anyway, and there was no problem with that. All this time, Louis thought that the lady wanted to achieve it on her own initiative, but his grandfather was behind it all. Louis asked his grandfather if he was so hungry for power that he was willing to sell him, the only thing he had left of his daughter. He noticed that his grandfather had not changed at all. Count Graham pretended not to understand what was being said. He ordered the servants to drag his grandson here, closer to Lysana. The girl was in a luxurious white dress, and she herself noted that Louis should not make her wait any longer. Louis ordered Lysana to be silent because he had no reason to be with her. The grandfather yelled at his grandson to stop being capricious because even though he was his grandson, if he got in his way, the grandfather would not hesitate to send him to meet his mother. Louis understood that his 8th life would probably end now too. He was very angry because this time it would happen at the hands of his own grandfather. The man was very curious whether he would be able to get out of this loop one day. Someone came into their room and everyone immediately got scared. They covered Lysana and asked who it was. Ljubljana decided to satisfy their curiosity. But then they all realized that it was Duchess Ashleyan. Louis did not understand how she got there. The main character gave Louis her hand and told him to get up. She called him her husband and said that she had come to save him. The man wondered if anyone had ever treated him the way Duchess Ashleyan had. Grandfather was in complete shock and did not understand anything. He asked what marriage was meant, because marriage to the Duchess was not in the plans. The man shouted, not understanding how the Duchess dared to enter his estate. Grandfather said that entering his estate without warning was illegal. He ordered the servants to take Louis to another room. He assumed she came alone, but it was unclear whether the Duchess would be able to handle the guards on her own. Grandfather thought that she was just a knight who had learned a little strategy. The Duchess is proud of herself only because she is the Empress's elder sister. The guards decided to come over and apologize and tried to take Louis away. Ljubljana didn't know what to do. She figured they were normal people, so they probably wouldn't die if she hit them lightly. Louis thought that she was probably going to leave him, so he grabbed her hand, saying that he didn't want to do it, but did it out of surprise. The man began to apologize for this. Ljubljana sat down next to him and said that she was going to leave only because he took her hand. Ljubljana said that she had already told him that she had come to save him. In all his 7 lives, Louis had never felt such warmth. Embarrassed, the boy thanked the Duchess. On the 8th time, he met the first man who saved him from death. Ljubljana thought about how hard it was for Louis. She had only seen the man a couple of times, and each time he had been in a bad situation. The servants said that from now on the master would be under their care. Ljubljana said that from now on anyone who touched her fiancé should be prepared to become a victim for the monsters. The Duchess asked Louis if he could stand up. The boy quickly stood up. He began to thank Ljubljana, when suddenly he twisted his leg and began to fall. But Ljubljana grabbed him, not letting the guy get up. Ljubljana didn't notice right away, but he was surprisingly tall, and his body was quite muscular and strong. Ljubljana asked if her husband was okay. The guy in turn thanked the lady. The grandfather did not understand who dared to take Louismond at will. The man was yelling at Louismond, saying that he was not allowed to leave without his grandfather's permission. The man still could not calm down. Ljubljana asked if a man who had passed the coming-of-age ceremony needed permission to leave the estate of his own free will. Grandfather assured Louismond that he had to ask because this child belonged to the Graham house, and to him in particular. Louismond did not understand how to understand this. Louismond was ordered to remain silent. Ljubljana asked the Count if Louismond was some kind of object that could have an owner. The Duchess said that if that was the case, then from now on Sir Louismond was part of the imperial family, and he would belong to Her Majesty. The Count did not understand what nonsense Ljubljana was talking about. Ljubljana said that she thought the Count was talking nonsense. She asked the Count if he realized what a sin he was committing by trying to take possession of the Empress's property. She asked if this meant that the Count desired power equal to Her Majesty. Louis could not believe that someone would oppose his grandfather like this. The Duchess explained that the estates, the territory, and all the servants in the empire belonged to Her Majesty, and she had the right to take what belonged to her sister. The Count was very much annoyed by what the Duchess was saying. He asked Louismond what he was doing and ordered him to come immediately. Ljubljana whistled, and at that very moment arrows flew at the Count. They did not hurt the man, only frightened him. He did not understand what was happening. The main character said that her people were outside right now, and ordered the Count to listen to her carefully. She repeated once again that his grandson was now her husband, so the Count shouldn't do anything stupid anymore. She took Louis into her carriage. He didn't know if everything would be okay. Ljubljana didn't understand what Louismond was talking about. The guy said that his grandfather, or rather the Count, if he accuses Her Majesty, there will be problems. What the Duchess said cannot be called a lie. But according to custom, nobles have full rights to their property and inheritance. It is secured by imperial law. And the Duchess can be punished for violating property rights. So Ljubljana had better leave Louismond. He wanted to say it, but he couldn't, because then she would definitely leave him. Ljubljana said that everything would be fine. Ljubljana assured the guy that she would sort it out, so Louismond didn't have to worry. And at the same time, she asked if her husband needed help. The guy was surprised. The main character noted that she was asking for help with stopping the hiccups. Louismond did not understand how she was going to do this while they were in the carriage, because there was nothing there. Louismond didn't want to believe it, but he still thought that she was going to stop the hiccups with a kiss. The guy was very embarrassed by the thought. He had done this countless times in past lives, but this was his first kiss. Ljubljana said she wouldn't force him if he didn't want to. Louismond started to refuse and say that it wasn't that he didn't want to. Before Ljubljana could finish speaking, she pushed him against the wall, which made the guy wonder if he had done something wrong. Ljubljana stood up and noticed that the hiccups had stopped. She explained that one of her subordinates had been eaten by a monster because of the hiccups, so the Duchess didn't like the sound very much. The boy was very happy that the hiccups had finally stopped, and he felt complete relief. If you think about it, Ljubljana is a good person. Because they were not married yet, she called Louismond her husband. He did not think that the Duchess would come to his rescue, and the guy really hoped that she would never regret her decision. Louismond decided that he would not let Ljubljana regret her choice, so he would fulfill the condition of their marriage today. When they arrived at the estate, Ljubljana was embarrassed. The Duchess thought that her maid would be asleep since she had left without warning. The woman noted that the guest had arrived at such a late hour and that this was rather unusual. The woman said that first of all, she would prepare the bath, so Louismond should follow her. The guy thanked her for such care. Ljubljana didn't want the maid to look at her like that because he was just a guest. And then the Duchess realized that this was the first time a male guest had come to her estate, other than Duke Feltarg. Embarrassed, the Duchess said that they were not at that stage yet. This surprised the woman very much. After her words, Ljubljana realized that she really should have just kept quiet. Louis-Monde, lying in the bath, thought that he would finally live, because somehow he managed to get here. Although the guy is still worried. If we talk about the original plan, Louis-Monde wanted to appear before her as a man from the House of Scientists and start talking about the future, pretending to see it. But in the end, Louis-Monde decided not to think about appearing because he still couldn't believe that he was ultimately protected. The guy didn't understand what to do. Louis-Monde was sure that he could somehow attract Ljubljana. First of all, there was a reason why he had to come to this estate today. Now was not the time to be upset, because today Louis-Monde had to make a decision somehow. Ljubljana thought about what would happen when her sister found out about this. Ljubljana didn't know how to explain this to Kalena. She could already imagine what today's mess would turn out to be. Louis-Monde was no ordinary man, but the flesh and blood of a tyrant. The girl remembered that she was not in the north now. Louis came into Ljubljana's room. The girl did not understand why he came. The guy was very embarrassed. The Duchess asked if all was well, or if he had come to the wrong room. Louis-Monde said that he was there for something they had to do together. Ljubljana didn't understand what was going on, assuming he was talking about that conversation. Ljubljana said everything was fine and they should rest for now. Louis-Monde quietly asked if he could do it today, and then said he wanted to do it. Ljubljana didn't understand how he could be so insistent while blushing so much. She noted that Louis had no shortage of courage. Ljubljana called the boy Sir Louis-Monde again, after which the boy asked to call him Louis starting from tonight. Ljubljana said that what they had talked about a few days ago. Louis did not understand why she doubted, although she called him her husband. The boy hoped that she didn't regret bringing him. Ljubljana thought about telling Kalena everything, but she didn't even have time to think of what to say the next time she visited. Louis-Monde knew that if he didn't marry now, he might die. Ljubljana could not be allowed to regret her decision under any circumstances. No matter how, Louis had to make Ljubljana believe in him tonight and make the marriage a reality. Louis-Monde moved closer to Ljubljana. Ljubljana thought that she had to go to the Imperial Palace tomorrow and report everything. Louis took the girl's hand and pressed himself against her. Ljubljana threw Louis-Monde onto the bed and pressed him down. The boy asked her to let him go because it hurt. He came so close so suddenly that the Duchess's reflexes kicked in, but he seemed stronger than Ljubljana expected. She thought he would be soft, but when she presses him, she feels firm, dense muscles. The Duchess thought that if he had such a body, even without training, he could become a skilled knight with the right efforts. Louis said that he gave up. Ljubljana asked what Louis-Monde was doing. The boy asked if they should do it. Louis said that the Duchess had suggested it first. He was wondering if it was too risky. The girl repeated herself and said that she had already said that everything was fine. Louis asked to let him go, and Ljubljana asked if he would return to himself if she let him go. The guy refused. Ljubljana said that in that case, she wouldn't be able to let him go. She noticed that everything was the same as last time. That look, the same look he'd given her at the social event. As if telling Ljubljana that he was determined and had his reasons for it. Ljubljana didn't understand why he was looking at her like that. Louis-Monde turned to Her Majesty and asked if she could let him go now. Ljubljana noticed that Louis seemed to be used to this. Louis-Monde was surprised and did not understand in what sense he was used to it. He said that he did not know about the others, but he did not want to hear it from Ljubljana, because it was his first time and he was not a womanizer. Ljubljana was very surprised that this was his first time. She didn't understand why she was so happy about it. The Duchess let go of Louis and covered her mouth. Louis took Ljubljana by the neck and kissed her. He knew he probably wouldn't be able to do it with the thoughts in his head today, but he suggested to his lady to make a child. Ljubljana asked Louis to wait. She didn't understand why she was accepting him. The guy put the girl on her back and said that he would take care of everything himself. The Duchess understood his intentions and decided that in that case she would accept him. She pulled the boy into her arms and began to kiss him. Morning came. Ljubljana saw Louis next to her and remembered that he had been with her all night. For the first time, someone else was in bed with her. Ljubljana slept well, but for some reason she felt tired. Louis-Monde began to cuddle up to Ljubljana in his sleep. He asked her to wait a little and asked her to sleep a little longer. Ljubljana knew that he was most likely talking in his sleep. The Duchess was sure that when he woke up, Louis wouldn't even remember what he was talking about. She couldn't believe that she was so happy just looking at him. Ljubljana noticed that the boy had woken up. He looked strange, so she assumed that he was still half asleep. Louis smiled and asked if his Duchess had slept well. The guy started filling the bathtub and was looking for something, saying that, usually, they put it here. Ljubljana didn't understand what was wrong with him. She didn't understand why he was so good despite it being his first time. And he also knows where it is usually put. He found the oil and began adding it to the bath. Ljubljana did not want to be charmed by his angelic beauty, although she was envious. Louis apologized and quickly took the lady in his arms. He undressed the Duchess. Ljubljana wanted to complain, but there was nothing to complain about. The right temperature and the harmony created by the dried petals and essential oils. Louis began to wash Ljubljana, asking if it was too hot. The boy asked to let him know if anything was bothering him. Ljubljana noted that the water temperature was perfect and noted that Louis was good at this. Louis was very grateful, and he said that this temperature is great for relieving fatigue. Ljubljana noted that he found the oils in the cabinet very easily, but Louis said that in most houses, bath salts and perfumes are in the same place. The main character understood that it was not so easy, but Louis easily copes. Louis was very grateful to his lady. Louis shared with Ljubljana that he was often scolded at first, but thanks to this, he quickly improved his skills. Ljubljana wondered where he learned this. The main character gets even more furious because she is pleased. She wants to say something about his skill, but looking at his face, all irritation evaporates. Louis said he would bring towels. He started it himself, but he doesn't even know where to look. Louis wiped the mistress's head while she ate and allowed him to come in. A maid came in and told the Duchess that she had to hurry and eat because someone had come to the imperial palace, and then a message came from there to come there quickly. Ljubljana was a little upset. Louis was very scared. He started asking what they should do, but Ljubljana shut his mouth with bread. Ljubljana said she would eat before leaving. She said she would leave immediately after the meal, so the woman should prepare the carriage. The Duchess knew that if she was summoned to the palace, then Cullen would already know everything. She told Louis that she would go to the imperial palace and he would stay here for now. Louis grabbed Ljubljana by the sleeve and asked if she would be okay. The girl said that she would return as soon as possible, but first she would visit Lena and assess the situation. The servants noticed Duchess Ashley'n. That is, the bloody Duchess. The atmosphere today is, as expected, frightening. Cullen noticed the elder sister. The empress noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ljubljana greeted them. Kalina noted that there were only 2 of them here, so she could dispense with formalities. Ljubljana said that even if that was the case, she couldn't dare do that. Ljubljana thought that Lena already knew, and that was why she had called her, so she had to watch her words. Kalina asked with a smile how Ljubljana dared to do that a few days ago. The main character knew that she would not return in one piece today. The empress reported that she seemed to have much news for Ljubljana. She said that everything was fine and asked what her elder sister would disappoint her with. Kalina ordered the servants to leave them for a few minutes and asked for a cup of tea. The girl thought that Ljubljana had something to say. The younger sister sat down and said that there were only the 2 of them in this room, and she was ready to listen to what Ljubljana wanted to upset her with. Ljubljana only now realized that she knew, but she asked anyway. Kalina asked her sister if she liked everything. Ljubljana said that she couldn't say that she didn't like it. Kalina was happy and said that Ljubljana could marry because she gave her approval. These words surprised Ljubljana very much, and she began to ask again. Ljubljana was out of her mind with shock. Kalina asked if Ljubljana had come to tell her about the marriage. Ljubljana said that was the case, but asked again if she was sure she was okay with it. Kalina calmly said that Ljubljana could get married. Ljubljana couldn't believe that it could be that simple, because Cullen was going to use the tyrant's illegitimate son to lure out and destroy the rebels. And in exchange, Cullen said that neither she nor the other dukes would attend her wedding. This is what Ljubljana expected. Kalina did not betray her plans or change them. Using her sister's wedding with him, Kalina probably intends to destroy all dissenters at once. Kalina asked her sister not to be upset because she had told her in advance. Ljubljana did not mind. She understood that not only Kalina would not come, but all the dukes as well. Once the wedding ceremony is over, the nobles will be busy spreading rumors. People will say that Ljubljana was enchanted by the tyrant's son and quarreled with the empress. No one should notice that this marriage is fictitious, and Ljubljana is most worried about that man. At this rate, by the time the marriage contract expires, Louis will be accused of treason and executed immediately. Ljubljana must somehow prevent this. Ljubi apologized for interfering with her plans and causing trouble, Still, Ljubljana spent the night with him, and she can't help but worry about her current husband. Kalena didn't understand what her sister was apologizing for, because she always had a weakness for handsome men. Ljubljana started to be a little defensive. The empress did not understand why not, because there was no explanation why she had saved Duke Feltarg. Ljubljana said that he had saved himself and had also lost an eye. Kalena asked if Luby thought it was easier to take an eye than to kill someone. Ljubljana was angry because she felt like she was being picky, but the empress said that her little sister was still crazy about her beautiful appearance. Ljubljana was embarrassed and said that it was not so. The empress didn't understand, in the sense that it wasn't true, because even knowing what Callan was planning, Ljubljana chose him just by looking at his face. The younger sister was glad that she knew it and was sure that it was so. Luby asked not to laugh at her, because she was an empress and should behave nobly. After these words, Kalena asked how her sister thought an empress should behave. There is no such thing as nobility, because every action Kalena does is majestic, as is typical of an empress. Ljubljana noticed that this was very similar to her sister and began to bow. Kalena was angry because her sister would not even share her breakfast. The Duchess said she had eaten before coming here. Kalena told her to think about it being lunch. Kalena said she wouldn't take no for an answer, because Ljubljana didn't need to rush to feed the animals in the north. Luby didn't know what to do because she had already eaten. The Demon King has arrived. The main character didn't understand what a king meant, and if there was a king who killed his own people. Kalena noted that there was. Ljubljana pointed out that that was why they killed him. Kalena said that she killed him. Luby stroked her sister's head and pointed out that it was her. The empress said that Ljubljana could go after she had eaten. The Duchess was angry because she felt like she was going to burst. The man came to the door and informed the empress that Duke Feltarg was still waiting for her. Cullen noted that she remembered that. The man noted that he had come to see Duchess Ashley at the palace, so there was no point in keeping him waiting for so long. Kalena allowed him to enter. Kalena greeted him and noticed that he looked like he had a lot to say to her. The man came closer. Lena apologized for keeping him waiting. The Duke asked if Cullen had given them her blessing. She said she wasn't sure she understood what Feltarg was talking about. The man asked that Her Majesty not pretend. He said he disagreed. And in horror, he asked why she had allowed the illegitimate son of a tyrant to marry Duchess Ashley. Kalena assumed he was asking because he didn't know. On the one hand, he was the most valuable and capable man, loyal to the empire since its founding. On the other hand, the illegitimate son of a tyrant and the mistake of the millennium from the House of Scholars. And wouldn't it be better to use and throw away someone who is nothing without appearance? The Duke was shocked. The Empress asked if he had anything else to say. Kalena asked if he thought it made sense to marry 2 of the 3 dukes of the empire. Kalena asked if the Duke was going to go against her will. He asked her if the lady knew how hard it was to refrain from making a scene. The Duke had spent the last few years searching for his distant relatives. He did this because he wanted to give up everything, including his title. And all this was for the sake of winning Duchess Ashley, but the Empress did not allow it. Cullen said that she did not want to lose such an important figure. The Duke asked Her Majesty to tell him the real reason. Cullen had already said that he was the most precious to her. Cullen sat calmly. Despite his family being killed by the tyrant, he remained to defend the border until the very end, for the sake of the people. Ashley mistook him for a man who had given up, having set his sights on Cullen. But in truth, he gave in because he realized that he was facing a real traitor who would not make peace with the tyrant. Having failed the rebellion, the people who joined him were destroyed. From this, we can conclude that he is a truly virtuous man. And on top of everything else, he developed unwanted feelings for his subordinate, for whom he was ready to go to the ends of the earth. If he marries Ljubljana, he will be faithful to her for the rest of his days. Even so, Cullen hates him for hurting her older sister. The Duke asked if the Empress knew why he lost his eye. Kalena said it was because of the arrow her older sister had shot, and asked if she should explain it more clearly. The Empress asked if he knew how her sister fought with a broken shoulder. She could no longer use a bow, so she went to the battlefield with a sword. And Feltarg just smiled and was happy while her sister suffered with such a big wound. He said that it wasn't that bad. Regardless, that wound had destroyed Ljubljana's body. Kalena had asked him if he wanted to marry her even after leaving so many scars on her body. The Duke said it was a fair duel, and he noted that he had already paid for it that time, losing an eye at the hands of the Duchess. And if he hadn't fought back then, the Duchess would probably have killed him. So the man asked if Cullen had expected him to die that day. The boy said that if he hadn't counterattacked, he would have died. The Empress knew that it was only self-defense that time. But that's why he can't marry her. The Duke asked what he should do then. Cullen turned away and said to die. And now he must understand why the Empress would not bless their union. Feltarg asked, what about the tyrant's illegitimate son? Because that freak is just using the Duchess to save his own skin. The Empress took a scarf from the cabinet and asked the Duke if he knew what it was. The guy said it was a shawl. Cullen remarked that it was beautiful. She told the Duke that her older sister had received it as a 15th birthday present. She kept the shawl in a closet, but Lena had taken it out a couple of times just to touch it. The shawl was so beautiful that Kalina simply begged her sister to give it to her. The Duke assumed that the Empress herself stole it, but Lena said that she gave it to him herself. Kalina said that since her sister liked the shawl, it was obvious that she thought it was beautiful too. So every time she saw it, she begged her sister to give it to her as a gift. But Ljubljana liked the thing so much that she didn't dare even wear it. She kept refusing and getting angry when Lena touched it, but eventually she gave it to her. She gave it away without ever wearing it. That's the kind of person Ljubljana is. The Duke asked if the Empress was hinting that the illegitimate son was akin to this shawl. The Empress was pleased that Feltarg was catching on quickly, as was to be expected, and asked what use he was to her sister. The Duke asked if he should try to play on her pity and steal her heart. It didn't matter to Cullen after all. If she asked her sister to kill him, she would. The Duke himself noticed this, because if you think about it, the Empress never allowed him to confess or openly show his feelings for Duchess Ashley. The Empress always watched from afar and got rid of anyone who dared to approach the Duchess. So he asked if Lena would sit back this time, if she had been so thorough all this time, but now she had let things slide. And there must be a reason for that. Kalina had noticed that he was really smart, and that was what Kalina liked about the Duke. Ljubljana thought that Lena was planning to kill him anyway, and she wondered if she would be able to get pregnant before that. When the Duchess entered the estate, she noticed that the maids were running around and looking for something, sharing at the same time where they had already looked. Ljubljana asked what had happened. The maid did not know what to answer. The maid tried to say something, but the head maid interrupted her and said that she was distracted and her fiancé was missing. The Duchess was completely calm. The Duchess asked when he had last been seen. They said that a colleague had visited him and stayed in the room for a while, and after that. Ljubljana asked again which colleague he was talking about. The maid said that she was an official of the Empire and studied with him in the House of Scholars, and her name was Peony Loren, recently received the title of Baroness. The protagonist realized it was a woman. The woman said they were close friends, which sounded convincing. Ljubljana realized it looked like Count Graham hadn't kidnapped him. The main character did not understand why he ran away and asked if they had searched the estate. The woman confirmed this, but with the exception of the West Wing. Ashley didn't understand why they didn't look there either. The maid said that she had told him to refrain from going to that part of the building, and he had promised not to go. The woman said that such a graceful and dignified man would not break his promise. The maid also confirmed this, because that smile did not look like the smile of a liar. Ljubljana went to the West Wing and couldn't believe that her fiancé was here. She couldn't believe that she had been deceived by his beauty, even though she was a servant. The guy was lying on the floor and there were a lot of books near him. Ljubljana didn't understand what they were. The woman noted that since he only studied purely scientific works, then perhaps such literature could hook him. Ljubljana decided that in that case, she needed to fill her library with such books. The woman asked if the Empress approved of the Duchess's union. The woman started telling her to get married as soon as possible, but Ljubljana covered her mouth and asked her to wait because she was not ready so quickly. But it won't be long before Her Majesty's decree arrives. There are some things from the Imperial Palace outside, and so Ljubljana asked for them to be brought in. The woman asked if the Duchess was going to stay. Ljubljana noted that Louis was sleeping too soundly to be woken. The Duchess thought about how his wife had come home from work and he was still asleep. Realizing that they are left completely alone, the beauty turns towards the man, who still shows absolutely no signs of being conscious. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the lady ponders what to do next. A hand in a beautiful glove gently touches Graham's ear and cheek. The woman promises herself that she will do anything and work hard to please the Empress, if only this carefree love will last even longer than the 3 years that were originally agreed upon. In any case, nothing can be done because it is still hard to be the head of the house. The sister decided to take a certain step. So in the morning, the carriage that was pointed out arrived, and they said that if the red-haired one sorts out all the matters, then she will receive permission to marry. Most of the important documents could not be stored anywhere, so they all remained in this office. The girl was worried that there might be problems, but she never expected that someone would be able to fall asleep soundly on the floor of the room. Sitting down on the floor and leaning against the back of the chair, Ashley sighs and turns her languid gaze to the blonde. Her thoughts switched to the first impression that was created as soon as the lady arrived at the estate. She was very angry, thinking that her future husband left the estate. It seemed that he just wanted to make fun of her, thereby leaving her completely alone after he himself asked for help. Now it's all gone. Looking at that sweet face with its eyes half closed, Luby wonders what the point was. The boy had never given any reason to doubt his loyalty. Strange doubts still creep into her head one after another. The man is neither strong nor firm, being someone completely ordinary. For some reason, the girl is so worried about someone who has nothing but fragile beauty. No longer stroking the young man's hair, the Duchess looks away. He really seemed too calm, so it became clear that Louismond felt safe, so he fell into a peaceful sleep. I immediately recall the moment when the beauty brought the guy home from his grandfather's estate. He was terribly scared and visibly nervous. It seemed as if every nerve in his body was experiencing wild tension from the whole situation. Closing her eyes and sighing heavily, the maiden understands that it is absolutely impossible to hate such a person. There are many reasons for this, which are quite simple for the mind. You wouldn't think that this would affect her image in any way. However, it's all because the Duchess is no longer the young and weak girl she used to be. Time has passed and everything has changed now, as it should be. At least life has more meaning. Ljubljana has a husband, who will soon officially become that man. If everything goes well, the Virgin will be able to protect him, hiding him from the hateful problems of the surrounding world. It is worth staying calm and not paying attention to anything. Then everything will be rewarded. There is only one problem that has been bothering me since the moment it was announced. The headmaid's words about Louis's visiting friend being a woman still echoed in his head. The strange colleague named Peony Lauren did not inspire any confidence, even by her name. The girl trusted her lover, even if curiosity eventually got the better of her. After checking, she did not find a single woman with whom he had any kind of relationship. This could be explained by the fact that the guy had previously lived in the House of Scientists, where they most likely met. Kneeling down and getting closer to the guy, the girl gently squeezes his hand, hoping not to let her anger out. Perhaps this was the reason why the young man insisted on a marriage contract. Looking at the sweet face, the woman sighs, realizing that this is most likely not true. After 3 years, he decided to escape and leave his legal wife as soon as the term expired. The hand touches the silky hair again, slowly running its fingers through the strands. It was hard to believe that the man had decided to run away with Peony, who was his close friend, about whom absolutely nothing was known. As if on purpose, memories from that very night in the garden come to mind. Louismond was extremely persuasive, almost begging the lady to marry him. For complete happiness, all he had to do was fall on his knees in front of her and burst into tears. Forcing the redhead to freeze and listen, the guy continued to beg for the Duchess to be married to him. At first, it seemed pleasant, but the point was that all this only lasted for 3 miserable years. The Virgin didn't want such a future for herself, but she couldn't help it. She had to believe that Louis had pure intentions and was doing all this just to save himself. Anger bursts out, leaving behind consequences. Ljubljana squeezes the piece of paper that just happened to be in her hands. The guy will divorce the heroine exactly 3 years later, without even blinking an eye, leaving her completely alone. Turning back to her lover, Ashley looks at his body and features with concentration. Her thoughts are haunting her, making it clear that she is no longer able to calm down and answer her own questions, eyes boring into everything around, still in a rather relaxed state. It remains a mystery why the young man made such an offer. He could have been trying to ask for protection, but he did exactly that. The doubts will not go away until it is all over. That brunette still remains in the mind as a second option for the king's son. He never revealed his plans and what worries him, leaving everyone in the dark. A few hours ago, something happened that could have clarified everything for the young lady. She was in a completely different place to see it, so she simply missed it. His hands fall on the table in anger. making a characteristic clap that makes it clear that the man is no longer able to restrain himself. Only one question is spinning in his head. How? Louis is ready to cry or do something worse. He is too bold to allow himself to do all these terrible things. It seems that immediately after arriving, something went completely wrong. The couple then spent the night together. Everything went as it should, and Louis thought he had done quite well, considering that he even prepared a beautiful bathroom for the Duchess afterwards, which really surprised her. It seemed that nothing had happened, but the lady was not at all embarrassed, not showing her true emotions, but rather tired. From her face, one could tell that this was getting pretty boring. I don't want to admit my mistakes, but I'll have to clarify the circumstances. The girl most likely just didn't like something. She didn't say a word as she left for the imperial palace, leaving a trail of silence behind her. Putting his palms to his face in horror and burying himself in them, trying to let everything out, the blonde understands that he miscalculated somewhere. Maybe it wasn't his body that was needed, but something else that was hinted at. The self-flagellation was interrupted as soon as rustling sounds were heard behind the door, followed by short but repeated knocks. Nodding his head, the man allowed the person to enter. The woman with gray hair who had just entered the room helpfully conveyed the information that Miss Lauren had come to see the boy. Without saying anything else, the maid seemed to be asking a silent question about what she should do next. Louis, not wanting to give any answer, quickly jumps out of bed and heads towards the exit. His shoes are evenly knocking on the parquet, making it clear that the hero is really in a hurry to meet. He could not believe that Peony herself, who is a famous honorary student from the House of Scientists, had arrived at the castle. The young man throws the door wide open almost with his foot and runs out into the corridor. It is the girlfriend who must give at least some answers to the never-ending questions that are becoming more and more numerous every day. There is no limit to the joy, because an old friend is already in the room, carefully lowering a mug of long cold tea. Lauren was the royal conservator of the House of Scientists, which gave her even more status. No longer holding back, the blonde rushes to meet her and climbs up to the woman with hugs, shouting about how long it has been since they last saw each other. Putting her hand forward, the beauty asks him to move away, which is quite typical of her person, because the maiden never wanted anyone to have the right to touch her. Sitting down on the chair and looking at the trays completely filled with sweets, the guy asks how the girl found out that he was here. It's simple, because the lady heard about it when she came to work in the morning. Graham scratches his head as he remembers this. Work was still something important, even though the man had forgotten to tell absolutely everyone there about his vacation. Peony was more prudent, so she officially asked for time off for her friend. However, the girl is not here because of gratitude, but because of rumors that began to spread like a comet. From the very morning in the House of Scientists, everyone spoke only about Louis and how the Duchess fell before the beauty of a man. So she stole him from the hands of the Count, bringing him to her estate. It sounded funny, but to some extent it remained true. Grabbing the cookie and slowly chewing it, the brunette listens to her friend's excuses without burning with desire. It turns out that Her Highness simply learned of the terrible situation, so she decided to help. Now this doesn't interest the girlfriend much, because the next question becomes something more important. The man must give an answer about work, even if he will not return there in the near future, asking to convey his apologies to the management. He simply has to somehow survive this, because he will not be able to leave this place on his own. Nodding, Peony rose to leave the estate. Now she had heard everything she wanted to hear, so the time had come. The visit was very important, even if it took a while. Just about to leave the door, the girl freezes, as if something very unexpected had come into her head. It is unclear how this will end, but expressing one's thoughts has never been something criminal. Turning to Louis again, the girl warns him that he should be careful. This whole mess is definitely not for her, but it is worth keeping an eye on events so that it is not too late. Don't go too far for answers, because there is only one truth. There are many ways to find out what you are interested in, even though they may be painful. This was not said from the heart, because these were the words that the professor from the House of Scientists asked to convey when he learned that Peony was going to visit an old acquaintance. After a few seconds of thinking, the guy suddenly grabs the girl's hands and starts shouting that this is the right answer, which will help a lot. It seems that he is very excited about everything that is happening, which is the absolute truth. The eyes are shining with happiness, while the young man continues to thank his friend. She is really great and can definitely be considered the best student. Not sharing such joy, the brunette asks if she can finally go. The door slams shut, leaving an unpleasant sound behind. Everything is clear now, making it clear that the answers did not need to be dug too deep, when they were all right there on the surface all along. The guy has knowledge from books read in his past life, which will greatly help in such a difficult matter. Even if the maid insistently asked him to stay and not go to the West Wing, the blonde, of course, was not going to listen. He had his own plans that could not be destroyed halfway. Jumping past other people, the protagonist headed straight to the forbidden section because all the necessary answers were probably hidden there. As Louis goes up, he finds that very important room. Opening the door and getting inside, the guy freezes, trying to find the right words. The walls are lined with shelves of books up to the ceiling, in which he will need to try to find information. The prince had learned a thing or two from his past lives, and he was not going to let opportunities pass him by. To survive, the man always read novels of all kinds, which always featured only two main characters. Most often, it was the cold-blooded emperor, the cold northern archduke, and the cursed werewolf. They were all on the evil side, but only for a time. By spending the night with the main character, the men became obsessed with her, and the story was filled with romance. This was clearly not just for fun, as if hinting that Louismon should do something similar without changing his recipe. The Duchess was in the place of those very minor characters. There may be at least one exception, when something went wrong and then the hero managed to fix everything. Fingers deftly grab the next book, which is the closest in the section. Opening the pleasantly smelling pages, the guy turns the pages one by one. The attempts remain futile, because the whole process will obviously take much more time. The answer must definitely be somewhere. All that remains is not to give up. The focused gaze freezes on every word that even slightly resembles a life preserver. If nothing comes of it, the chances of survival will drop to 0, thus ending the prince's 8th life. Everything seems completely more neglected, so it goes wrong. While examining another chronicle, the young man falls to his knees and frantically examines the sheets scattered on the floor around him. Grabbing his forehead, the hero experiences confusion that can be felt several meters away. For some reason, there is nothing anywhere, which is annoyingly strange, because someone should have had a similar situation. Fingers slide along the page of the last book that was lying next to them on the floor. For some reason, they all fall in love with the main character immediately after the first night spent with her. It doesn't seem logical, leaving behind a trail of fictional myth. The sad look switches somewhere to the side. It is impossible to describe the real disappointment that rages in the body, making you want to cry. Apparently, Louismon's efforts were simply not enough. There was no denying the fact that the guy enjoyed being with her ladyship that night. She was simply beautiful, not allowing herself to be compared to anyone else and becoming the first absolute winner. The situation itself puts pressure on the brain, making it slower to think. It seems ridiculous how she pretended that everything was fine, leaving absolutely no chance to learn how to improve herself. The blonde stares blankly at the ceiling, which is somewhere very far away. It is impossible for the hero to be abandoned after the first night, but this time anything is possible. It is not worth running too far without knowing the truth. If you think about it, you can see that the Duchess didn't say anything to the head maid. When they arrived at the estate last night, the maid only made excuses, introducing her future husband as a guest. After everything that had happened, the boy did not want the girl to leave him alone in the morning, but to give a concrete answer that would clarify everything. Before sending him to the imperial palace, she could at least do something. The feeling of expectation became the worst torment. The lady did not answer, only stroking her husband's hand and leaving him completely alone, left the estate for a long time. The thoughts still can't calm down, while the young man turns from side to side. This definitely can't be. Not under any circumstances that happened. The Duchess Louis knew was definitely not like that. Ashley went against her grandfather's will just to save the boy, and even covered him with her cloak. It all meant something. Beginning to feel more relaxed, the hero closes his eyes, rubbing them because of slight fatigue and pain. Thoughts about his wife make him feel better, because all this is nonsense. Covering his eyes with his palms, the boy sighs deeply. It seems that he is the only one here who has feelings. They appeared completely unnoticed, making it clear that this has its place in the world. Rolling over onto his side and closing his eyelids to block out the blinding sun, the blonde sighs. He wishes he knew who exactly he was to the princess who had never given her answer. It seemed like only a few minutes had passed, even though it had lasted much longer. Opening his eyes, the man noticed a blurry silhouette standing right in front of him with beautiful hair. Graham blinked, focusing his gaze to see exactly who was in the room with him. Before he fell asleep, the boy was completely alone. Getting up from the floor with his hair looking more like a nest, the guy realizes that Luby is sitting next to him. The girl was busy with something, but realizing that the man was awake, she moves away a little to make room for him. A soft smile lights up the beautiful features of the lady, who is not angry at all. She looks peaceful as she asks him if he slept well. It is becoming more and more like a dream that does not want to end. The blonde looks up, trying to figure out what's going on. He didn't expect to be noticed, and he had no way to escape before someone got here. His cheeks themselves are turning scarlet, letting him know that embarrassment is taking its toll. Looking surprised and disheveled, the boy stares intently at the Duchess, who sits just a few steps away from him. He stands up and sits down a little, still silent. It was evening outside. The sky had darkened, making it clear that it was time for the moon to rise to its rightful place. The stars were shining brightly, not allowing themselves to be hidden by clouds, and only one light from the panoramic window in the room remained unextinguished. Moving away a little and taking a comfortable position, the woman chuckles, saying that her lover slept so soundly that she didn't want to wake him. Nodding quietly, the man says that he understands everything, even if it's not true at all. Reaching out his hand, the blonde notices the thing that was on him all this time. The girl even covered the guy with her cloak, which kept the prince warm all this time despite the fact that the room was already warm. The young man looks at the floor silently, not intending to say anything. From his facial expression, you can tell that he is extremely upset, even if he does not say everything that is going on in his head. The thoughts are interrupted by Ljubljana's voice, who holds out something, asking the interlocutor not to be surprised, but to simply accept what is being asked of him and read the contents of the sheet. The eyes are moving intently over the lines, making it clear that the guy is extremely interested in this. The text says that this is a marriage contract that it seemed like it would never be possible to see again. Almost shouting, the boy asks what it is, showing how surprised he is. Remaining unwavering, the redhead chuckles, saying that it is the marriage contract that the young man wanted to receive so much. Louis-Monde, blushing, looks somewhere at the floor, trying to explain himself, so that he can be understood. Without words, realizing the next remark, the lady reaches out to him and straightens the cloak on his shoulders, saying that they managed to get permission. The Duchess, unperturbed, continues to adjust her robe. Today, in the imperial palace, she received the empress's blessing that they marry as soon as possible to save the young man. Louis-Monde can't take his eyes off the beautiful lady. He was indeed the man who had offered the contract, which now lay right in front of him like a delicious apple that left no patience to bite. Nodding her head without giving any details, Luby says that everything suits her. The lover does not need to know about Cullen's conditions, because in 3 years the lady will be able to steal him. Again, persistently holding out the paper, the girl suggests looking through the points and then signing. It contains all the information regarding the couple's marriage, or rather, everything they need to know. After the divorce, the man will also be considered part of the Duchy of Ashlian. Even if he marries again, his identity and status will remain intact, and alimony and pension will also be paid. For this, the girl wants something in return, namely fidelity to the marriage for these 3 years, and also the deprivation of paternal rights to the children who are due to be born in the near future. If you think about it, this can be considered heartless. The hand itself clenches into a fist from indignation, which came too suddenly. The girl did not want to talk about it all, but the guy himself suggested this figure of 3 years, which can no longer be changed. The last point is added only so that the man can't say later that he can't leave because of the child. They have an agreement, and it is calculated that Louis will leave the estate without lingering feelings for his loved ones. Switching back to her interlocutor, the lady insistently asks him to read everything carefully in order to add or change something, but in response receives only a refusal. Not understanding what is wrong and what the problem is, the beauty asks if it needs to be done, to which she is again refused. This is not the #1 priority. Still unable to accept this, the redhead asks what the problem is. This is done for security purposes, because this is a contract with restrictions and conditions that the guy will have to adhere to for the next years. The pen is in her hand in a split second, ready to write her signature on the paper. Her ladyship would not allow clauses to be written into the contract that could cause any trouble to her future husband. Moving to be as close to the girl as possible, the guy smiles and says that he completely trusts his beloved. There is no reason to ever doubt this. This makes the heroine freeze in shock. She tries not to show her true thoughts, but there is too much going on in her head. Her heart beats faster and her breathing quickens, making it clear that the maiden is excited. Grabbing the paper, the redhead turns away, agreeing with him if that's what it said. Her voice seems unstable due to the stutter that came from embarrassment. Looking away, in which all the warmth and love is read, the guy thinks only about the Duchess. This is exactly what he should have expected, considering that the beauty never behaves differently. Virgo is responsible for the words spoken until the end. She helped him, and even when he was locked in the estate, she came to let the guy know that he was safe. The one with whom the hero spent the night took this burden on her shoulders. It becomes clear that the lady does not want to change anything, so she will do everything to make them happy. Looking again at the interlocutor sitting next to him, the young man looks at her with love in his eyes. All these features perfectly suited the beauty, because she perfectly combined all of this in herself, being his future wife. He will be her husband, who will also try to do everything in his power to gain her trust. The redhead signs the contract, not regretting anything. Her hair falls a little on her face, preventing her from concentrating, but making her look even more beautiful. Being around this woman seems to change something, because Louis immediately relaxes and his anxiety disappears, letting him know that everything is okay. It feels like everything is floating before your eyes, and they are somewhere in a weightless space that makes it clear that everything is gone. The man is no longer able to hold back. He falls to the floor unconscious. Everything is shaking, not allowing you to see anything. But the last thing that remains before your eyes is the figure of his wife, who is trying to shout, calling him Louis. It is important for her to understand whether her future husband hears her. Opening his eyes slightly, trying to concentrate, the young man blinks nonstop, intending to rise. The girl did not call him by his full name. It is very pleasant to hear such a thing, to the point of dizziness. Only a few hours have passed, which have managed to turn into a whole immeasurable space. The room is dark, and only one candle and nightlights on the edges of the door are lit to create coziness. The young man lies unconscious in bed, completely unaware of what has happened, and not even suspecting that the Duchess has been sitting next to his bed all this time without moving a step. The man looks peaceful, but at the same time restless. His eyelids are twitching, as if he is about to wake up from some nightmare that is about to overtake him. Ashley looks at her husband with warmth in her eyes, trying not to replace it with worry. Graham's body was too weak from the constant overwork and the fatigue that was definitely present in his body. A few hours ago, a doctor visited the estate and gave a precise diagnosis and verdict. Nothing terrible happened, except that, be that as it may, it was difficult for a young body to endure so much at once. He will recover quickly if he rests and receives the necessary care. Crystal was not at all happy with this arrangement. The girl was given a wonderful bath for complete relaxation, while the guy himself slept on the floor the whole time. If you think about it, it becomes obvious that the man is not okay after this. Louismond had been through a lot living with the Count. It was obvious even without reading any biography or asking any questions. He was probably winding himself up even being here, making himself nervous. Clenching her hand, which had been resting peacefully on her knee all this time, into a fist, the girl wonders what this reminds her of. The young man is completely defenseless and behaves appropriately. Then he held on to Luby so desperately, just like Cullen did after the king did something terrible. The baby was scared, so holding her close, the girl calmed her down, saying that everything would be okay, because her older sister would protect her. Some strange movements from the bed attract attention. It doesn't take long to understand that the guy has finally woken up. The doctor said that this would happen much later, thus driving the beauty into a stupor. Running closer, the Duchess bends right over the guy, who seems to be barely breathing. He tries to inhale as much air as possible, starting to wheeze something incomprehensible and not answering questions. His lips were completely dry, making it extremely difficult to move his mouth. The blonde had never experienced such strange sensations, which were truly completely new and unpleasant. With his only words out, the boy leans back against the pillow and holds out his hand. He doesn't want to die at all. This has gone too far. He wasn't going to lose his 8th life like this. Quietly reassuring the hero, Ashley promises that he will not die. Everything will be okay, even if he does not think so. The guy's hand reaches forward and grabs the shirt of the girl standing next to him. He squeezes it convulsively, listening to her words about how she will not allow anything bad to happen to him. Lowering herself and pressing her face to Louimon's chest, the beauty looks sadly at his closed eyes, which no longer try to open. Everything will definitely be okay, even if it takes just a little time. The boy's eyes slowly open, trying to study everything around him. The ceiling seems familiar, but it is not the most interesting part of this house. Looking down, the boy notices the Duchess, who is sleeping peacefully, holding her husband's hand. Looking at the clear and distinct facial features that remain relaxed, the hero tries to reconstruct the chain of events in his head. The last thing that comes to mind is the contract that he managed to get in the office. Nothing else is known because the actions seem to be shrouded in fog. The couple's hands are intertwined, which makes it clear that it has been like this for more than an hour. The girl's warmth is warming. Getting up and sitting on the bed, the guy still can't concentrate. It sounds strange to even say, but why did the girl wait for him to wake up and sit here the whole time? For some reason, the beauty does everything for the prince and tries to prove that she cares. No one has ever done anything like this, which clearly captivates the young man. Approaching the heroine's face, he examines her. Their lips are very close to each other, even if it's completely by accident. It seems as if something is about to happen, but everything is interrupted. The whole idyll is interrupted by the lady, who suddenly wakes up. Frowning, she asks if her lover has finished admiring her and if it is possible to move from the spot. Jumping to the side, the blonde blushes and stares in horror at the girl, who grins. With such loud breathing and movements, absolutely anyone will catch him. Standing up and placing her hand on top of Louis's, the girl smiles a sweet smile, asking if the young man would like her to teach him how to properly pretend to be asleep, which could one day save him. Trying not to stutter, Louimond can't get a word out properly, failing the mission. He wants to know what his wife just said, even if he doesn't need to know. Pretending that she doesn't understand anything, the beauty smirks and asks if she needs an explanation about the fake dream. The man just wants to know why the girl called him that. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the redhead seemed to remind them that they would soon be getting married, so she thought about addressing each other in a way that was convenient. She had a nickname, Luby, that could be used. Approaching and almost interrupting the girl, the guy calls her Bia. There is a large choice, but he wants to call her by this name, and not by the one that other people came up with. This option seems to be the best. In his past life, the young man heard something not very good, which made him understand that this is the last chance to change everything. Duke Feltarg had a strange bad temper, which led to him being the last thing the prince saw before he died. He was angry that a man wanted his Luby. The hand itself clutches the sheets lying nearby. Now it doesn't matter at all, because what was has long since passed, leaving no trace behind. Now nothing matters so much anymore. Even if the Duke cuts off his head, Ljubljana will still be his Bia. Everything has changed, and nothing will be as usual anymore. After a few minutes of thinking, the blonde hears Luby's voice, who after a minute of silence says that in fact, she never liked the previous nickname, which was irritating. Deciding on this, the man repeats Bia again, savoring the name, preparing himself for how it will sound on a permanent basis. The Duchess smiles back, looking happy. She clearly likes this boy, who is still quite cute and belongs only to her. Trying to decide what to say next, the girl giggles, expressing how surprisingly awkward she feels, even considering the fact that she's never felt this way before. The hand itself reaches out towards the interlocutor. He needs to think what to say next, because 3 years is not that much. Thoughts are spinning in his head, which make it clear that the young man wants to stay with her longer. Maybe it will even be forever, because he really wants to be with his beloved. The hand reaches for the face and stops a few centimeters away. The next step is that the young man buries his fingers in the bright hair, which seems too soft. Virgo does not belong to anyone else, remaining only for Louis, who no longer wanted to share her with anyone. This arrangement did not suit him, despite what others thought about it. The girl's lips stretch into a smile, slightly revealing her snow-white teeth. It is clear from her that such determination mixed with something new is definitely to her liking. The couple can no longer contain themselves, being so close to each other. They bite into the lips of opposites, finding it the most beautiful thing. It had only been 3 days since the last incident and since the guy had gotten sick. These days had passed unnoticed due to the time spent together, but something unexpected had still happened. Immediately after this, the prince's temperature jumped. The doctor was extremely worried, not knowing what to do, but having gathered his strength, he gave him a lecture and insisted on bed rest, which was best to strictly observe. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading throughout the castle like a snowball, drawing in as many people as possible. The servants could not remain silent, passing it all on like a chain from hand to hand. Among all the rabble, there was the funniest one about the Duchess falling in love with the illegitimate son of a tyrant and spending all 3 days in bed with him. It seemed absurd, but it continued to work, gaining strength. Anger from everything that has fallen upon her fills her with rage. Her fist hits the tabletop with force when, like a beauty, she screams that there was only one Louismond in the bed. Because of this, the claims become incomprehensible. This was too minor a problem now, since the lady had not slept for the third night because of the mountain of work that Cullen had dumped on her. It was hard to believe that her sister was capable of such a thing. Sorting through another stack of documents and rereading reports, the girl sighs. Whatever she did, this punishment was too cruel even for her. At first, things weren't that bad, but over time, the situation got much worse. So much so that the lady wrote a letter of indignation, which had to be sent. There was no point anyway, because the message wouldn't have gotten through. The blonde would have understood what was going on, realizing that it was probably about Ashley not wanting to work, so she wouldn't have had to read it. Count Graham, who felt that relations with the empress had deteriorated, visited the palace to complain and express his deep indignation. He could not calm down, realizing that this was too much for him. Not wanting to listen to all this, Kalina simply tried to patiently settle this whole conflict. Everyone was tired, but that was no reason to give in to emotions that were overflowing. As it turned out later, it all started because the empress sent the count a letter allowing a marriage to which he himself did not agree because of his grandson, who belonged only to him. Everything will be fine only if the heroine agrees to pay a large monetary compensation. She will have no choice. Otherwise, the decision will be cancelled. Justice was eventually served. Early in the morning, a meeting was held between Crystal, Louismond, and Graham in the imperial palace, with the queen in attendance and in control. The future husband and wife stand in complete silence, not wanting to start this unpleasant conversation, which seemed like a complete failure from the start. Count Graham was equally reluctant to say anything, remaining oddly taciturn and not very happy to see the pair again. His most important servants stood on his left and right. The room seemed to be about to start flashing lightning bolts due to the tension that had built up and was continuing to weigh on the mind. The situation was not improving even with time. Stepping forward, no longer able to simply remain silent, the man looks menacingly towards the couple, saying that despite the agreement approved by the queen herself, he is against this marriage. He wasn't going to give his Louis to the Duchess, even if he had to throw sand in his eyes. The whole situation had already gotten on the woman's nerves, making it clear that everything was bad. But giving in and handing the boy over to his grandfather was definitely not part of the plan. Deciding to try to smooth things over, the girl nods, thanking him for raising his grandson to be a decent man who knows his stuff. There is no regret in her voice when Ashley says that in exchange for permission, she will give a generous reward that will definitely be worth shutting up and nodding heads. The first in line will be the diamond mine in the west, as well as the salt cave in the south. The Ashleyan mine is the most profitable in the empire, making it an even better proposition. The salt cave is not inferior to the above. It is said that the size of the extracted salt can cover the territory of several villages in the area. Such dimensions look quite impressive. This does not bring any disappointment or loss because this is all crystal. The empress gave after she ascended the throne and settled a little in the new place. It's very simple, because when the empire gets rid of all the rebels, all the property will become national treasure. So there is no problem here. The property will go back to the state. The musings are interrupted by Louis, who reaches out and rubs the girl's knee, trying to get her attention. He makes no attempt to hide the conversation from the rest of the group, remaining as lucid as ever. Bowing his head, the blonde asks not to give away so much property. There is absolutely no point in this, because it will not help the case. Knowing his grandfather very well, the young man can say for sure that this is not a deal worth agreeing to. Nodding slightly, the redhead tries to calm her husband down weightlessly, assuring him that this is nonsense and not worth worrying about so much. Even if it is not possible, the plan should work. Turning away, the man sighs convulsively. He lowers his gaze down, trying not to notice anything around him. The beloved does not understand the seriousness of it all, because all this can be used for an uprising, thereby ruining everything for the empire. Turning around again, Ashley notices how Louismond has slumped. He seems upset that no one is listening to him when he speaks about something really important. Reaching out, the Duchess takes his hand in hers and squeezes it tightly. trying to calm him with her touch. She knows what he's talking about and what he's worried about, but everything will be fine, no matter what. No one knows what things might happen by chance in the future. However, it is precisely the good outcome that Luby, who has already calculated everything in advance, is counting on. After all the hardships in life and loyalty, Kalina gave only the crystal mines and salt mining sites in the north. It seemed unfair, but there was a motive. This is all because the places can be used for rebellion. The riddle was not difficult, so it did not take much time to solve. I did not want to argue with my sister, given her character and hot temper, but the fact itself made me feel lousy. No matter how strong the rebellion is and no matter what the outcome, it will not change the villagers. It will not even be possible to take away the spies who serve the Empire from there because of the attack. Looking at her lover, the heroine experiences physical pain. He overreacts, just like he usually does, not knowing that he shouldn't apologize so much. Everything has a hidden plan, which will one day be carried out in the right direction, revealing itself correctly. Deciding to cheer the guy up a little once again, the lady approaches the prince's ear, asking him to raise his head higher. He is no longer subordinate to the family of Count Graham, which means he can enjoy freedom. The man should sit up straight and look straight at his grandfather. He will do nothing to someone who is no longer in his power, because he has status and power only in his estate. Following the advice, the blonde turns to the side and lifts his head up. He looks at a man he no longer recognizes. His mannerisms remain the same, and the lights of greed burn in his eyes. Strange feelings still haunt the guy even after all the words have been said. It is hard for him to believe that everything is already over. Raising his chin even higher, the young man frowns and looks at his interlocutors with a look that expresses all his anger and irritation towards them. Slowly nodding her head in approval, the Duchess turns back to her grandfather, who is obviously ready to give an answer, even if his eyes had shown complete agreement from the very beginning. Smiling a false smile, the Count says in surprise that the girl loves Louis too much, which means he cannot stop them. An old man like him cannot stop the love of young people. Spreading his arms out to the sides in a welcoming gesture, the brunette offers to forget all old grievances and cement the friendship between the two great families with a marriage that will be concluded very soon. The man is handed papers that he must sign in 2 places to hand over everything he needs. Frowning, the heroine folds her arms across her chest, noting what a greedy man the guy is. Grasping his pen as if in despair, the Count signs everything that is needed. If the rebellion is successful, perhaps he will be called the king's grandfather. It would be a great honor for him. Everything will be fine in any case and in any scenario, because even if things fail, you can use Louismond and hide in the shadow of the Asvillian Count family. Without feeling any emotions, the blonde continues to silently stare at his relative. It seems he is happy with the thought that by selling him, he will gain more power and money. Taking the paper back, the red-haired girl reads it all carefully and nods. Now everything is official, and she only has this man and nothing else left. All that remains is to wait for the moment when the rebels rise up. The Duchess's assumptions were correct. She had never been wrong before, so this time everything turned out not much worse than expected. Graham is just the tail of this rebellion, not the body. There is someone else behind it, more powerful, who is running the whole thing, planning every next step for each of his pawns. If they really want to make Louis their king, they will certainly want to do everything they can to prevent the marriage that has just been agreed to. Their goal is much more primitive, because the people just want to revive the past kingdom, which existed with a tyrant as its leader. The blonde is just another pawn who has blood ties to the royal family. Even the boy himself is of little importance, for they are willing to hand him over to another man for a sufficient reward. All the rebels are waiting for is the separation of the Duchess and the king through this marriage due to disagreements. The man is only related to the previous government by blood. In fact, he will make the most terrible king, given his ability to govern. This leaves no doubt that this could not happen under any circumstances. Louis was treated almost entirely unkindly most of the time. If they had truly considered him their king and were loyal to him, the boy would have fared very differently. Rising from his seat, the Count interrupts the heroine's thoughts, bending over and asking her to leave. They need to talk to Louismond for a while, and this conversation will be completely private. The woman is already quite protective of the boy, and family conversations are a completely different, serious matter. Still, without any scandals or objections, it is worth leaving the room. About to say something, the Duchess turns to her future husband. He interrupts her halfway, saying that it would be better to do as Count Graham asks. Freezing from surprise, the man begins to get angry. He definitely could not tolerate such a strange pronunciation of his own last name under any circumstances, especially from this puppy. Ashley wasn't going to keep quiet either, so she tried to focus as quickly as possible and didn't say anything about it, just giving her interlocutor a cruel look that made it clear that it was better to shut up. Looking at her lover, the girl asks him again, as if to clarify whether everything will be okay. It is important for her to make sure before going out the door. Louis is too sensitive to everything. Smiling his usual charming smile that makes the lady calm down, the guy assures that everything is fine. He also has something to say to his grandfather after everything that has happened recently. Nodding and turning around, the girl heads to the door and already opening it again reminds that she is always there if needed. Don't be shy and call her for help, even if it will be strange for those around you. Heeled boots tap on the floor, signaling that the Duchess has left the room. Turning sharply and breaking on her heels, she disappears. Already about to go a little further to go out into the corridor, the red-haired woman freezes, realizing that they are talking about something connected with her. The man says in a harsh voice that he is no longer groom. Turning away and hiding behind the door to continue listening to the conversation, the lady looks intently at Louis, who stands silently, and then continues to speak. The grandfather is no longer allowed to visit his grandson, nor to appear in the Asvillain house, even hinting at his lack of hospitality. A smile appears on the heroine's face by itself. This is exactly how you should treat people like this scoundrel. The guy acts like her husband, showing himself in all his glory. No longer intending to listen to anything and stand behind the door, the beauty turns around and heads towards the other rooms. She herself does not know why, but she just wants to walk around in a circle. Already halfway there, the maiden notices something or someone. She looks away with concentration, realizing that the person is clearly familiar to her, and quite well. In the distance, the worried face of Duke Feltharg can be seen. He looks irritated at the world, making it clear that something has clearly gone wrong. The man was never known for being kind, but today everything was even worse. Turning in the other direction, the girl tries to avoid annoying supervision and behavior. She did not like it when a person could not leave another person alone, leaving him absolutely no choice. It might have been best to pretend the lady wasn't there, but the boy beat her to it, calling her name. Even with one eye, he can see very well, and it has served him well over the years. Turning towards her interlocutor, the beauty smiles affably and waves her hand, making it clear that everything is in order. She greets the young man, not wanting to hide her true emotions. The blonde bows his head and looks at the ground beneath his feet with concentration. It seems too beautiful at such an exciting moment. He needs to find the right words. Ashley stares at the boy, confused. There's no way she's done anything wrong again, since they haven't even really started talking yet. Closing his eyes to keep his negativity from leaking out, the boy sighs, assuming that everything went better than expected. His thoughts are very hard to read, just like his emotions. The Duke is clearly holding back, so the heroine, sighing with relief, realizes that the guy is not like this because of her. Nodding, she confirms his words, because everything went just fine. They transferred the crystal mines and salt mountains to the estate. For agreed to the deal, Ashley had no choice but to build his pre-prepared plan of actions and words in his head. Surely the young man would say something about a normal person because of whom he now had to feel sorry. No words come because instead the blonde clenches his teeth tightly. He seems too irritated to say anything other than repeat the same phrase. Apparently, Louis was very much in love, since so many jewels passed into the possession of the beauty. This remark was perhaps the most unexpected, so Luby's eyes widened. There is a problem somewhere that goes deep down. Apparently, Kadrik is too sensitive to talk of money, or someone from the lower class has gotten hold of these riches. The hand itself is drawn to the back of the head when, as a man, he tries to calm down. He cannot openly say that the problem lies in the very fact that the heroine is getting married. This is the largest part of the unknown and scary. Still not understanding anything, Ljubljana gently asks if she should decide for him. Everything would be much easier if she could do it. The girl did not notice the truth even now, leaving no chance. The problem will remain the same as before if it is not solved, and the heroine understands this perfectly. The eyes widen in surprise because the man cannot really formulate his thoughts, going into riddles. Kadrik frowns and talks about his words and hints. He promised to always help, and as much as possible, he will do it. However, even with time, nothing will change. Coming closer, the lady looks into the eyes of her interlocutor with interest. She is interested in why this happened and what exactly he is talking about. Walking in circles, the guy still can't get to the point. Now we need to think about something important because it may be connected with Kalena. She was always on the Duke's side, even if he did something wrong, because Feltarg was quite a valuable person in the kingdom. With the Empress, it's simple. She had a goal that she focused on, making it clear that things weren't that simple. She focused on building the Eastern Platinum. This is where the bulk of the Empire's funds are spent every 10 years. The words spoken a few minutes ago could be deciphered as a hidden meaning that was supposed to be conveyed to the girl. Apparently, they wanted to help her with the dam, which she would never have completed on her own. Many hints that I want to help meant that the Empress successfully ignored all the offers of the Duke, who was most likely more than persistent, trying to maintain subordination. The strange place referred to the House of Scholars, which had been destroyed only recently. Someone grew up poor refers to the poor-looking officials who came from there and entered the state. The realization hits the heroine like lightning. Now everything falls into place even without any additional clues. She will need to talk to Kalena about this before it is too late, so as not to miss the chance. The only question that remains to be answered is why did Lena exclude Kadric from her list when she addressed the others? It was obviously unfair. Kadric, Duke of Feltarg, wields the most power of the 3 duchies in the Empire. This has been known to everyone in the kingdom since the beginning. He is deeply involved in the affairs of state, which are gaining momentum with each passing month. It is also possible that the man has loyal vassals who are always ready to help him. Along with the support of the Western Territory, he has more and more allies. The Duke's business continues to grow and remains more than successful, considering that he started it only a few years ago. There are even more questions because for some reason Cullen is repelled by the guy because of such trifles, which in fact mean absolutely nothing. It would be better to marry him and gain even more power. However, since this has not happened yet, it must be concluded that something unpleasant has happened between these two. Asking what Kadric thinks about this, the heroine hopes to hear a reasonable answer. Everything turned upside down and lost its meaning because she misunderstood everything. The guy, not expecting such a question, asks again, because he did not know that she would be interested in his opinion. The girl is simply curious, considering that his knowledge would definitely be useful for the Empire. The matter cannot be left without detailed information, because the Duchess understands perfectly well that she must be confident in order to inform her sister about everything. Then she herself will decide how to proceed. The blonde freezes and looks around nervously. Apparently, they are talking about 2 completely different things, which remain that same mystery for both sides. It is necessary to find words that will explain it clearly. Finally making up his mind, the man sighs heavily and nods. If the lady is so interested in his opinion and what he would like to tell her, then so be it. There was no choice anyway. After all, this only happens once in 100 years. All thoughts, as luck would have it, get confused and prevent you from concentrating on the most important thing. It is not necessary to pretend that something is wrong so that the heroine thinks that something is wrong. Coming closer and leaning towards Ashley, the man quietly exhales, indicating that he does indeed have a few thoughts on the matter. He is in no hurry at all, and this is one of the biggest mistakes. After a few seconds, a hand in a white glove breaks through between the bodies, leaving a partition that does not allow the young people to get any closer. The lady looks at the glove intently, realizing who it belongs to. The hand pulls the wife along, hiding her from the potential danger that is almost upon her. Cursing quietly under his breath, Kadric steps aside, realizing that his plan has failed miserably. He had hoped that the Duchess could be convinced with some important arguments, but apparently that will not happen anymore. The redhead doesn't pay any attention to the strange behavior of her interlocutor. All she can do is turn towards her lover and look into his eyes in surprise. The blonde stands silently, not daring to say a word. His cheeks are slightly flushed, making it clear that he is clearly embarrassed. And his heroism is over, because now he is experiencing mixed feelings. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the beauty asks about the conversation. She didn't think it would end so quickly, so she completely lost track of the time they had. The guy is not going to tolerate such an attitude towards his beloved woman. So, without answering the question, he carefully pushes her aside with his hand and steps forward. He will have to explain his position, steadfastly enduring everything that is necessary. The Duke smirks, knowing he should start the conversation first. It will be difficult but not impossible, which makes it all that much easier. He asks what Graham is doing here. The prince frowned, clearly not sharing such a joyful mood. He looked extremely annoyed, saying that these were his words addressed to Feltarg. The man clearly crossed the line. They both look at each other, almost throwing lightning. Somehow it seems like this will end very soon, but not for the best, considering the circumstances. Ashley looks at the two with concentration. Her husband is no less than Cadric, even if he hadn't hidden that side of his character before. Usually the guy looks more like a scared rabbit. Almost shouting, the boy says that he always knew that this could happen around such a person. Bia should stay away from him, and this is not an easy request. The Duke, who is about to reply, freezes. He asks again if he heard correctly what was just said. Bia is a pet name that had not been heard before in their circle. Not understanding why everything has suddenly changed, Cadric asks about Luby's nickname. He was the one who started it all, and all this time he remained an excuse for everyone else to remember to do it. Without even giving the heroine a chance to answer the question herself, the man steps forward, asking that Feltarg never dare call his wife that again. It was a long time ago, so it doesn't matter anymore. Anger is pouring over the edge, completely preventing him from concentrating on the thoughts that are creeping into his head. The man wants to rush at the upstart who dared to tell him what to do. Instead of a fight, a verbal duel begins, which only gets more dangerous as time goes on. Each of them shouts, insisting on their own name for Ashley, who just watches in silence, wondering what she should do next. Unable to take it anymore, the heroine grabs Lewis with force and, turning him to the side, leads him to the exit. This is just a misunderstanding, so it would be best to just calm down. The man again seems too fragile an exhibit, with a broken heart. Tears gather in the corners of his eyes, which make it clear that he feels strange about all this. He quietly repeats the name of his beloved. Grabbing the guy's head, the girl presses him to herself, nodding her head. There's no need to worry about something so small, considering that everything will be fine either way. The idyll is interrupted by a voice from behind, whose owner is clearly not going to give in so easily. Sarcasm is the most offensive, because the man calls the guy a puppy, who simply cannot be to the taste of such a noble lady. The Duchess's patience had long since run out, losing all boundaries that were no longer able to stop. Turning around, the lady looks angrily at the Duke. Louismond is her future husband, and not showing respect to him is considered something out of the ordinary. The interlocutor begins to stutter and quietly asks again, unable to believe that he is the future husband. The Empress has given her blessing, and the discussion with Count Graham has just ended. Now everything is definitely decided. The anger still didn't go away, because Rui was in shock because of the Duke, who just made one wrong move while trying to whisper something in his ear. Gritting his teeth and trying to breathe deeply, the guy looks at the couple intently. They are talking about marriage right in front of him, which makes it that much worse. Crystal was about to say something wrong, but the blonde stopped her mid-sentence. Looking at her with pleading eyes, the guy asked that they finally leave here, leaving everything behind. Without waiting for the answer that was supposed to be given in the next second, the man picks up his wife in his arms, looking quite determined about what he is doing. They simply had to leave there as quickly as possible so that the guy, who was still a nasty person who was annoying everyone around him, would be left alone without the right to see the Duchess. A hand in a white glove belonging to itself soars into the sky, as if responding to the lady being picked up. The reflex works perfectly, even if it is not always what is needed. Grabbing the man's throat, the girl gently squeezes it with her fingers, not understanding why this happened. Both are in slight shock because of this. The blonde came to his senses first, starting to snore and try to say something. He asks to let him go because the air no longer enters his lungs, dragging him along with it. Smiling a triumphant smile, the Duke is pleased with this. Ashley's reflexes are still not rusty, so any touching of her or her body is considered something extremely dangerous and unpleasant from the enemy. The realization comes very quickly, so the lady freezes, looking at her lover with horror. Of course, she did not want to hurt anyone, so she tried to control herself and her actions, even if it did not go very well. Lowering her hand, the maiden immediately begins to apologize and examine the guy's neck. She can't believe that this happened, but the prince had a share in it too. He lifted his wife too abruptly, without thinking about the consequences at all. There was still something to say, but it quickly disappeared as the young man, without saying anything else, moved towards the exit, where they were originally going. There would be no farewell because they were just leaving the room. Now the guy looks more like a jealous dog who took a dislike to another dog on a walk who was trying to get his attention. It sounds funny, even for the Duchess herself, but she is sure that it would have happened. Realizing that she needs to say at least something to Feltarg as quickly as possible, the lady turns around, saying that she is leaving first, or rather, that she is being carried as far away from this place as possible. Waving her hand after him, the red-haired one chuckles. The maiden invites her friend to the wedding, but since he won't come, she's waiting for at least a gift, which, according to the prince, they don't need either. Somewhere in the distance, the Duke shouts the Duchess's full name one last time, looking even more irritated by the last remark thrown at him. Only a few weeks had passed since the incident. As usual, the castle was silent everywhere except the main office, where all the important matters of the kingdom were usually discussed. Cullen smiles, saying that she did not know the man was so interested in the Eastern Dam. Her sister approached her and asked her not to rule out the Duke's help, so the Queen decided to appoint Felharg as the general manager of the Eastern Dam. She will also put the bill for the construction of the waterway as a donation in Kadric's name. This all irritates the man quite a bit. He was not prepared for the even greater responsibility placed on his shoulders, because even before this moment he had too many things to do. His hand automatically squeezes the sheet of paper with the contract. The whole castle is filled with a cry about how terribly Ljubljana treated His Highness. He never wanted all this, but then in the corridor they seem to be talking about something completely different. In her office, the heroine shifts some documents, signing an official paper. Louis sits silently opposite, waiting for his beloved to be distracted and say at least something. Putting everything aside, the red-haired one smiles, saying that from now on they will begin to actively prepare for the wedding, which should be very soon. All that remains is to wait for the exact date in order to know what to do. The date will be determined by the Imperial Palace and the Empress herself, who should make a verdict very soon. Until then, all preparations will last longer than it takes, allowing the servants to relax. The head maid will take care of all the preparations, so there is no need to worry about it at all. It is not the first time that she organizes some important events, thereby saving the main character. Looking at the first document from the stack, Ljubljana reads out a plan that states that the office is in the western part of the mansion, and the bedroom is in the center. The eastern part can be used for personal purposes. Louis listens to everything with interest, because after all of this, there is a brief description of the Ashleyan Duchess that she is. This is created for informational purposes. The man looks around, continuing to listen to everything that is being said to him. A familiar feeling appears, which, like a vampire, sucks the last strength out of the body. Everything starts to swim before his eyes again, warning that the young man will soon fall into a sleep that will be impossible to interrupt. Bia tells the story too interestingly, considering the fact that her voice sounds like velvet. The professor in the House of Scientists was exactly the same. He always told two interesting stories, thus showing it. Even if Louismon slept 20 hours the previous night, he was still drawn to sleep every time, which was impossible to resist. The drowsiness and reflections on the past are interrupted by a voice that becomes rougher and louder. The girl addresses her lover, asking him to sign the bottom of the paper on the necessary document. Despite the fact that the man lost years in the House of Scientists, he is not so stupid that he will not sign documents without knowing their contents. This is clear even to a fool who knows absolutely nothing about life. It cost a lot of money for no reason. So quickly signing his name, the young man quickly hands the paper back to the Duchess for her to accept, handing the letter to the head maid, the lady, that it be received as soon as possible. The personal budget should be available for Louismon's use in the coming days. It will greatly help him in his own purchases. Freezing, the blonde points his finger to the side, asking if this is really all for him. The amount he just saw on the sheet was simply enormous. There were a lot of zeros, making it clear that this would definitely last a long time. Turning away from the maid, Bia blinks her eyes in surprise. She asks if this is not enough, that it does not suit him. If anything, everything can be adjusted, making the amount larger and more accessible for free use. Calling the lady over again, the girl promises to make some adjustments, to which she hears an active protest against any changes. Words have no effect because it is too late to say anything. Everything is decided, so this year the kingdom will allocate the amount as indicated, and next year they will double it. The man tries to understand what just happened, because it was quite spontaneous, so he did not even have time to come to his senses. Coming closer, the maid offers to take Mr. Lewis to his room to rest. The woman steps aside and leads the guy to his chambers. Left completely alone, the blonde still looks away thoughtlessly, slightly confused. He looks strange after hearing the numbers. It is worth considering this as a gift that is not given to everyone. It is not necessary to be shocked by everything, because the best solution would be to start acting. This money is a great opportunity for Luimond. Standing up and approaching the table, the young man begins to create some kind of list. With such a quantity of means, he will be able to easily realize all his ideas into reality, giving them life. The first thing on the list is a plan to overthrow Duke Felharg. Realizing that it sounds ridiculous, the hero quickly crosses out the line, not understanding why he cares so much about this man who has done absolutely nothing for this. The next most important point would be to write down how to be a good and worthy husband for the Duchess. Buying things that will be popular in the future, as well as supporting aristocrats who are trying to achieve success, can be a good start. It would also be nice to seize the wealth that Kadrik had accumulated in previous lives. There are probably millions in his piggy banks that could also be used for the benefit of the people and the future. It is necessary to buy back the diamond mines and the salt mountain, which the woman managed to give to the hero's grandfather. After that, the man promises that he will dedicate all the rubies of this world to Bia. She really deserves much more than she has now. Only a few days have passed since the incident. Everything is going on as usual, and the wedding is moving forward in preparations and remains in excellent condition, despite the fact that on the fateful day, a letter arrives stating that the event should take place in 3 weeks. Clutching her head and starting to panic, the head maid starts shaking in horror. This happened despite the fact that they promised to make the deadlines in a month, or better yet, later. The Duchess had suggested making things much simpler from the start. They could have called a priest so they could have taken their vows of consent and exchanged rings. If the heroine had had a choice, she would have done so, even if the maid had not ordered the wedding dress from the most famous designer in the empire. According to the woman, this was Ashley's dignity, which meant that everything had to be done as best as possible. Now everything had changed, and the friend looked confused, ready to burst into tears because of the injustice. Perhaps it would have been easier if the date had been completely different. Coming closer to the sofa, the woman falls to her knees, begging the beauty to ask Her Highness to do at least something about this. The refusal is heard immediately because the Duchess cannot do this. You should not expect anything else, because even if Ljubljana wanted to change something, nothing would work. The Empress will do everything in defiance just to disrupt the plans. According to the lady, it was not a real wedding. Dad is just playing family, so it is necessary to finish everything as quickly as possible, without any hesitation. Raising her glass of wine, which is exactly half full, the girl takes a sip. On the one hand, nothing can be done, even if it is necessary, but on the other hand, you can try. Distracted from her thoughts, the girl, as if nothing had happened, asks to order more drinks. The maid, almost in tears, screams that it is inappropriate to ask for wine at such a moment. Luimond's reaction to the announcement was no less violent. He didn't understand why they were given only 3 weeks, when it usually took a little longer. They couldn't plan a wedding in 3 weeks. The missus, who had given up hope of support in this matter, grabs her handkerchief and wipes her face with it. At least one person in the estate thought that this would be too short a time. Thanks to the prince, the lady gently wipes the tears from her eyes. The man is completely different from Ashley, who is not interested in wedding preparations at all. She remains steadfast, doing her usual things that interest her. Starting to fuss, the blonde asks about everything, down to the smallest details. It is necessary to look at what flowers will need to be used to decorate the ceremony, because lilies, as a symbol of family, would be the best choice. He promises that he will provide information on where to buy fresh lilies wholesale. The next request is to give up the Graham family symbols. The heroine no longer has the strength to just stand quietly and listen to all this. Such details cause great admiration from the maiden. The woman talks about how much she respects Sir Luimond. You can always rely on a man who knows what he wants and how he is going to get it. In the future, the man will have a hard time because of Crystal, or rather her character. Smiling, the boy notes how he always respected Madame Ramon's for the perfect management of the mansion. He can't blame Bia, because he understands that this is not at all interesting for the Duchess. They both laugh, knowing that it's true. Ashley has her own specific attitude and attitude towards all things in this world, which is very different from the rest of the people around her. The redhead smiles as she peeks around the corner. It seems like these two are on good terms, which will be good for their castle's progress. The last thing they need is some squabbles that will ruin everything. The next day, an even more active phase of preparation for the wedding began. Louimond supervised all the preparations together with the head maid. They got along great, considering the fact that both liked the same options that would definitely suit the main character. First in line were, of course, lilies. They have been mentioned more than once, and both organizers agreed that this would be the best choice for the wedding. The man picks up one of the flowers and carefully inhales the pleasant scent. He has seen many weddings in his 8 lives. The guy even helped at some of them, but this is his first wedding, especially with a loved one. Eyes focused on the lily, gently swaying in the wind. Even the smallest details on the list could not be overlooked, no matter how difficult it was. The hand itself squeezes the flower with force. Thoughts swarm in his head, not allowing him to concentrate. But only one thing is known. The young man would like to hold Ljubljana like this at this moment. The maid, who is nearby to observe, calls out to the prince, who seemed completely lost in his thoughts, which were pulling him further and further. The woman asks him to be careful and look at his hand. Realizing that there is almost no pain, the guy looks down at his palm, which has started to bleed because of the plant that has been there all this time. The incident happened quite unexpectedly. It's just a small prick from a thorn, which means absolutely nothing. The girl disappears, promising to bring any medicine that might be needed, to which she receives only a slight nod in response. Lily falls from his hands to the ground, scattering scarlet splashes along with her. It seems that everything is fine, but a strange, anxious feeling remains in the hero's soul, which does not allow him to relax even for a minute. Sitting in the office, the lady is ready to lean back and forget about all her work. Incredible fatigue makes her want to lie down, even if there is not much left to complete. In addition to sending wedding invitations to all the noble people, the beauty can stay close to Louis, which cannot but please. On the agenda is an invitation to Marquiso Dill. He will probably not come because they have their differences, but above all, his family is a family with a good history. Also, a letter must be sent to Duke Feltarg and the Dominant, because they will probably want to be here, even after all the differences. The maid, appearing as if from nowhere, brings an important letter that was addressed to the Duchess on an urgent basis, which meant that it could not wait for a response. The girl carefully opens the sheet of paper, quickly reading line by line. The number of attacks in the country is increasing, which greatly worries the commander, despite the fact that everything seems normal. The man asks when Ashlian will return to the north. The brigades need the leader's help to resolve the many conflicts and repel the many attacks. Sighing, the lady declines the offer to send a reply letter. It is indeed an important part, but it is not yet time to return north. In time, everything will change, but for now, it must be left as it is. Night has fallen upon the kingdom, covering the sky with a dark blanket so that people can sleep more easily. There is complete silence, as well as emptiness due to the absence of any living soul in the area. A man in a black cloak jumps down from the other side of the palace gates. Ashlian gets up from the ground, carefully shaking her clothes from unnecessary dust and earth, which only hinders her. Carefully pushing back her hood, she looks somewhere into the sky. Clouds have covered the stars and the moon, leaving them no chance. Setting out on her way, the beauty heads forward, breaking into a run in order to make it to the place where she is heading today. She needs to do everything that needs to be done before dawn. There are hardly any lights visible in the city, because everyone who sleeps turns off the lights in their windows, closing the curtains. Only one house remains occupied with lights on all floors, which would be disconcerting if one did not know what was inside. A man at a bar takes out 2 empty glasses made of durable material. The shouts around him are silenced by a banging sound and a deep voice trying to attract attention. The owner has something in mind, so he proposes to make bets that could influence the course of events. The dispute is about who will wear the wedding dress at the wedding of the Duchess of Ashlian. Someone might bet on the bastard prince who is more beautiful than the woman, and someone else on the Duchess who is hanging out with the king of beasts in the north. Each jar should be filled with pros and cons. A second later, one of the containers was filled to the brim with coins. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding why everyone had bet on Louimond. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to start an argument, because at least someone was needed to counterbalance. Picking up a pita with beer, the beauty brings it to her lips and takes a sip. These players sometimes go beyond any limits of what is permitted, without thinking about the consequences of the game, which at any moment can turn out in the worst possible way. The bartender, noticing the heroine off to the side, sitting in the very corner, hurriedly approaches her, hoping that this is his last chance. He tilts his head to the side, asking if the man would like to place a bet. Pulling the empty mug to the heroine's cheek, the man continues to advertise his bets. Because if the Duchess now puts money, she can win 100 times more. This sounds like a good option. But is it true? The brunette understands that nothing bad will happen. Offers the girl to put everything. Because if the guest wins, he will sell this place and pay 100 times more. Crystal cannot wear a dress under any circumstances. A young man in a dark cloak appears behind Ljubljana, seemingly out of nowhere. Smiling, he asks if the owner is sure of his words, since lying can be severely punished. The person offering the bets is already quite tired of working forever, so such ignorance is considered something extremely terrible and unpleasant. He cannot restrain himself, but his attention is drawn to the snap of his fingers. A coin flies into the empty jar with a crash, shining like gold, which makes it clear the true value of the thing. This has not happened in this house for a long time. The brunette freezes and exclaims in surprise. This really can't be, because the young man just took and threw a gold coin against a whole bunch of others. This is considered something more ideal. Behind the young people, a conversation and whispering begins, which makes the heroine sigh heavily. Apparently, people cannot believe that someone has just put gold in the mug, which ordinary workers do not have that often, especially for betting. Ashley can't help herself, turns to the guy who arrived, asking him what kind of antics he's doing. They're attracting attention, which is clearly not desirable in this case because then their meeting will be jeopardized. The interlocutor grins and asks what is so irritating to the Duchess, who certainly has no right to tell him what to do. He can use his money as he pleases. Grabbing the guy by the collar, the girl heads for the exit, dragging the Duke along with her. Every time he opens his mouth, it doesn't end well, only ruining the mood of everyone around him. It is not advisable to do this under any circumstances. Walking enough meters to find herself around the corner where no one would find a partner, the girl finally lets go of the man, who by the end had completely stopped resisting, simply accepting his fate. Not wanting to waste precious time, the beauty snorts, asking about the stupid outfit the young man has put on without asking exactly what is wrong. The cloak looks scary and ominous, instilling horror in normal people. Lifting his hood, the boy asks what's wrong. The girl herself asked him to dress like this and hide his face, even if it didn't quite work. There's no need for them to meet at all, not considering several pressing issues that are still real. Ashley sighs, knowing that there is absolutely no point in trying to argue. They need to get to a quieter place anyway, so no one can find them or even overhear them. Turning towards the sounds, which were still very close, the Duke quietly asked if it was worth leaving the group of people standing aside, just as they had wanted. Calling out to the doves, one of the men says that they had to leave while their older brother was gone. Now there is absolutely nowhere to run, considering the fact that it looks like they have money, which means they can make some use of it. Laughing a nasty laugh, one of the gang assures that everything will be fine. They are not going to kill anyone, but for that, the young men need to take off everything they have on and get away as quickly as possible. In general, such a reaction from civilians is surprising, but everyone has a vice. And these people turned out to be robbers. The brunette standing nearby seems serious, taking out his sword. Sighing heavily, Ljubljana asks to do everything without blood, so as not to stain everything around here, thereby ruining their time. They still have unresolved issues that need to be checked and discussed as soon as possible. The man freezes and turns to his interlocutor, asking why he can't use a weapon. It seems like there's nothing about this that could spoil the meeting in any way. The guy is like a puppy who doesn't understand what's wrong. It's weird to hear the question of why they can't randomly kill people. You have to thank Callan for connecting this man to the Imperial Palace. By choosing the right expression for refusal, the beauty says that she is going to get married. She cannot allow her family life to be destroyed before it even begins because of a few drunk people who decided to attack them. Not understanding what is happening, the men raise their eyebrows, trying to ask why they are doing all this. At first glance, it seems that the couple is just playing, despite the fact that they should not be bored. No longer willing to wait for the rich to agree to the deal, one of the group pulls out a blade, shouting that they will take it all themselves. The choice was given, but since it was not accepted, it cannot be the right thing. Not paying attention to what is happening, the lady slowly raises her head, looking at the starry sky. It is simply beautiful in its dark colors, which the main character clearly likes. Remaining calm, the lady closes her eyes. There is absolutely no need to capture such a dirty sight as what is happening behind her. There has been more than enough of this in Ashley's life, so now it is worth just resting. Everything went smoothly and quite quickly. Smiling slightly at the corner of her mouth, the lady nods in encouragement, saying that the guy really did a great job despite everything. Lou Dante throws his sword over his shoulder, smiling back. He thanks the compliment as he stands up from the bodies that lie almost motionless after the altercation that had taken place between them. Bowing in a respectful gesture, the man thanks for the compliment. He is always ready to carry out any order, even if he and the Duchess remain on equal terms. Reaching down to adjust his clothes, the boy throws off the hood that had been carefully hiding his face from the outside world all this time. Light strands of hair fall on his forehead, slightly covering his eyes. The brunette has known the heroine for a long time because she is none other than Lou Dante. She called him for her own purposes, but the Duke happily agreed, rather because of his wonderful character, which has always been like that. Smiling again and closing his eyes, the young man asks what happened. He always tries to find out as much information as possible, especially when someone is looking at him almost point blank, dominant, the youngest of the dukes supporting the empire at this time. Despite his age, his abilities are unimaginably strong, as he is the best knight in the entire empire without exception. Many envy only his skill with the sword. Throwing his hands behind his head, the brunette leans back, asking his sister to put on a wedding dress so that the man can earn some money on the bet that will play. He is a handsome man, but this is only a shell, because inside the guy only wants blood. Showing an unpleasant gesture towards the interlocutor, the beauty smiles as if she finds it funny, creating a shell of sarcasm. Even if she has to wear a dress, it will definitely not be for Lou Dante. Nodding his head, the knight says that he came here for a reason. He is not interested in that argument at all because due to lack of time, he will not attend the wedding, which means he must give a wedding gift right now. Everything is about information, without which the event will most likely not go very well. Leaning back, the redhead realizes that the young man just wants to cheer her up with words. If she thinks that way, then there will be many difficulties that will stand in their own way. No longer intending to joke or play, the Duke jumps closer to the lady, standing only a few steps away from her. Leaning down, he whispers that this is really important to know to save that very special day. The heroine freezes. She doesn't quite understand what the guy means, but her eyes automatically widen in fear, which is usually not seen in the strongest warrior in the country. She is afraid not for herself, but for Louimond. The hand itself drops down and convulsively grabs the handle of the sword, which all this time was on the belt without any movements. The fingers in the gloves begin to tremble, not wanting to obey the owner. Taking a few steps back, the lady swallows loudly. She is again haunted by a strange feeling that does not give her peace. It feels like someone has put the tip of a sword to her throat in order to cause harm after the right moment. As soon as a man approaches, there is always a feeling that has a bad effect on the heroine's thoughts and state. She never understood what the problem was, even if it would be nice to find out everything from the very beginning. With Kodrick, it's the same, despite the fact that they are supposedly friends or at least not enemies since they serve the same emperor. It's not just because Felharg, a knight, is a better knight than her, because there's something else going on here. This can't help but worry the girl who always reacts sharply to every bad moment. The feeling and the look in the eyes always make you shudder, making you want to go home and curl up in a ball under the blanket. That is why the blonde does not advise getting close to Lou Dante. No one knows what is going on in the young man's head, considering that he came here completely by accident, initially not intending to serve anyone else and help other people. The Duchess, not understanding what the hint was, twisted her mouth and frowned. There was no way she could get close to someone like the dominant, no matter how crazy it sounded in the eyes of those around her. They had indeed been hanging out together in recent days, but rather than using the excuse of having only one eye, the Duke had to notice that it was Dante himself who had stuck to the girl, insisting on every meeting, showing up at the most unexpected moment. Not understanding what the lady is getting at, the interlocutor asks why the man is clinging to her. There must be at least some reasonable answer to this, even if there is none. Pointing her finger forward, the girl begins to list the reasons, because he could do this, since the heroine is the sister of Her Highness, and she can influence the marriage issue. You can't waste time and skip all these stages. They had exactly this conversation not so long ago, and now every line flashes through his head like something familiar, making it clear that Kodrick was right about something. As always, the gray eyes, which had been looking straight into the eyes opposite all this time, look down and notice details that are impossible to notice at first. The hand still tightly grips the hilt of the sword, which remains in the sheath because it is only fear. In fact, the girl is not in any danger, but she needs to be able to fight back at the right moment to save herself. Lou Dante raises his head again and smiles. It is not immediately clear whether there is a reason for this strange joy, or whether it happened by pure chance. He seems to enjoy watching Ashley get nervous, which is even stranger. The anxiety just won't go away, driving the heroine into a dark, secluded corner, not even giving her a chance to escape. That's probably what he was thinking. When a good knight approaches a man, the last thing he thinks about is what to do, trying to stay alert. If the lady does something wrong, she will easily be killed, which will make everyone nervous. In any case, this guy has no idea what's going on in the lady's head. He's not going to do anything to the Empress's sister, no matter how cruel he is. Leaning closer to be right at Ljubljana's ear, the brunette quietly says that the rebels are targeting her wedding. They have some kind of plan that no one but them knows. I can't believe this is true because everything seemed to be going well. They are going to take Luimond away, and before that, they are going to ruin the event so that it will be easier to do it in a complete mess. Don't worry too much, because it won't be just the wedding of the Duchess of Ashley. All the attention in the kingdom will be focused on them, and it will be allowed by the official publisher that the Empress subscribed to. Calming down, the heroine lowers her voice, asking about the information. The young man must be absolutely sure of it in order to tell her anything. Throwing his hands behind his head, the man grins again. The woman takes everything too seriously, because it seems that among the rebels there is just one more extremist. A completely different force is emerging, which will be independent of the others. The second group wants to restore the old kingdom of Aden. It could even be the third and fourth, because so many of them have formed in recent years. This information was much more valuable than the previous one. Luby didn't know that there were more rebels up to something. She knew of only a few who weren't hiding so well. Smiling, the young man notes the strangeness of this event. There is no point in restoring something that someone has long since destroyed. This was done for a reason, but for a better life for people, which, of course, raises many questions. The kingdom was destroyed in a not very good condition, which means it raises doubts. No one knows why the rebels need all this, and who will be their new king. The plans are hidden from the outside eye, making one nervous. The empire is a completely new country, founded less than 10 years ago. As sad as it may sound, not everyone wanted such radical changes, even if most people simply agreed to accept the new government and a new life in the future. This made it obvious why people were so anxious and clinging to old memories, hoping that they could return to something familiar. They don't know what awaits them, so they prefer something old. In such a situation, it makes no sense to pretend that there is a bad relationship with Kalena because of a man who is the son of the previous ruler. This could affect the reign, even if the Empress in such a situation would hardly be so absurd. There is clearly a reason for this that Ashley has never been able to find out, which is why the beauty is putting herself in danger in order to root out as many rebels as possible who are going to make things worse with just a few hours of time. The guy doesn't let her concentrate, running from side to side and asking about everything under the sun. Something is wrong with his facial expression, and he also thinks that by looking at him again, the girl will realize that she will have an illegitimate son of a tyrant as her husband, which will undermine her reputation. The heroine loses her temper and screams, begging him to shut up. Sighing heavily, as if he had been offended, the young man simply nods, saying that Ljubljana is thinking about all sorts of nonsense again. Nothing can penetrate the armor that protects feelings, because the maiden only becomes so serious when it comes to her majesty. Of the three, Dante is the closest to the Empress, and now he decides he can brag about it. This can't be true, since the Duchess is her older sister. All this worrying is useless, so don't take it so seriously. Ignoring yet another request and refusing to remain silent, the man says that he thought about getting married earlier. Luby was supposed to be the last one, but it seems that the situation has changed. It sounds like another nonsense, because hardly any woman would like to see her husband who came home stained with someone else's blood. In order for the empire to be stable, it is important for Her Majesty to quickly find a husband and firmly establish an heir. The guy was sure that he would marry first, as soon as the empire was formed, but everything went wrong. The only thing that confuses him is how he thinks he will become a partner for Cullen. Sighing slowly to control herself, the Duchess remembers Cadric. He could rightfully be the first, since he is also a duke. The man would clearly be better than the brunette standing opposite. The dominant freezes and slowly turns towards his interlocutor, his eyes wide. It seems as if he has heard the most terrible stupidity in his entire life. Not a second passes before the boy bursts into laughter, which echoes down the alley, filling the entire space. It doesn't seem like Bia said anything funny, but this reaction says otherwise. Wiping away fake tears, the brunette smiles, asking if the heroine said that just to make him laugh. There is nothing left to do but believe it, because Felharg has no chance of winning Kalena's heart. Chuckling, the maiden says that after the hysteria that the boy threw, she will push Kadric forward, helping him become emperor. In objection, the young man only manages to say that he tried to help his sister and save her wedding, completely forgetting that it was a wedding gift. Determined to quickly save his situation, Lou Dante comes up with an absolutely absurd idea that actually sounds good. He offers to guard Ashley's future husband, who is not always able to do it herself. Giggling now as if the maiden had heard a joke and they had changed places, she asks why he needs this, since she herself can provide excellent protection. This cannot be a reality when the lady is not in the capital, unless she is going to take the prince from the House of Scholars somewhere in the north. She had a plan to make it perfect, because she was really going to take him with her. Louismond could simply be wrapped in thick fur to maintain his temperature. Insisting on his position, the dominant reminds that the lady will not be able to be with him all day anyway. As long as he is in this capital, no one will be able to protect the Duchess's husband better than him, due to his excellent abilities. After Ashley's words, it is worth thinking about, because the man is the head of the intelligence service in the entire empire. So it would be good to protect Louis with the help of this man who has an imperial guard. There are still too many buts that, after all, influence the course of events, so the beauty turns away, announcing her verdict. She will refuse, and there is a reasonable reason for that. A place next to Her Majesty cannot be exchanged for anything, even if someone really wants it. The girl believes in her sister's insight, so if one day she takes a gardener or a gatekeeper as her husband, the Duchess will support her. If you think about it, there are weird people everywhere. If it's someone crazy, you can deal with them without Kalina knowing, so as not to upset her. Snorting loudly and grumbling discontentedly, the young man turns away, complaining that he told everything for nothing. No one is going to help him advance up the career ladder. Snorting and pretending not to care about Dante's departure, the heroine remembers one important detail. She needs to find out if the empress is aware of what will happen at the upcoming wedding. Turning half around, the guy smiles. They are close sisters, so they will have to figure this out on their own, without anyone's help from the outside. After the last words, the young man simply heads towards the exit of the dark alley. It is safe to say that he is not serious at all, thus not doing anything wrong, just revealing the truth. No matter what he thought or said, but judging by his confidence, he will do everything to win the empress. The first thing to do is to find out if the boy really loves Callan and if it is mutual. After returning from the capital, another incident occurred at the ball, when the lady met the dominant. As usual, he was not distinguished by his manners, which he simply did not have, so he asked why his sister was so fussing lately. It seemed he wasn't joking. He just genuinely didn't understand what the problem was. It would be much better and easier for her to sit in the Duke's mansion, because it was completely inconvenient to constantly see each other. Ashley didn't like this, because she was looking for a worthy husband at events like this. They had another squabble. Each was working hard on his own task, not wanting to acknowledge anyone else. Giving all the information about decent people for free would be too much. But Dante, as usual, offers to promote him closer to Cullen, which is refused. Swirling the champagne in his glass, the man jokes again about the lady leaving too early. It will be very difficult for her, because it was because of him that Ljubljana raised the bar. So finding a worthy man will not be easy. Smiling as if nothing had happened, the guy promises that if something goes wrong, you can always turn to him for help. The sentences can be interpreted in different ways. Stopping and turning back, the red-haired woman asks again in surprise. Just a minute ago, the man did not want anyone except Lena, and now it seems he is offering help in finding a husband in the form of himself. Raising the glass to his lips, where the smile fades, the brunette sarcastically says that as soon as the Duchess becomes empress, he will be happy to help with this issue. The boy would not like it if he got less than the best, since he himself is beautiful. His partner should also be the best in everything. This does not apply to Ljubljana, who remains a secondary character in the book. Raising his glass again to examine the beautiful off-white color of the drink, Lou Dante continues to list the virtues that a future bride should possess. The list seems endless. Through the transparent liquid, the young man notices the empress, who is sitting on the throne. She was and is the very target, an excellent match for him. He should definitely be in the best place. The Duchess could never be like her sister. She was too lazy. He didn't care what would happen next, but if the lady decided to go to an audience with Her Majesty, it would be nice if he was properly praised. And even better if the girl said all sorts of things about Kodrick, reducing his chances. The next morning was surprisingly warm, taking with it the previous chill of the night that had long since passed. The castle, as usual, was shining in anticipation of the arrival of its mistress. Quietly entering the hall, the girl begins to carefully look around as if someone could catch her by the hand, preventing her from quietly going to her room because she had been absent the whole night. Everything did not start as planned because Romance appeared on the stairs, adjusting her glasses, asking where the lady went. Doing this in secret from everyone, not wanting to warn anyone. Trying to find the right words to lie skillfully and plausibly, the beauty fixes her hair, saying that she woke up early, so she decided to go for a walk. Today is a dress fitting, so the Duchess has no right to run away somewhere. This thing completely flew out of the heroine's head. She had already planned her day, thereby forgetting the fitting date, which Louis and the head maid had independently set. Squinting, the girl asks if she needs to wear a dress to this wedding, thereby throwing everyone around into a stupor that seems to have left Madame Romance speechless, at least for a few minutes. The servants behind them start to whisper triumphantly, because they knew this would happen. Two of them bet their 3 months' salary on it, and another even bet his entire savings, being sure of victory. The maid, indignant, raises her voice at them, driving them out of the room. They do not dare to leave comments or say anything at all during the conversation with Ljubljana, who is extremely difficult to tame. Averting her eyes, the woman asks the reason why the lady does not want to try on the dress. It cannot be because of the strange rumors that are spreading on the streets in anticipation of the upcoming wedding. Smiling, the girl nods ambiguously. No one knows what's going on in her head, just like no one knows what her next move will be. The squabble is stopped by a male voice coming from somewhere above. Descending a few steps, Louis asks if his beloved slept well last night. Instantly turning to the side, the girl smiles, saying that she slept very little, but it was still good and quite enough. All that remains is to ask a question in return for politeness. Rubbing his eyes, the man sleepily answers, and the answer is quite pleasing, because he also slept well, despite everything. He spent almost the entire night alone and did not notice it. As he goes down the stairs, the guy almost falls several times, and when he reaches the bottom, he starts yawning with redoubled force. Something tells him that the words are not true, because he looks too sleepy. It remains only to speculate, because the lady did not sleep next to him and could not control how well he slept. She had urgent matters that could not be postponed. So before going to bed, Bia expressed a desire to sleep separately, and instead went to meet Lou Dante, which was a mistake. Breakfast, as usual, is quite ordinary. Everyone at the table is in complete silence, as if pondering what they should do next. Louis seems more silent than usual. Clearing his throat, the man decides to start a conversation. He asks about the very important matter that had no delays yesterday. He was very worried about his wife because she came home late, which meant she needed a good night's sleep. Trying to reason with the woman, Louis reminds her that he is a deep sleeper, so if someone were to come in and lie down next to him, he would not notice anything at all. This is said just in case, so that no one would forget about it. The best solution now is to try not to be caught in a lie. Smiling, the lady is glad that Louis did not wait for her, because the Eastern water supply business has passed to her, so there are too many documents. One of the maids is clearly unable to listen to all this, because she hopes that the heroine does not think that her husband really did not wait for her, simply going to bed. The couple simply continues their peaceful conversation, because neither of them is going to reveal the truth about themselves to their partner. Each of them has their own plan, not wanting to share it with anyone else. The conversation is interrupted by Romance, who bows and announces that the dress designer has arrived and is waiting for her in another room to try on options and then choose the best one. Nodding, the redhead stands up from the table and heads for the exit. As much as she didn't want to do all this, no one left her with a choice to use. As she leaves the door, the lady abruptly closes it, preventing the maid from following her. She must be with Louis and help him because the lady is able to handle her formal attire herself without any outside help. Madame would not be the most important if she did not know how to object to the Duchess. She tries to explain that Louis is able to sort out all the preparations himself, while the gentlemen need a woman much more than anyone else. The heroine feels that nothing can break through because all the facts remain on her side. If the groom sees the bride in wedding attire, the marriage will be unhappy. You always need to keep your eyes open and try with all your might to save the upcoming fuss. According to the Duchess, Miss Lemons was too close to Louis, so she definitely had to be on guard. Not knowing what might happen, the girl lived in fear almost constantly, without any rest. Madame Romance's face twists in surprise. She hasn't heard such nonsense for a long time, realizing that this is an obvious excuse to leave her with her future husband and go away in proud solitude. Screaming that everything will go fine, Ljubljana slams the door in the maid's face. She has said everything she needs to say, and it is time to ride off into the sunset. Walking into another room, the red-haired girl looks around, thinking about what she should do first in order to leave the preparations as quickly as possible and do other more important things. Oddly enough, the girl was stupefied by the fact that there was absolutely no one with her who could help her choose a decent outfit and try it on. The room is completely empty, leaving the lady in complete silence. It seems that there are a million different dresses in white shades, which beckon with their beauty, inviting you to try them at least by touch, to understand the pleasant texture. Strange feelings are growing somewhere in her chest. The brunette turns her head from side to side, hoping that very soon she will see at least someone to ask the questions that interest her. Turning towards the exit, the lady is about to leave, but suddenly hears light sobbing, which makes it clear that there is someone here after all. In the corner sit 3 girls, huddled together, trying to calm down so as not to cry even more. They are shaking as if someone had frightened them. Noticing the intense gaze, one of them quietly asks what will happen to them. They will do whatever the lady wishes, just to stay alive. The Duchess smiles, nodding her head. She has an interesting idea for them. One of the ladies shouts that Luby can tear as many dresses as he wants, except her body. Not wanting to cause any more panic among the poor girls, the beauty with outstretched arms offers to start trying on wedding dresses. She came here for this very reason, but such simple information makes the maids scream in surprise even more than before. To them, it sounds more like absurdity. Sighing softly, the Duchess only knows that this is going to take much longer than expected. There are terrible rumors about her, which make others afraid of her and react accordingly, thus ruining everything. The maid takes a handkerchief out of her pocket, wiping her eyes and nose. She looks the most upset about what happened. She just needs to try to calm down. It only took a few minutes to realize that things weren't as bad as they seemed at first glance. The nose remains red, reminding us of what happened. The gaze shifts to the Duchess sitting opposite the woman. She does not look as scary and terrifying as the rumors that spread throughout the palace day after day say. Coming closer, the beauty tries to order herself to calm down and not cry again, because she needs to show at least some respect for Her Majesty, no matter how difficult it may be. Smiling, the heroine almost stutters out a simple phrase about the weather. According to her, it is unusually good today. Nerves make themselves known when the lady turns towards the window. It is raining today, and thunder and lightning are heard, slowing things down. This makes it clear that the maid has failed miserably. The redhead smiles lightly, trying to make her interlocutor relax. She doesn't want the servants to be afraid to even speak in her presence. The sweet remark turns into words full of sarcasm. Bia didn't know that the lady liked such cloudy weather. Usually everyone around likes the sun, which is the complete opposite. Crossing her legs, the lady chuckles, because in such weather all clothes usually get wet, which makes a person nervous and angry at himself, as well as at everyone around him. Looking boredly out the window, the maiden sighs because she thought that tailors do not like this. Usually it is not very good for the created images, which they try hard to show the result with all their might. Leaning back on the sofa, the main character thoughtfully examines the interior and the lightning that does not subside. She does not look too interested, but the pose itself leaves everyone else speechless. Everyone freezes, blushing slightly. They didn't expect the Duchess to be exactly that kind of person. Instead of rumors, they had a wonderful person. Looking at Luby with a loving gaze by profession, the tailor admits that her heart began to pound from such beauty. It can be perfectly combined with any proposed outfit. A gloved hand rises into the air and gently taps a finger on the table next to her, wordlessly ordering the file to be placed right in front of her for further review. Bringing the folder, the girl places it in front of Ashley. She must first carefully look through each picture in detail and then give her answer about the dress she has chosen. The Duchess opens a notebook containing many sketches. She has already paid a decent amount, so she can choose any design she likes. There are no obstacles, except that there are only dresses. Trying not to interfere, the girl breaks down, noticing a beautiful option that the Duchess might like. Pointing her finger at the sketch, she asks the buyer's opinion. Classic and elegant design is definitely in fashion now. Not the first wedding was held with a dress similar to this one, and each time everything ended more than successfully. The next option remains no less attractive. Fun design is also in fashion now. Many people like dresses similar to this one, giving their preference to something more extraordinary. The last design is more daring due to the open back, which will be a little windy but no less wonderful. A hat covering the face will add elegance to the image, allowing it to attract more attention. The eyes run intently over the pictures that flash one after another, leaving in the mind only slight echoes of images that are not easily forgotten. Looking up, the heroine is embarrassedly silent, and then says that they all look exactly the same to her. For a person who is used to ordinary clothes, especially in the form of a uniform, there can now be no difference in dresses. Trying to instantly correct herself, the heroine says that they are all equally beautiful, so it becomes more difficult. Since they are all exactly like that, among them I would like to choose the one where the width of the skirt, even being voluminous, will not look strange. The tailors know what we're talking about right away. They have a great option that seems perfect for Ljubljana. She's looking for something specific, so they have something to offer. The gorgeous dress looks mesmerizing, making everyone around it gasp at how spectacular it is. The long sleeves and closed neck flow into a long skirt that fits the description Ashley gave just a few seconds ago. The girl looks at the garment thoughtfully, trying to figure out what exactly is wrong with it. There is nothing to find fault with, especially since after a million options, it looks the most adequate. The tailors standing in the background begin to exclaim in surprise, admiring their own work, which sounds extremely cute. Nodding, the lady turns towards the maid, asking if it would be possible to puff up the skirt a little more so that it would be exactly what was needed. The woman nods, asking about the volume that should be. Without wasting a minute, already roughly knowing what exactly she needs, the beauty extends her finger and points to one of the sketches on the pages. The Duchess had a lot of requests, which was completely unexpected. She would like the girls to use panniers, otherwise the dress would look too bulky, and also to leave the skirt without layers. The crinoline will not be used, so this needs to be thought through a few more times. Looking at the necessary images, the maiden plunges into the processing process with complete confidence. Not wanting to distract anyone, Ljubljana quietly asks if it really won't be difficult to do, to which she receives an immediate answer. Smiling, the brunette nods, saying that they will succeed. As she runs a pencil over the paper, the woman remembers a method that a noble lady would probably not like. To puff up a skirt, commoners use plain paper, which has become cheaper in recent times. The effect lasts only half a day, but the dress is very light. A smile instantly lights up the heroine's face. She nods, agreeing with this proposal. It seems that this option doesn't sound so bad, so you can just put up with it. Taking the notebook back into her hands, the girl adds some sketches that can be added. It won't be difficult, but no one understands why it is necessary to do something like that. While finishing the edits, Ljubljana asks that the dress be kept a secret from Mrs. Lemons. If the bride is seen before the ceremony, the marriage will not be a happy one, which remains a strong argument. Sighing, the heroine prepares herself to hear another ton of reproaches that could pour out at any second, as it did with Madame Ramon's. This is a definite threat. Not even a second passes before the tailor falls to her knees, screaming that she will keep this secret until her death, protecting it with all her might, only at the request of her mistress. The head maid is left without work, so it is best to follow the Duchess's words and look after Monsieur Louis. Entering the room, she asks if everything is all right with him. The man, dressed in a beautiful white suit, adjusts his cuffs, nodding in agreement because everything is really perfect. He needs to choose the exact design that will fit just perfectly. Luckily, the guy is already living for the 8th time, so he knows exactly what he needs. In all his lives, he has dressed in too many outfits, each time roughly figuring out what suits him. Taking a break from his preparations, the blonde asks how Bia's fitting is going. He hasn't seen her for several hours since breakfast, so he decides to check. The lady said that she would do everything herself, but you can tell from Romance's face that she is worried about Bia. She looks around the interior, trying not to show how difficult it is. Looking down, the future husband wonders how he can resolve this situation. It would be nice to do everything to help the maid, but Ljubljana will never let anyone in on her affairs. Distracting the man from his thoughts, the woman reminds him that the doctor has arrived. He promised to monitor the blonde's health, helping him get back on his feet. Going to the reception room, the young man sits down opposite the doctor, extending his hand to him to check his pulse, which should be normal. Smiling, the doctor nods happily, saying that the interlocutor is completely healthy. There is no longer any need to worry so much that something will go wrong right before the wedding. The blonde thanks the man for the work he has done. He was worried that the illness would last much longer, upsetting their plans, but everything turned out as well as possible. Getting up from his seat, the doctor is about to leave the estate, however, remembering some important matter. He begins to rummage through his briefcase in search of some medicine. In his hand is a jar filled with pink pills. They were supposed to help the man feel more confident, without any problems that might arise. Ever since the physician learned that Louismond would be the husband of the Ashley Duchess, he had been intending to convey this. He had never gotten around to it due to the lack of time, which had finally become available. He felt incredibly sorry for the young man, because he fainted from exhaustion of male energy. Trying to object, Louis intends to return the pills back, but the doctor disappears behind the door with the speed of a comet, wishing the prince to be healthy and strong. Sighing quietly, the blonde nervously adjusted his hair. The doctor had mistaken his point of view, which was of no importance. In his 8 lives, the boy had never needed such a remembering drug. Realizing that this is useless, the man hands the jar to the servant, who happily nods his head, agreeing to accept the gift. He doesn't need it, so he needs to get rid of it as soon as possible. If a guy is planning to have children, he needs to watch what he puts into his body. He should have 2 children in 3 years. It is advisable to start preparing in advance, which means the first attempt will happen very soon. Children are the sweetest creatures in Louis's eyes. The first one they should have is a girl, similar to Bia in her character and beauty. It remains to hope that the baby will have red hair and a beautiful eye color that will impress everyone around. The guy is sure that the daughter will be as beautiful as her mother. The decision is up to the man, so he will not be able to part with the child for a moment, not wanting to let her go from his arms. As a rule, aristocrats have a nanny do this, but as a father, Louis wants to do it himself. Nothing will matter, because the guy will finally have a family. The family will be real and sincere, different from those who use the prince only as a tool for power, not wanting to have anything to do with him in the future. Happiness will make a man complete, because he did not even dream of such things in past lives. It would be wonderful, but even such a family will have its own term. The marriage contract could not be terminated, so all that remains is to follow the book, which describes a similar situation. This novel describes in too much detail everything that needs to be done to make a young man believe in himself. First, you need to show yourself from a good side, helping others to believe how wonderful a man is. Perhaps, if everything goes well, like clockwork, Bia will be able to melt the ice in her heart and love her husband, break the contract, which clearly states a period of 3 years, which will soon begin their countdown. The guy lowers his head into his hands and looks thoughtfully at the cover of the novel. He wants to see Bia, but no one knows if the woman is busy. It would be good if at least today the lady did not spend the night in her office, giving herself the opportunity to rest. The girl can't even imagine how much the blonde misses her. Without her, he is lonely and cold in the bedroom, which is meant for the 2 of them. The most important thing all brides with handsome and available grooms need to do is to ensure safety from other girls. No one can resist the beautiful shell that Louis will have forever. It was for this reason that the Duchess arrived at the imperial palace, which, as usual, was overwhelmed with pressing issues and matters that needed to be sorted out. As Ljubljana enters, she heads straight ahead down the hallway. She's not sure what she's saying, but it seems like this is where Louis's mistress works. A middle-aged woman jumps out of one of the offices in the room, blinking in surprise, not believing that Ashley has already arrived at the estate. The Minister of the Interior leans against the wall, almost sliding down it. She has too much to do because of the preparation of the project in the East. This became known not long ago, so the woman asks to save her by allowing her to resign. Smiling, the red-haired one says that Her Majesty promises a good pension, which, of course, makes the worker jump up and quickly run away. Not all words should be taken exactly as they are. The woman leads the Duchess into one of the rooms where the conversation is to take place. Pointing to the seats, she suggests that the guests sit on one of the sofas. Nodding, the girl switches to the topic that interests her. She needed to know where Peony Lauren was now, who had arrived at their estate just recently. Smiling, the minister says that everything is fine because she will arrive soon. He must wait for her here because the lady was called by the Duke for some personal conversation, the contents of which are forbidden to be disclosed. There is more than enough time left, so the Duchess asks why the woman does not hire more people. This is also a lot of work, but nevertheless, she is glad that Her Majesty destroyed the scientist's house, because if it were not for such a large number of personnel, everything would go downhill. She couldn't take it all. So, around this time, Cullen passed judgment on the house that was destroyed. It was this man who forced Louis out of the tower where he had been hiding for a long time. As if by chance, the heroine asks about the minister's husband, to which she, looking around, says that he has not run away and is still staying in place to support his wife. No one will replace the chief accountant if he dies from overwork. Turning around, the white-haired woman heads for the exit. She promises to bring Miss Peony as soon as she returns so that she can get back into the office. Looking at the watch on her hand, the lady notices with horror that more than enough time has passed. This cannot but make her sad, because today she had more meetings scheduled than planned. It may be necessary to cancel the next meeting on the list in order to talk things over with Peony, who should be arriving any minute. The conversation will take a decent amount of time. The thoughts are interrupted by an insistent knock coming from the other side of the door. Realizing who exactly has arrived, the Duchess allows the person to enter the room for a conversation. The door opens and a middle-aged woman in a discreet suit appears on the threshold. Her glasses indicate that she was once in the scientist's house along with the rest of the people who were thrown out. The girl is concentrating on the image of her companion, who looks extremely strange. For anyone who sees a person for the first time, this is an absolutely normal reaction. The girl's glasses hide her eyes, which are difficult to see because of the sun that falls on the glass. She is silent, only slowly moving into the room. Stopping just a few steps away from the Duchess, the scientist greets her interlocutor with a bow of her head. Introducing herself as the Secretary of the Interior, she pays respect to Ashley, who remains silent. Surprise is taken by a slight note of doubt in the head, because the woman does not look like someone bad. She leads perfectly, which means that she has a good character, which helps in some difficult matters. The realization of the situation makes the heroine shrink. Ljubljana came here to meet the woman her future husband loves, but the first impression turned out to be quite good, which is clearly frightening. Deciding not to think about it too much, the girl points to the sofa opposite, inviting the woman to sit next to her. No need to worry about it without knowing the whole truth. Raising a mug filled with the aromatic drink, the beauty takes a sip, trying to finish it as quickly as possible. She wants to avoid conflicts out of nowhere. The lady seems too pleased when looking at Ashley. Her eyes literally glow with a light that comes from the soul itself, making her feel uncomfortable. Peony probably doesn't think she was called because of Louis. Her face looks more like joy or excitement because some distant boss has called her to talk about a promotion. Putting down her teacup, the lady chuckled. There is obviously a distinction between public and private, since even a simple secretary is so thorough knowing that I am a duchess. Clearing her throat to get the attention that was already being given to her, the heroine asks Lauren what kind of work she has been doing lately. Smiling as widely as she could and exclaiming Crystal's name, the brunette nervously adjusted her hair. She was always happy when she was asked to explain something in detail. First, I must thank Ljubljana for doing her the honor of letting Peony tell it like it is. She is preparing to repair the road west of the capital. The waterway is being repaired and the road is being rebricked. Grimacing in confusion, the red-haired girl tries not to get nervous. The girl tells everything so naturally, as if she had been preparing for a presentation from the very beginning. The lady is really concerned about maintaining the waterways, so this task is becoming a priority at the moment. There is no denying that the brunette is very smart. If the lady had been involved in the Eastern Waterway project, would she have been able to use the knowledge she gained in her current job repairing waterways? That remains a question that needs to be answered. Peony has ambitions that make it clear how serious she is. It would not be a sin to take such a desirable talent with her to the north, but in this situation, it would be more considered as an exile. It seems that everyone here is interested in the Eastern Water Supply project. People in the palace have been working hard for several nights to get everything they need for construction. Historically, the rulers of the new generation had to do these works. Many believed that this was done only for fun, but no one knew that it was also done to strengthen the dominance in a huge enterprise. It all comes together to form one big picture. It becomes clear why Kalina is pushing her project to the highest levels, trying to get as many people interested in it as possible. There is no denying how brilliant the Empress is. All her decisions are correct and chosen in the best way to help herself, her state, and the people. The thoughts are interrupted by a female voice from the opposite side. The lady carefully calls out to the Duchess, hoping to attract the attention of Her Majesty. She probably came to see Lauren because she has some important intentions towards the secretary. These words pierce the consciousness like an arrow because, in fact, the reason for the visit is different. No one knows that Ashley came here to look at the face of her husband's mistress. Squeezing her hand in a pleading gesture, the beauty asks to be allowed to think that they want to use her for more noble purposes. Not intending to upset her interlocutor, the red-haired woman smiles, nodding. Perhaps this will be so, but in her head it sounds more like some kind of nonsense. Jumping up from her seat, Peony was ready to throw herself on Crystal's neck. She knew that if she worked hard, she would definitely be noticed, no matter what. Everything is so great that Lauren doesn't want to do what everyone else does. Other people want to move down from the east because of problems, but here things are different. She is a history major, and fortunately, she happens to be alive when her new chapter opens. The girl is given the opportunity not just to watch from the sidelines, but perhaps to become someone who participates in the project, remaining in the center of the events of this very story. Peony is only a scientist, so it will be hard for her. However, this is not true. In their house of scientists, there was always a sign hanging above the entrance to the dining room, stating that in a healthy body, a healthy mind, in order to make people study. Now everything becomes even clearer, because Lewis's body never resembled the body of someone who was completely uninvolved in physical exercise. The realization comes quite quickly, because thinking about such things at the moment in an office where there is another person is not the best idea. All that remains is to agree, because you can talk to Duke Feltarg, who is responsible for this matter as a whole. The girl thanks, smiling broadly. If the lady is hurt by her wedding with Louimond, there is no need to worry, because the red-haired one will leave the country in 3 years. Peony looks much better than she expected. If she works with such motivation, she will be quickly promoted, noticing her extraordinary abilities. They will need to leave the country quickly before the rebels kill Louis, who they need. Perhaps someone could exchange their abilities and ambitions for love. However, the young lady could certainly not do anything like that. To get the prince, the maiden would not be able to sacrifice anything. Covering her eyes, the girl admits to herself that she is lost because everything is over, clearly not in her favor. Nothing more can be changed, no matter how much one would like to. Only 3 years must pass, which must be waited out. After that, the Duchess will not hinder anyone and will return Louimond to this lovely person. It was already deep night, making it clear that the mistress had clearly been delayed. Entering the estate, she was immediately met at the entrance by 2 maids who greeted the mistress. Oblivious to everything around her, the lady spins from side to side, asking where her future husband is now. One of the maids bows respectfully, saying that the gentleman is in his room. After the doctor visited him, he did not dare to leave it. No one knows the real reason, so the heroine decides that the guy must just be very tired because of the preparations for the wedding, which he took completely on his shoulders. Nodding, the redhead climbs up the steps. If that's how it turned out, then there's no need to disturb him. He should get a good rest before starting a new day. The maid, who turned out to be the most heroic, stops her mistress, asking if she wants to change her mind and go see the young man. Concern is visible in her eyes. Turning around, the Duchess raises her eyebrows in surprise, not quite understanding what is wanted from her. She is sent to Louimond's room without any reason. According to the maid, the gentleman would not be bothered by a lover, even if he is currently resting. Ashley does not like at all that the ordinary employees think that they know her man better than she does. The brunette's hands were convulsively clutching the hem of her dress, waiting for the answer that was supposed to come soon. This made the beauty nervous. The gaze switches to the companion. She is shaking like an aspen leaf from fear. However, she still continues to insist on her own, showing her incredible courage. Pausing on the step, the girl leans towards the lady, asking why she thinks so. She needs some answers, but all she hears in response is an incomprehensible whisper. Finally gathering her strength, the lady gives out the information almost in one breath. Last night, the prince could not sleep at all without his wife, who left his chambers. He waited for Crystal to return almost all night, doing various things, and the maid brought him candles until dawn so that he could wait for the heroine. Now everything fell into place. In the morning, the man looked completely sleep-deprived, yawning every minute, assuring that everything was fine. However, it turned out that he had not closed his eyes at all. Almost crying, the brunette begs not to leave the gentleman alone. Perhaps today he also decided to wait for the bride, and 2 days without sleep will not do good to his body. Unable to bear the onslaught any longer, the girl covers her face with her hands. The maid runs up to her, asking why she is crying so much if nothing has happened. She is just very sorry for Monsieur Louis-Monde. Turning away from her interlocutor, the Duchess notices two boys whispering in the corner. One has sent the other to call the head maid, because it is obvious that these girls are about to die. Coming closer, the redhead tilts her head to the side, looking down at the brunette. It seemed that she simply had an overly violent reaction that was difficult to control. The brunette notices a piercing gaze on herself. Removing her hands from her face, the beauty tries not to cry anymore. Looking forward, now the face shows horror at what it saw. Just a few centimeters away is the Duchess, who is boredly propping up her cheek with her hand. Sighing, the lady asks if the maid had cried enough after everything that happened. This reaction was extremely strange, because instead of aggression, a calm question is heard. The maid was interrupted as she began to whine again. Crystal didn't want to seem rude, but she had to answer the question first, and then cry as much as she wanted. Nervously adjusting her hair with her hand, Ljubljana remembers the messenger sent. Mrs. Lemons will arrive very soon to save her charges from certain death at the hands of the Duchess. Smiling, the heroine asks for everything to go as quickly as possible, because she needs to get out of here before she gets into trouble for everything that's happening. She needs to escape from here to a safe place. The girl looks at her interlocutor standing opposite her in surprise. She is no longer crying, only looking interestedly into her eyes, which most likely do not have any answer. The maids both seemed ready to say something, but neither of them dared to utter a word. They suddenly changed their minds, deciding that it would be better this way. It seems that everything has finally calmed down. Since the lady has finally cried enough, we can tell you what sad things happened during the time the Duchess was absent from the estate. Formulating sentences, the brunette expresses her indignation. Monsieur Louis-Monde does everything possible for the Duchess and for this house. It was very sad to see how he tries, and his wife does not notice anything. It seems that the man loves Crystal very much, but does not get his due. He should be given more attention and time so that the young man feels like a full member in this house. It's strange that everything changed so quickly. The maids, who were afraid and crying just recently, now demand so much from the mistress, who gave them no reason. Frowning, the red-haired one asks if they really like the guy that much. Each of them nods because the blonde is very kind and always worries about the Duchess. Every day he checks how much alcohol the girl has drunk, and also tells the cook in advance what to cook for the next morning. When the head maid showed the estate's budget for the next month, he found a mistake in the document that saved him a lot of tears and money. This winter will be quite cold, so the prince also plans to insulate the walls of the sleeping quarters. This information was definitely not what the beauty had expected. The heroine could not even imagine that Louis was now responsible for all the affairs in the house. Without giving the lady time to come to her senses, the maid points to the shirt that Monsieur Louis-Monde himself had chosen and ironed, preparing it for his wife the following morning. Listening to all this, one can only rejoice at such progress. It seems that the young man has become softer and has stopped frowning so often over all sorts of trifles. All this made the woman feel extremely strange. She didn't know any of this, so she thought that everything was exactly the same as before. As you know, the Ashleyan Duchy has no master. The estate is huge and full of people under its control, but the Duchess doesn't care about that. The head maid is the person who runs it all. Due to lack of time, Crystal decided to completely hand over control to the maid, who hoped that the mistress at least had some doubts about her abilities. Not wanting to listen to all this, the girl only laughed, because it would be a betrayal. Mrs. Lemons will always be a confidant who only tearfully complained that Her Majesty forced her to live here. Such warm conversations were also present between these two, who still could not come to an agreement, converging on one single opinion that would suit everyone. The lady decided to marry Louis-Monde only on a contract that would end in 3 years. There was no point in handing over the management of the estate to him, although that is what eventually happened. Suddenly, Louis had earned a reputation among the employees and became the owner. Everything happened unnoticed, so over time there was no place he had not reached. He tried to do everything at once so as not to disappoint anyone. From the moment the man arrived at the castle, the atmosphere in it also changed. Everything became clear after the maid decided to talk to the mistress for the first time, even with great fear. The workers were always afraid of the Duchess and were terrified of the strict Mrs. Lemons. It was the same problematic housing, but the prince managed to adapt this place for comfortable living. They are getting married in a pretend way, and it is all untrue, but it does not change the fact of the wedding. The heart beats strangely, echoing in the head of the beauty. The maids, who have not gone anywhere, interrupt his thoughts. Once again asking him not to treat Louismond badly, each of them is afraid that he will run away somewhere because of everything that is happening. Bowing her head in a gesture of agreement, the girl cannot refuse the many requests from her subordinates, who are clearly extremely dissatisfied. As she walks down the stairs, the Duchess leaves the two girls behind her. For the first and last time, she decides to listen to her subordinates and do what they ask. The maids, clutching each other's hands, almost jump for joy because the heroine went to Sir Louismond, who will now definitely feel better. Standing near the exit of the main hall, Luby waves his hand in farewell, intending to do what he had planned in a matter of minutes. Walking down the corridor, the maiden stops at the very door she needs. Raising her hand, she knocks on the wood, repeating this several times. There is no answer. So there is nothing to do but wait, standing in one place. It seems that the man will not open unless he does it again. Not wanting to linger any longer, the redhead opens the door, sticking her head out and looking around the room. The lady quietly calls Louismond by name, hoping to attract his attention. Frozen in surprise, the Duchess covers her mouth with her hand to hide a loud sigh that could have a bad effect on the silence remaining in the room. The blonde man sleeps peacefully on the table, his head resting on his hands. Apparently, there was too much work for him, so overwork made itself felt. Coming closer, the lady gently runs her fingers through his silky hair. He is too handsome for her, remaining untouched by anyone. Smiling, Bia chuckled, realizing that the guy was too cute, especially when he was sleeping. Looking after the entire estate was no easy job, which of course paid off. As luck would have it, a picture of the guy proposing pops into my head. He promised he would never fall in love with his wife, even if the proposal wasn't the best. There are advantages to a man who shakes other people's hearts. The girl sighs heavily. She never thought that she would be able to get married so soon after starting her search, and fictitiously leaving herself alone for the rest of her life. It's hard to admit, but if things continue like this, it will be hard for the girl to let him go somewhere far away with another man. She may simply change her mind about keeping him with her in the estate. Not much time has passed since everything that happened. The wedding day was approaching, making everyone nervous. This day was the most beautiful and important in their lives, despite the fact that the preparation was not ideal. The dressmaker who brought the dress came personally to help the Duchess change and then to assess her own work. The woman sitting in front of the mirror looks at her reflection with interest, without turning towards the man. The silence continues for some time. Turning half a turn, the heroine nods slowly so as not to interrupt the work of the makeup artists and stylists. They need to repeat themselves to get everything done. Madame Lemon seemed overly impressed by the sight. Her eyes sparkled with a joy that was hard to miss, and her cheeks flushed with a joyful blush. The maid straightens her dress while the woman exclaims in surprise, because she expected to see something unusual instead of a normal dress. The happiness did not last too long, because something caught my attention at the bottom of the dress, which was impossible not to notice when the hem was raised. The questions flow on their own, even if the redhead does not want to answer them. Adjusting her dress, she pays absolutely no attention to this. Smiling her sincere smile, the heroine says that it is a secret. No one should know about the details that had to be added in a hurry to protect the future wedding. Sighing dejectedly, the headmaid asks to return the delight she managed to experience not so long ago. Her eyes widen on their own, giving away her mistress. The maids, who are on either side to fully assist the Duchess, blink their eyes in surprise. Luby is simply beautiful in such a dress. The hairstyle only complements one of the images. Carefully examining her reflection, which was still looking back at her in a friendly manner, the heroine tries to make sure that their words are true. Finally breaking away from her occupation, the beauty turns her gaze towards the other people in the room. She looks wonderful. The hairstyle and dress are in perfect harmony, fitting the accessories in here. The hand goes down, grabbing the hem of the dress in order to move forward without dragging it along the floor, thereby dirtying the snow-white edges that shine so strongly in the sun. Thoughtfully examining the thing, which is light on the figure, the girl admits that her feelings are indeed mixed. The beauty is wearing such clothes for the first time in a long time, which usually does not appear in her wardrobe. The maids can't stop praising the dress and how the Duchess looks in it, which makes Bia a little embarrassed by such close attention to her person. I want to thank, but it would be better to just not be arrogant. If you remember the face and clothes of the future husband, you can compare the royal person with a squid, which looks just as awkward. Intending to rest a bit before the ceremony, the girl heads for the exit, hearing reproaches behind her. If she lies down, her hair will be ruined. but if she decides to sit, her dress will be wrinkled. It is worth remaining careful with any movements. Anger gets into her head uncontrollably. She can neither lie down nor sit down, thereby complicating the task of resting for herself, which is so necessary before the upcoming event. Stepping aside, the maiden sarcastically asks if Louis is being tortured in the same way she is. She definitely wants her future husband to feel at ease, even if it seems like it is not meant to be. A married couple is one, so they must suffer together. The event was decided to be held in the beautiful garden of the estate. Everything had long been decorated for the ceremony to begin. Flowers decorated the passage to the arch, which glowed in the sun, inviting the newlyweds to come to it. Guests look around with admiration, easily appreciating the interior, which was created by several designers at once. Looking at this elegant decor, you want to sing and dance. Some see something like this for the first time, while the lilies add scent to the decorations. The conversation is distracted by a movement near the entrance to the castle. The blonde, who had just recently been talking to one of the scientists, suggests that he look in that direction. Now it is time for the bride to appear, slowly moving closer to the altar, dragging her long hem and veil behind her. The girl is really unusually beautiful in her wonderful appearance. She did not want to dress immodestly, but this dress perfectly combines style and beauty. The groom's appearance is no less important part of the evening. The man has been preparing for this for more than one night, carefully choosing everything, so he deserves it even more. Louis Monde is dressed in a wonderful white suit that will perfectly match the color of the bride's dress and the theme of the event. The lilies were the most successful design decision. A few minutes after their appearance, the couple meet at the altar, looking at each other in complete silence, unable to find the strength to say anything. The servants in the background do not spoil the situation even with their whispers, turning into shouts. Everyone was betting that Ashley would not come in a dress, which showed that the maiden acted quite differently. The others also couldn't believe that it was really Ljubljana, who usually dressed like the knight she was. Her eyes dart intently over the man standing right next to her. A blush fills her cheeks, making it clear that the girl is embarrassed by such beauty. The prince was truly second to none at this party. His beauty was still as wonderful as ever. It seemed like such a sight would be impossible to get out of your head. Tears start to accumulate in the corners of his eyes, which intentionally flow down his cheeks, so the beauty, running closer, asks why he is crying. One can only hope that she imagined it. Unable to do anything about it, the blonde just quietly says the name of his beloved, hoping that he will be understood, giving her another chance. The girl is too wonderful. Any words that were reserved just in case to describe the image of the wife disappear. Her hair sparkles in the sun, and this snow-white dress makes it clear that this is a wedding. The woman's eyes widen as the bad thoughts that keep coming into her head are hard to believe that anything could go wrong, even if it's written all over her face. Tears were assessed in a completely different way, so now it is Crystal who wants to cry. It cannot be that the prince at this moment wanted about his decision to marry the bride. Looking the man over from head to toe, the Duchess sighs. She gave him many chances to run away, but it was Louismonde's choice to stay close to his beloved and even agree to the wedding he personally worked on. Her hand gently lands on the man's shoulder so that she can encourage him. Now, after everything, she is definitely not going to let anyone go, even if the guy is crying. For the next 3 years, this man belongs only to Luby, who is no longer going to put up with anyone. After a while, it will be the guy's choice, but now it's over. After some time, the maiden promised and was going to return it to Peony Lauren only to provoke people, and so that they could finally enjoy each other. If the prince was going to regret this, he should have done it much earlier, without offering himself as a husband. Now he will not be able to escape the tenacious grip of the Duchess. The guests and servants, who have been watching Ljubljana's mood change all this time, clutch at each other in horror, hoping to fill the space. One can only hope that the girl in such a state will not decide to kill someone. Coming closer, the lady quietly tries to calm her lover, asking him not to cry anymore, thereby not making things worse for himself. Smiling through her anger and confusion, the maiden repeats over and over what a nice day it is. Considering the weather and the event, it was the absolute truth. His hand automatically reaches for the boy's cheek, and his fingertips automatically stroke the soft skin. Louis sobs, calling Bia's name. From Louismonde's point of view, the girl looks too happy, which gives him a confidence he didn't have before. Apparently, the lady really thinks this day is wonderful and wonderful. Their point of view and thoughts are too different, because the guy thinks about the beauty of the bride because of the wedding dress, and is also glad that Feltarg did not come to the event, and the girl does not understand why he does this. First, the man placed all the people in the estate, and now he cries because he does not want to get married. It is still useless because the beauty is not going to hold on to him. The guests in the hall begin to whisper, because if the groom had not been forced to marry against his will, he would not have cried at the altar. They say that the Duchess fell in love with the guy and then stole him from the house of Count Graham. The couple moves forward, trying to ignore the words coming from around them. The empress and the two counts never arrived at the event, which once again confirms everyone's guesses. As they approach the altar, the young people stop and wait in silence. Louismond continues to shed tears, thereby incredibly irritating the woman next to him. The priest, frozen in place, looks at the two people standing very close, waiting for the receipt. Despite all this, they need to get married. Without making a sound, the heroine conveys everything she wants to say through the power of thought. It would be nice if today what was planned happens without delay. The man standing next to him begins to read the necessary words from the folder, trying not to stutter. The mission has already failed, so his voice trembles, but he continues to conduct the ceremony. After the wedding begins, Louismond sighs with joy, looking much calmer than before. It seems that he is quite tired of waiting. Hearing the question, the guy turns to his beloved, making her freeze, saying that he did not hope for the monastery's consent because he is the illegitimate son of the king. The excuse doesn't ring true because the young man was just recently crying because he didn't want to get married. It seems like he just wanted to run away and is now playing some simple role. The monastery was actually against it, but Ashley sent them 2 cartloads of gold to calm them down. Louis doesn't need to know that, of course, so the monks try to keep their mouths shut. Clearing his throat to attract attention, the blonde asks the couple to hold hands. This is necessary for the next stage of the wedding. Stretching out her hands, the maiden finds herself completely in the prince's palms, who squeezes them gently, not intending to let her go. Smiling with her eyes, the lady realizes that she is blushing. Louismond's hands are large and soft. The warmth radiates even without any touch, warming others. Looking at Bia's palms, the man wants to start apologizing, because her hands are covered with scars and calluses. Against this background, soft and unharmed, seems something out of the ordinary. The red ribbon slowly falls on the intertwined hands. It symbolizes the shedding of blood. The oath for 2 in the formation of a married couple remains something important. After the words, smiles appear on the faces of both young people, who continue to look into each other's eyes. They do not see anything around them, enjoying their company. Ashley just can't believe that after all the difficulties she had to overcome during the preparation, she is finally staying with the very man she dreamed of. The guests watch the ritual with fascination. Everything happens in a measured manner so as not to interfere with the couple's concentration on each other. The girls in the second row start whispering. No one thought that these two were so well suited to each other, clearly worthy of attention from those around them. The blue-haired maiden can't listen to this anymore. She's been sitting right in front of the couple who've been discussing various things, but now her patience has run out. Clenching her palms, the lady convulsively tugs at the hem of her dress. Lysana did not think that everything would end exactly like this, without any benefit for the heroine herself. The musicians receive a signal from the organizers and begin to play calm music, announcing that the most important part has just begun. The priest raises his hands, placing them on the heads of the young men. They both need to swear allegiance to each other, so Ashley must begin first. Dropping to one knee, the woman closes her eyes, promising to fulfill God's will, promising to be faithful to her husband under any conditions and temptations. A dangerous-looking man appears in the crowd. He is wrapped in a dark cloak, which is completely inappropriate for the dress code of this event. His hand falls on the hilt of his sword. One of the musicians catches a glance directed straight at him. They are partners in crime, and the most important part for them is about to begin. The hands begin to move more actively along the strings, trying to increase the friction, making the music more restless. A second later, screams are heard from all sides, filling the entire space around. Swords rise into the air, and the knights intend to save the prince. Several rebels step forward, realizing that they will have to fight the unprepared guards. They promise to rescue the young man from the clutches of the Duchess, which they are about to do. One of the musicians, who is closest to the altar, raises his instrument into the sky, intending to throw it to the ground to extract the desired thing. The thing falls and breaks with a crunch into 2 equal parts, revealing a bundle of arrows and a bow, hidden all this time inside for safety. Throwing the paraphernalia to the other musicians, the man provides them with a weapon, so they draw their arrows, shouting about the Empire of Aden. the glorification of the great kingdom does not subside. The guests fuss about in horror, not quite understanding what is happening, while one of them, clutching his head in horror, realizes that this is an uprising. People with wild cries are heading for the exit, hoping to open the gate of the hedge as soon as possible, which beckons with its beauty. They need to save themselves as quickly as possible, running headlong. Count Graham pretends that he didn't know what was going to happen either. So, not wanting to crowd around the door, he crawls and hides under the table, which should be a safer space. Almost crying, the man angrily exclaims about everything in a row, because it was unclear who dared to do this without the consent of the grandfather of the new king, who is now sitting right here. Lysana, who had been watching the whole time, hides behind a tree, happy with the outcome of events. This was how it was originally planned. Turning around again so that no one would notice the body, the girl prays that everything will go well. She couldn't stand it if things went wrong. The Duchess stands silently, looking around. It seems that everything began too spontaneously, not even allowing the ceremony to be completed, but it was clearly thought out. Crystal jumps up from her seat, ready to charge forward with full confidence. She can influence the outcome of the battle that is currently gaining momentum. Louis, who still doesn't fully understand what's going on, watches his wife's movements intently. He quietly asks what's going on. Having no time for detailed explanations, the beauty pushes the guy aside, asking him to stay away and not go anywhere, so as not to get into danger. Grabbing the hem of her dress, the girl heads into the thick of it. People are still running in different directions, hoping to intimidate those present, thereby fulfilling their plan. The blonde looks fearfully after his beloved, calling out to her from the side once more, hoping that she will return and stay next to the prince. The girl nimbly jumps onto the surface of the altar, which was recently made for defensive purposes. Crick orders the guy standing next to him to lie down. Having time to react, the blonde bends down, trying to find out what Crystal is going to do in the near future. The formation, as if in slow motion, flies towards the priest, who backs away, hoping that someone will save him. The altar fell, covering the guy who was angrily shouting the name of the lady who had not acted quite appropriately. He was almost crushed by the enormous weight. Clapping her hands, the girl rejoices at the successfully completed task. Everything is going well because the monk is best off sitting out the squabble there for now. Louisman's gaze shifts to the altar, which is no longer able to stand still, lying in an inverted position, tilted forward. From underneath it, you can hear a cry for help, because the guy wants someone to pull him out of there. This thing was made by none other than Louis, who did not understand where the protective functions came from. A cry from the side distracts him from his thoughts. The voice calls the prince, insisting that he finally turn away to continue the conversation. Looking at the couple in complete bewilderment, the blonde asks what they want from him. There is no answer, because the men just want him to go with them, because the couple is capable of protecting the monarch. Taking a few steps back, the prince expresses all his hostility. He wasn't even going to go anywhere, considering the fact that no one had really explained what they wanted from him. Approaching Bia, the young man tries to justify himself, since he knows nothing. Nodding, the girl assures that everything is fine. He definitely has nothing to do with this. Ljubljana doesn't intend to wait any longer because she needs to find out the identity of the attackers as soon as possible and expel them from the wedding, ending the ceremony. Staying in place, the heroine screams to be heard better. They definitely have some goal that no one intends to reveal. One of the men frowns, answering in the same tone. None of them are going to reveal their names to traitors who are not on the list of those who are allowed to do so. Looking around the crowd, the lady analyzes what is happening and the situation around her. There are 30 of them here, but apparently there are another 50 archers with 15 arrows each right behind them. The accusations thrown at the main character sound too funny. She was never a traitor, considering herself something more worthy than that. It sounds ridiculous because the traitors here are only the people who attacked her. The man, on the other hand, unwilling to be appeased, is outraged that she dared to kill the king, destroying the kingdom and then proclaim herself empress and duchess, whom almost no one recognizes. There are no more words to describe the whole situation without a hint of anger. The girl needs to quickly release the prince from the hostages. This will not save his life because right in front of the girl stands their leader. Smiling, Ljubljana frowned because it had been a long time since she had heard something like this from the people around her. The guy became bolder, realizing that nothing would happen to him for this. Things need to be called by their proper names, which cannot be simply taken and decisively replaced. Picking up the bouquet to throw it away, the red-haired girl cracks her neck. The boys who called her that knew all the joy, making their last mistake. None of them were left alive. The next second, the heroine finds herself holding a knife, which had been hidden all this time in the lilies that remained somewhere to the side. As she tears the skirt of her dress with a knife, the girl thinks about the consequences for just a moment. She feels a little sorry for the evening dress, even if nothing can be changed. As Ljubljana descends, she takes out her sword, which is still in its sheath, ready to be used. It has been a long time since the lady fought the rebels. There is no certainty that the girl will be able to contain her power. The anger has been building up inside for months and weeks, needing to find a way out. The leader stutters and loses his speech. The bride has been hiding her weapons all this time, of which there were too many in the arsenal. With no hope of retreat, the voice orders everyone to attack, focusing their forces on Ashlian, who will be the hardest to conquer. Lewis, who had been standing to the side the whole time, is about to run, but a hand grabs him by the collar with an iron grip, pulling him to the side. The young man ends up somewhere behind the Duchess, who intends to defeat her opponents, thereby protecting her husband. Holding the knife in her teeth for convenience, the girl still somehow manages to ask the guy to be quieter and not interfere with the course of events. Feet skidding across the carpet as the heroine lunges forward. She knows exactly what she has to do, even though she finds it hard to believe that someone would dare attack them at a wedding. Jumping, the woman seems to soar into the sky, raising her weapon over the heads of the men, who move back in fear. The first blow hits the first guy standing right next to him. Splashes fly in all directions, staining everything around, painting it red. Lowering herself into a prepared position, the red-haired girl looks around, estimating how many more blows will be needed to destroy everyone. The heroine passes by like death, mowing down people who remain only in the past, silently falling to the floor one after another. Deftly dodging the blows that are about to be delivered to the head, Ljubljana sits down on the floor, taking out another knife to have double protection. The blond man standing aside quietly pronounces the name of his beloved. It remains to hope for a favorable outcome, because the husband is really worried about Luby, who could get hurt at any moment. Thoughts are interrupted by some touches from the side, which cause not the most pleasant sensations. One of the opponents grabs the man by the arms, trying to drag him away. The guy feels like this is the end of everything he could think about, because the eighth life will end right now. The wife switches her gaze to the source of the sounds. A moment later, the knife, which had been in his teeth all this time, flies towards the rebel, who slowly begins to move somewhere towards a tree for cover. The thing pierces the brunette's forehead, who freezes in a silent scream. The hands release Luimon's body, falling to the sides without much force. Lewis, still in terror, staggers to the side, trying to regain his balance, which had long been lost. His pupils become smaller, starting to run from side to side, trying to find the Duchess. Bia jumps up and runs to her husband, grabbing him and pulling the guy closer to her. There are even more opponents, so the lady simply advises him to close his eyes. Squinting just because the blonde trusts his beloved, the young man sighs, hoping that everything will end well. In this life, everything remains the same, helping to think positively. Turning from side to side in order to change position, the girl launches knives one after another towards the people who are just arriving, forming a kind of circle. The knights, no longer able to fight, simply retreat, still hoping to steal the prince. Horror is etched on their astonished faces. The Duchess is indeed a monster. Unfortunately, this is no longer a rumor, but a very real reality that remains right here and now. The leader, looking around the battlefield, tries to step back, to take at least a minute to think about the thoughts that have filled his head so far. Too many people have died during the battle. Not wanting to retreat, the brunette turns to the archers, ordering them to shoot in the direction of the crystal. It is very difficult to hide from arrows, no matter how much you want to do it. Speaking to Louis's defense, the girl warns them that this will not be the right move. The men must understand that their precious prince will suffer because of the bow and arrow. Apparently, the leader had lost all patience, no longer hoping to win. It would not be a loss, because there would always be a few more of the king's illegitimate children, who were surely hiding somewhere. The heroine was well aware that words would not work, but it was still worth trying. Standing in a pose on her head, the girl turns around, hearing that they are going to shoot at her, pointing many bows. Things aren't that simple. So the Duchess inserts 2 fingers into her mouth, and then an unbearably loud whistle is heard throughout the area, signaling the start of the battle. The arrow that appeared at Ljubljana's command hits the leader's heart with all its might, who, coughing strangely, steps back, preparing to fall. Next in line are the ordinary archers, who, not expecting this, do not have time to escape. so they also receive a portion of arrows right in the chest. Realizing that the job was done, the redhead waved her hand, ordering her men to stop. That was definitely enough to make an impression. The hooded men meekly lower their bows, no longer intending to harm others unless ordered to do so. Now only the leader remains, hunched over on the ground, still coughing. Coming closer, the lady bends over his face, frowning in a strange grimace. She demands that the man repeat what he called her, because 10 minutes ago he was completely sure that the girl was a traitor. Seeing the sword in front of him, which remained just as sharp, the brunette tries to back away so as not to be hit, realizing that this is most likely the end. Asking for mercy, he begins to cry. Sighing heavily, the heroine realizes that he is pretending not to know anything, asking for something that is impossible to get after everything he has done. Extending her blade, Ljubljana swings, knowing that this is the end for him and everyone else. She too sees no need to tell her name to any traitors who dare to attack. Having done her job, the beauty doesn't even blink an eye, turning around and calmly walking away to leave the place completely splattered with scarlet liquid that sticks to clothes. The girl with blue hair, who decided to look out from behind the tree, gasps in horror while holding out her hands, realizing that she could have been heard, thereby revealing herself. Tears start to gather in her eyes on their own because of fear. If she gets caught, she will have to die too, thus completing everything she had not managed to do before. Hiding behind the trunk again, hoping to remain unnoticed, Lysana shakes like an aspen leaf, as a result of which she accidentally hiccups, which almost gives away the beauty. Luby, passing by, freezes because of the unexpected sound. It is worth thinking about it, because everything could have seemed and not been the truth. Overwork is to blame for this. Deciding to ignore it, the maiden heads off to the side, hoping to find Louis within easy reach, not far away without any searching. Noticing the figure, she calls out his name. The man still stands in the same place with his eyes closed, just as his bride told him to do before starting the casualty attack. The gaze itself goes down, examining the palm from both sides. The glove no longer remained snow-white, forcing the dark spot to spread as much as possible. The guy is shaking from fear or excitement, so only a heartless person would not feel sorry for him. Virgo is not sure if she can approach him like this. It will probably be too cruel a sight for a man from a house of scientists. Luby cannot predict his reaction, because Louis-Mon might get scared and run away. The reflection is interrupted by another figure in a dark cloak, appearing right in front of the lover. The man takes out a sharp knife, which in a split second can end up in the guy's body. The heroine's eyes widen. She needs to act quickly to ensure that this battle has a favorable outcome. He is not like the other rebels, but that does not change the importance of the event. Rising into the air, the beauty jumps with ease, raising the knife, which in an instant flies somewhere to the side, heading straight for the target. The young man hears some whistling sounds near him, but he still does not dare to open his eyes without permission. He is afraid, even if he has to endure everything that is happening. The figure falls lifelessly onto the cold asphalt, no longer wanting to do anything. The girl, trying to calm her lover, asks if he is okay. Opening his eyes, Louis lowers them to the floor, hoping not to lose his excitement. He says that everything is fine, clearly not matching his words. Instead of continuing what she started, the lady runs towards the guy, forcing him to duck. It seems there is no end to the attackers. The blonde only manages to turn to the side, noticing one of the arrows, which is intentionally flying towards him, intending to hit his head or something more important. While the young man is pondering what needs to be done, the beauty appears next to him in a split second, intending to save his skin. Grabbing the prince's jacket, the red-haired girl knocks him to the ground so that no one has the opportunity to hit the target directly, thereby bringing good news. As she lands on the ground, the lady looks around warily. She has learned her lesson, because you shouldn't just relax when the enemies are still approaching. The arrow whistles past its target and hits the asphalt a few centimeters from the body that had just stood at that very spot. Obviously, this was the work of archers again, because they decided to kill the young man with an arrow from a tight bow, making an attempt that could well have been crowned with success. Looking around, the beauty stops on the roof. There are 3 archers who are clinging again to carry out their plan. 1,000,000 arrows are aimed at the couple, all aimed at the same place, hoping that at least one of them will hit the right spot. Unfortunately or fortunately, it will be impossible to kill the guy this way. As Ljubljana prepares to flee, she changes tactics. Turning around, she notices a bow and arrows lying not far from her, words inviting her to try her strength in battle. Jumping to her feet, the Duchess knocks one of her arrows. This needs to stop so that each of them can finally breathe freely and without injury. To complete the matter, Bia must kill the main attacker. So as she turns around, she aims at the man who is deliberately trying to hide from justice. The girl has no shortage of accuracy, so the arrows hit the body one after another, knocking the man down. The cloak envelops his lifeless body on the ground. Sighing heavily, the beauty is glad that everything has come to an end. This time, the rebels were well prepared, trying to do everything possible. But because of Ludante, Lubiana saved herself and her husband. The blonde, finding strength, slowly rises from the ground, trying to shake off the dust and leaves that have stuck to his suit. A quiet voice calls his beloved. Things were bad because Bia had been cruel again. This time, it was impossible to avoid this outcome, so it all seemed quite logical. Deciding to have this conversation, the lady slowly turns towards the guy, asking if he is okay. Hoping for a positive answer, her eyes light up. The man interrupts the girl with a loud sigh that echoes throughout the room. Horror and worry flash in his eyes. In a split second, he runs up to the lady. Louis grabs her face with his palms, carefully examining it from all sides. There is a wound on her face, which makes the man worry too much about the health of the girl. Moving down, he begins to examine the girl's body in great detail, asking where and how badly she was hurt, hoping that the answer will be given immediately. Not wanting to delay any longer, the blonde man kneels down, forcing Luby to climb onto his back. They need to see a doctor as soon as possible so that he can examine the Duchess and tell them about the girl's condition. The redhead looks at her fiancé with distrust, hoping to understand what is going on. He does not calm down, begging her to go with him to the doctor. In her surrender, Crystal admits that she hasn't had anyone care about her like that in a long time. People usually thought of her as a tyrant who didn't care about her health, which seemed true to some extent. The hand itself reaches out to the back of the lover, who still stands frozen in one place, waiting for the beauty to accept his proposal. The blonde freezes. He no longer hoped for agreement with his proposal, but the girl's warmth confirms that she can and wants to go with him to the doctor. Nodding her head, the beauty presses herself against Louis's back, inhaling his scent. The guy gives off an unusual warmth that radiates care and something else mixed with it. Burying herself in her husband's clothes, Crystal quietly reassures him that she is not hurt anywhere. There is no need to go anywhere, because she was extremely careful in the battle. All the blood on her clothes was not her own, because it belonged to other people who had died in battle with her. A quiet "thank you" suddenly escapes her lips. The blonde is about to ask what he is being thanked for, but the girl beats him to it, finishing the sentence. She is glad that the young man was not afraid of her, even after everything happened. The hero holds out his hand and squeezes the Duchess's hand, quietly reassuring his wife. He understands her feelings, but clearly does not share them. Everything is just the opposite, because it is the young man who should be grateful to Lubiana for the protection she provided him. If this had not happened, it is not clear whether he would be next to her now. Bia was used to harsh remarks. She had never heard anything like this before, because people usually blamed her for all their troubles. Kissing the back of her hand, the blonde repeats how grateful he is that the Duchess was able to protect him. And on top of all this, remain completely safe and sound. The beauty is unable to utter a word. She stands frozen and looks somewhere down at the guy who continues to kiss her hand. It seems that now another problem has been added. Confusion closes her mind, but the girl still clearly realizes that she wants to take possession of this man. Not just for 3 years, but preferably not for the rest of her life. As she descends, the woman sighs and suggests continuing the wedding ceremony. The young man freezes, looking at his beloved as if he had seen a ghost. Right now, there is complete chaos all around, which would definitely be a hindrance. Trying to convince Crystal, the blonde offers to arrange everything on another day, to which he receives an objection. The girl wants to do it now, and no one can convince her otherwise. If the ceremony were to be interrupted now, the Duchess would have to make another request to the empress and then wait for the appointed date. Only then could the wedding preparations begin anew, which would have a negative impact on their 3 years together. The man is no longer able to argue, only quietly asking if the lady will regret her decision a little later. Holding out her hand, the girl asks Louis to continue the ceremony and keep her company. If the man is okay, then there are no obstacles. The boy looks at his wife, mesmerized, looking too beautiful even in her dirty dress, stained during the battle. There is something special about it. Taking the palm, the hero rises from the ground. This was something he himself wanted to do, but in the course of events he could not bring himself to do, simply not finding enough courage for this prank. Smiling, the redhead nods her head. She is pleased to hear that someone listened to her, no matter how absurd the idea may be from the outside. Looking back at her servants, the Duchess carefully examines the arrivals. The smile itself slips from her face, leaving only thoughtfulness. The two attackers at the very end were different from the rebels. The humans initially tried to kidnap Louis-Monde, while the latter had the goal of killing him. There was a third person in the chain who was trying to kill Louis. He hoped that everything would go smoothly so that the prince would not cause him any trouble, but he failed. The ceremony must be continued as quickly as possible. The servants approached the altar, rescuing the monk from under the thing that was lying, pressing heavily on top of him. The people around them who had been asked to return looked extremely worried. No one understood why the ceremony had actually been decided to continue if it had not ended in the best possible way. The Duchess, however, was a real monster. Lysana, standing in the distance, looks at the ground intently, hoping that she will be allowed to fall right under her. Everything she needed to do just fell through. The altar was restored again, making it shine as if nothing had happened. After adjusting their clothes, the couple moved on to the ceremony. If you just sign the marriage contract, it's all over. No matter how the ceremony turns out, you can't miss your chance. Taking the pen, the girl carefully writes the necessary signature on the paper, but notices drops of blood that seem to have dripped next to her on their own. Turning to the priest, the Duchess asks what happened. It shouldn't be a big deal, even if it did. He promises that everything will be fine. Louis is next in line. He adjusts his hair, takes the pen too, and carefully writes his first and last name on the sheet of paper. Now the marriage of these two is officially sealed in heaven and on paper in the palace. Their hearts belong only to each other for the next allotted time. The boy, impressed by what he was told, reaches out to touch Luby's hand, who doesn't seem to quite want to feel any touch on her body. Raising her hand in the air, the girl avoids Louis, who looks at his beloved in bewilderment, trying to find some logical explanation. Putting her palms on her dress, on which red marks remain, the girl shakes them off, angrily reminding him that her clothes and body are all covered in blood after the fight. The words are interrupted by a velvety voice that calls the main character by name again. The man tries to attract her attention before doing what he has planned. A second later, the Duchess finds herself in her lover's arms, looking around in horror. Her eyes widen slightly as she begins to ask questions. Trying to clap the guy on the shoulder, the girl is indignant. It seemed to Louis-Monde that the woman was avoiding him, not wanting to have anything in common, which was generally not true. If this goes on, then he can definitely hold her in his arms further. Crystal sighs and asks about the blood. One only has to look closer to understand the problem. The snow-white suit is stained with scarlet spots. The guy seemed completely oblivious to such trifles as this. He asked to look at him so that it would be easier to say what he wanted to say. Moving just a few centimeters closer to Ljubljana's face, the man seems ready to kiss her, but instead he tries to calm the Duchess down. Standing just a few centimeters away from his beloved's face, Louis vows to be the most faithful husband who will always take care of his wife. A smile appears on the hero's face, who always wanted to say such words to the heroine. He hopes that 3 years will pass unnoticed, making her change her mind about the contract. Her hand reaches for her cheek, gently stroking her skin with her fingers, trying to give an answer to what was said. She also promises to do everything possible to remain faithful and good to him. In the name that belongs to God, and in the name that belongs to the earth, they swear to be only for each other. The oath is given in all the names of the Duchess, for she promises to do everything possible for their mutual happiness. People in the room blush, turning away in embarrassment. The moment feels special, even to those present. Lysana, standing aside, is shaking with indignation. Even in such a situation, everyone finds a reason to rejoice and smile. This couple is simply made for each other. The hand angrily squeezes the hem of the dress, which remains lying quietly on the heroine's lap. She cannot calmly look at this picture without wanting to take revenge. No longer willing to endure or try to say anything, the girl turns around and runs as fast as she can towards the exit, causing tears to fly in all directions. Louis did the most horrible thing by falling in love with Duchess Ashleyne instead of Odile. The choice was precisely this terrible woman, who terrified everyone. The carriage stops at the estate. The crying can be heard even beyond its borders, forcing the servants around to understand what the problem is. The butler comes closer, opening the carriage door, allowing the heroine to step out. She has already arrived without any warning, having done so much earlier. Wiping her eyes, the girl tries to hide the red marks left by her tears, adjusting her voice. There weren't many things that ended earlier than planned. Going out into the street, the lady heads to the estate. She would very much like to cuddle and cry to the nanny, or at least the maid. But because of her status, of course, such weakness is not allowed. All this is because this palace has its own rules. Passing inside, heading to the right room, the girl stops in front of the door covered with writing, which is the right one. As she walked inside, Lysana curtsied, letting her father know that she was back. It had indeed been only 2 hours since she left, which was alarming. Looking out the window, the man quietly recalls what happened at the event. Colonel Gale has already begun to act, even if the whole plan failed. The beauty shrinks, looking intently at the floor so as not to incur her father's wrath, which usually had no end in sight. Turning towards his daughter, the boy notes that it was a good choice for him. He did what he had to do, knowing full well that he was guaranteed to fail. The colonel has always been a radical, so everyone thinks he will stay. As is known, the family has been deprived of influence, but even in defeat, this will not bring them any harm. Everything went smoothly, unless Lisa left a thread that could serve as a clue and lead to unpleasant consequences, which could be regarded as treason. Hiding her identity, the girl traveled to the capital and delivered the message through an unsuspecting maid. It wasn't the worst choice, even if she didn't tell anything. The beauty shrinks, trying to pull herself together, but all attempts remain somewhere far away, failed after everything that happened. A rough voice asks what the reason is. Unable to bear this attitude towards himself any longer, the man starts shouting, calling the lady by name and ordering her to calm down. Proudly raising her head up, the lady looks straight into her father's eyes, which sparkle with anger mixed with the madness that had come not so long ago. You just need to stop being afraid and stay strong. Arrogance will also help in achieving the goal, and the heroine certainly has plenty of it. Smiling a fake smile, the boy is happy with this outcome. This is exactly what he needed. Only the future Queen of Aden can behave like this, so it is worth training to be persistent. An example is given of Queen Olena, who was able to protect her first prince from the tyranny of his majesty. She, like Lysana, was elegant and unwavering under any circumstances. In order to become a princess or empress, the girl needs to take care of Louismond, who, as it turns out, really loves the Duchess he married. Trying not to show his nervousness, the man quietly asks again, trying to understand what just happened. Words cannot be true. Ignoring everything, the father returns to the fact that even with Louis's admiration, Lysana is not allowed to cross the line of what is permitted, which has been clearly outlined. No longer wanting to communicate with the girl, the Count sends her to his room to rest. Looking rather tired, she makes everyone worry. Continuing to look somewhere out the window, the guy again thinks about his plans. The girl should become a queen. But if he knew that everything would turn out like this, he would have started training her from a young age. There is a knock at the door, which attracts the man's attention, and then the butler enters the room. He announces that Graham has presented the Salt Mountain as a gift. Turning half around, the Count chuckled thoughtfully. The old man had dared to give only a mountain, pretending that this was all he had received. Apparently, no one in the Count's house yet suspects that Odile knows the full contents of the deal. All the conditions are spelled out there, including the diamond cave, which would be more useful. Graham mistakenly believes he is the center of the rebellion and fears that the rebellion's cohesion will be weakened if the man turns away from him. Promises of marriage were the most important pledge. The servant asks about a mine that could be lured out by force and threat, but the Count is not at all interested in this thing. The Salt Mountain also needs to be returned, because it has no value. It could bring in a lot of money, but it's definitely not in Odile's position. The guy who doesn't understand what's wrong asks questions. The Salt Mountain could improve the financial situation, and could also be used as a training ground where a lot of troops could be hidden. Maybe this is just a cunning plan that was conceived long ago. The people of the estate should not be led by mountains of gold that could mean the end of their dynasty. Most likely, the castle wants to estimate the financial situation and the size of the attacking forces. One of them has already planted a spy there, who is sent to convey as much information as possible. Sending his butler to do as he was told, the Count leans back in his chair. He smiles, knowing that everything is going according to plan. Bursting into a choking laugh, the man realizes that Duchess Ashleyne is a strange specimen for any collection. The girl did nothing but laze around, and after what happened, she suddenly decided to change. The prince, a descendant of the Anos family, was a wonderful addition to the couple. He was completely unsuitable for the beauty, but for some reason she chose him. The Count was amazed at the cleverness when he learned that the prince, in order to escape death, had fled to the House of Scientists. The empress destroyed this institution, thereby forcing him to marry suddenly. Daiba, the surviving guy, decided to get away from danger, but now he himself goes to the most dangerous place, for the sake of salvation. Duchess Ashleyne is that very seething point that will definitely not give him peace. Seeing such courage and wisdom, the Duke's soul grows stronger. Prince Louismond will definitely become the King of Aden under any circumstances, even if it costs everything in this world. There will be no choice, even if the man tries to run away or hide again. Odile will make a king out of him, forcing him to believe in the old days under the rule of a tyrant. The Duchess has arrived at the estate of Count Graham, who apparently was not expecting such a visit. He hides his eyes and helplessly cries for help. Lowering herself onto the hilt of her sword, the heroine glares at her interlocutor. No matter how much he likes this wedding, he has no right to hire a killer. Crawling back, the guy tries to object because it's not true, but no one listens to him. She is now very angry because of the ruined wedding. The man may no longer dream of meeting Louis because if something goes wrong, the woman will try to send him straight to the north. The Count's reaction simply irritates me to the very bones of my body. My consciousness refuses to accept someone so cowardly and helpless. Turning back to the man, who was still sitting in the same place, the heroine thought about something. Although she knew that the Count was not involved in this time, it would be nice to take revenge on him once again for his poor treatment of Louis. The blonde interrupts his wife, trying to silently ask her to stop doing something else. They still have a lot of unfinished business. The girl looks into her lover's eyes, nodding her head. She agrees to everything he will ever offer, no matter what it will be about. Louis suggests continuing the wedding banquet. They need to finish everything as soon as possible while still enjoying each other's company. Already in the middle of the banquet, members of the Imperial Administration from the House of Scientists arrived. They were a little late because of work, but still congratulated on the wedding. They are all single, because every day the only thing that comes first for them is work. So Louismond is one of the first. They wish him a happy family life and joyful days in the future. The next question irritates the Duchess beyond belief. Her husband asks where Peony is, to which she tells him she is too busy. As a caretaker on the Eastern Roots project, the girl sometimes doesn't even go home. He wished his girlfriend would at least come to dinner, but that didn't happen. Turning around, the blonde looks at his wife, sure that he felt her gaze on him a few seconds ago. Scientists were people who were always glad to have new additions to their ranks. Evening had come, so before leaving, his friends promised to find a place for him if he suddenly expressed a desire. Everyone has left the wedding venue, except for a few people who are still in their seats. This is a bit embarrassing for the groom. Looking at the aristocrats, he wonders why they suddenly decided to stay here, looking extremely worried that they were not given something. They stare at you with intense gazes, not taking their eyes off you for even a second. Their faces show greed, which makes it clear that they really need something. Everyone, as one, wants to receive 5 colored stones on the wedding altar. The whole celebration, they seem to be calling people to come closer and take some of them. The stones are a symbol of a close relationship with the newlyweds' family. This custom has been passed down from the old kingdom of Aden, bringing with it many others. According to legends, guests who receive a gift may have the right to help. If people are going through hard times, you can always put the thing in the box, and then the family will be obliged to do everything for their well-being. These decorations were a great chance to get support from Duchess Ashleyne, who usually remains extremely cold and indifferent to the problems of her friends. One of the men, not intending to wait another minute, comes closer to the Duchess, asking her what he needs, starting from afar. Turning and fixing the boy with the piercing killer's gaze, Ljubljana asks what needs to be said in her direction. She didn't expect anyone to have the courage to ask for anything. The young man, almost crying, steps aside, claiming that he doesn't need anything. Pointing to the boxes, the heroine says that she has prepared small gifts. They can be accepted and quickly leave the event. The aristocracy whispers about what a tyrant the girl is. It seems as if the lady has no idea about noble manners. The woman looks on haughtily at the guests who can't get enough of what they are given. Remaining grateful is the most important trait in this life. The real altar that Louismond made remained in the mansion, because the lady had not planned to give stones to guests from the very beginning. She was not at all attracted to it. The memories of that very day when the tyrant brutally killed the hero's parents still remain in my head. No one answered the call for help. That day, the Duchess took out all 5 colored stones that the family treasured so much and sent each of them with a letter asking for help for the first time. In total, there were more than 12 decorations that were supposed to somehow brighten up the future, but no one responded to that call. Everything went exactly according to schedule, exactly as it should have been. The wedding, and then the reception, which remained in the memories of dukes and aristocrats. It was time for the wedding night, but Luimon looked embarrassed. Sitting in the warm water, he gently asked if they had to go that far. Bowing, the guy nods his head actively. This is mandatory because no matter what anyone says, the first night is very important for a married couple. The cheeks themselves are covered with a light blush, which makes it clear that the young man is too embarrassed even at the thought of Bia. It wasn't all that bad, since the couple had joined their bodies long before the wedding. But what was happening still made Louis worry. Coming out of the bathroom, wrapped in a terry robe, the guy walks forward into the hall. He is going to do what needs to be done, but when he enters the room, he only sighs in disappointment. Falling onto the bed and starting to roll around, he notices that all the suffering was in vain. His wife didn't even come, staying in another room. Turning on his side and looking somewhere at the floor, the blonde asks himself questions that are impossible to answer. Perhaps the lady still has some business to do. The girl is in her office with one of the knights. She ordered to find out who the attacker was, later finding out that it was Gale O'Dresh, who was assigned to guard the outskirts of the capital. It was he who capitulated before the battle at dawn, where the tyrant was beheaded. After what happened, the man had no choice but to follow the new queen, but they say that when he is drunk, he always praises the kingdom of Aden. It seems he did it all without any help. The Duke Dominant continued his investigation, but at this point no more information could be obtained, even by force. Getting up from her seat, the Duchess also orders that they find out about the two who attacked Louis. The knight himself can begin the investigation without Lou Dante's interference. If you don't use the Dominant's intelligence, it will take longer, but you can try to speed up the process, despite all the problems that will arise. Ms. Lemons, who had been standing outside the door, enters the office, calling out to Lubiana. Lubiana immediately asks about the maid's condition after what happened this afternoon. Bowing her head, the lady assures that everyone in the mansion was not harmed. There is something more important now. A lady should not leave her husband unattended on the first night, even if she was planning to go to him right now. After all the arguments with the maid, the girl was incredibly tired, realizing what this promised her. The woman offered a silk nightgown, to which Luby refused because it was completely see-through. Walking further into the hall and stopping at the right door, the lady extends her hand, hesitantly lowering it on the handle. This is the first night, before which everyone is a little nervous. Opening the doors, the girl pokes her head in, quietly calling Luiman's name. She wants everything to go as smoothly as possible, but it seems that it has not been heard. The guy is lying on the bed with his eyes closed and peacefully snoring with his mouth open. It seems that too much time has passed, which was taken up by conversations in the office. Coming closer, Lubiana quietly calls her husband again, to which she receives no response except loud snoring. She is too late. The hand clenches into a fist, trying to control the anger. The young man really did fall asleep, even though he promised to wait, as is proper for newlyweds. Looking at the peaceful expression imprinted on the prince's face, the girl becomes more and more mired in the aggression that is pouring out. She did not think that on a special day she would be treated like this. Kneeling down, the Duchess quickly changes her mood at the sight of his tempting face. His sleeping appearance is too cute to be angry. Holding out a blanket to cover the boy, the girl sighs quietly. The young man is too exhausted from the last day and weeks of preparations. Carefully climbing under the blanket next to the man, the red-haired woman tries to turn on her side as quietly as possible and hug the sleeping body. Feeling movement from the side, the blonde suddenly turns to face the Duchess, who freezes. He is still asleep, but now in a different position. The couple lies in the same bed, not even suspecting how lucky they are to be next to each other after everything that happened. Every moment, more than ever, becomes valuable. This wedding night also seemed quite ideal. The girl felt more comfortable falling asleep, listening to the breathing of another person next to her. She had always feared such a cozy feeling, which had not been available before. The only one who doesn't seem to be sleeping is Duke Feldharg, who is sorting through documents with some graphs in his office. A man in a cloak materializes out of nowhere, dropping to one knee in gratitude. He tries not to show his shame. Leaning his head wearily on his hand, the blonde disappointedly reminds them that the humans had failed in their plan to kill Luimund. It was very simple, but with the Duchess by his side, it was almost impossible. The man asks if anyone has managed to uncover their plan, but the other man shakes his head. At the same time, a group of rebels burst in, which seems to have helped them remain unnoticed. It all ended better than expected, as the chaos clearly came in handy. The Duke sighs, asking if Ashley, who was also there, was okay. By answering with a short yes, the guy finally gets the opportunity to go away to his quarters and no longer irritate the owner, who is already upset. There is complete silence in the office, which helps to concentrate on the new plan, which must be put into practice as soon as possible, before they have time to live longer than a few years together. The hand squeezes the sheet of paper in its hands. Too much unnecessary information that will not help the case, which the servants completely screwed up. Clenching the letter into a ball, the Duke looks away angrily, not understanding how this could have happened. He wanted to hit someone so that they would forever understand what they should and should not do. The next day, rumors began to spread among high society and servants, which completely spoiled the whole mood. Some thought that the Duchess would bring beasts from the north to destroy the capital. The woman went quiet, showing no sign that anything was wrong. Perhaps she was just being cautious because of the empress's hatred. She had married the illegitimate son of a tyrant king. There are rumors swirling around that pertain to Ashley, who overslept again today, waking up too late hand in hand with Louis. Approaching the lady's face, the blonde sleepily asks how she slept. He almost pushed her out of bed, but overall everything was fine. The remark was interrupted by a kiss that took away the words that were meant to be spoken. The eyes themselves widened in surprise that overtook them. Breaking off the kiss that was turning into a rush, the guy moves away, quietly saying the name of his beloved, almost whispering it in her ear. Instead of responding to such an impulse, the girl jumps up, pushing Louis Mond away. They have things to do, so it's worth getting out of bed as soon as possible. They can't continue in the same spirit, otherwise it may end not very favorably. The girl has been unable to get out of bed for 2 weeks, gathering her strength. The couple had gone to bed last night, and perhaps it was to stock up on energy for the nights to come. Louis had an excess of adrenaline in his blood, which made him do strange things. Sitting at breakfast, the heroine examines her cup of tea, asking Madame Le Mans about her husband, who may be being fed something. The answer is negative, which seems logical. More questions remain about what happened to him. They had lived together before, but perhaps something changes in newlyweds. Not everyone is like this, but Louis seems to be madly in love, which the lady must reciprocate. Trying to justify herself, the heroine stumbles, noting the fact that she is also in love with her husband. These are not strong feelings that can be described with just a few epithets. The maid smiles, asking the Duchess not to work herself up, but to simply enjoy the moment they were able to have. That's the most important thing. Turning around, the lady heads towards the exit, promising that she will now bring some more tea that will help her stay alert. Distracted from the conversation, the maiden switches to a report from the north. The number of animals is growing rapidly, presumably because winter is coming early this year. The knights ask that the madam return quickly. Throwing the paper aside, the red-haired girl exhales loudly. They are still those pretenders who most likely simply do not want to work. The door opens again and Louis appears in the doorway, glowing and blossoming with the joy that spreads throughout the room with him. Coming closer, the man squats down near the sofa, asking about work. Ljubljana still hasn't finished with all the documents, leaving some for later. The guy looks down sadly and moves away like a puppy. If it's something urgent, there's nothing you can do except take the time to solve the problem. Realizing that there is no choice, the girl promises that all the business can wait, at least until tomorrow. The joy on the prince's face becomes genuine. Coming closer, the man embraces the girl, clarifying whether she really does not need to sort this out right now. All that remains is to ignore her sister's instructions. Smiling, the beauty turns away, because she is tickled by her lover's kisses. Since they are newlyweds, they have the right to have a little fun. Miss Lemons appears in the room, bringing a cart with tea and a kettle. The heroine has completely forgotten about her promise. Louis Mond doesn't know that the maid is here, so he will feel awkward. It would be best to leave the room, so Bia waves her hand towards the exit. Nodding, the lady understands everything from the word go, getting ready to leave. The last thing she wants to do is interrupt the newlyweds who have earned their time together. Leaning towards the girl's lips, the guy says how much he loves her. The Duchess is truly incredibly happy and would like to spend every day like this. The whole idyll was interrupted by a horde of servants who rushed into the room, shaking Ashley. They had come an hour ago and heard that she would do everything possible, but still dragged themselves back again. They attack the heroine, asking about the entrusted task that the empress assigned. She asked to provide an answer today and not to delay it, not paying attention to the fact that it is physically impossible to do so much work in one day. The servants step back and stop at the table. Cullen's orders are for them to wait here until all work is done. A few hours later, everything was over. So the guy with glasses announces that tomorrow is the monthly meeting, so it is imperative to free up the day. Anger exceeds everything in the world. So, slamming her fists on the table, the lady orders Lena to be told that she has no right to load her with work after her sister just got married. No one knows the deepest plans of the empress, so one has to agree. It is too big a volume, which makes the insides shrink from fatigue. Looking out the window, Ljubljana is disappointed to see that it is already completely dark. The moon has come out, illuminating the paths in the garden. Louismond bursts into the room again, having not been seen or heard for almost the entire day. His beloved spent almost the entire day in the office, so she must have gotten hungry. Sighing, the girl asks for something to drink to relieve her fatigue. It is forbidden on an empty stomach, so a plate of food appears in front of her. Scooping up some soup on a spoon, the young man holds it out closer, asking his wife to try the dish prepared especially for her, which has not yet had time to cool down. This day was hard and too tiring for the Duchess, but Louis's care completely saved the situation, promising that everything would be fine. The food was really great. Thanks to her husband, Luby ate her fill and felt much better, thus lifting her spirits. As he descends, the man promises that he will try to remove all the fatigue that has accumulated in Ljubljana's body. It won't take too long. Carefully unfastening the fasteners and taking off the boots, the guy frees the heroine's feet. They also feel incredibly tired after everything that happened. The hands reach out to the foot, beginning to gently massage it from side to side, moving down to the toes, which are squeezed together. The young man's heart breaks every time he sees the many scars on her legs or body in general. Coming closer, the husband kisses the foot, hoping to ease the pain. The beauty watches the movements of the man closely, who tries to do everything as quickly as possible, but at the same time carefully. Her cheeks are covered with a blush. The hand reaches forward on its own, grabbing Louis's wrist, who is now distracted from whatever he's been doing for the last 5 minutes. The woman pulls the blonde closer to her, looking into his eyes, which are pleasantly glowing. Confused, the young man asks what happened. The body itself stretches even closer, causing the guy to fall on the Duchess, who sinks a passionate kiss into the man's lips. Now that moment has come. Slowly sinking onto the couch, the girl pulls the guy's body with her. They deserve to have this moment after everything that has happened in the last few days. Plates of food fly off somewhere to the side, crashing with a roar on the stone floor. Now none of the newlyweds cares at all. The couple looks into each other's eyes, very close and feeling each other's warmth. The moment seems to be the most pleasant in their entire lives, not counting the last time it happened. The man looks at Luby, who is concentrating on her man's beautiful features. He quietly says her name, trying not to choke from lack of air. The woman always thought that the guy was a rabbit that could be easily controlled no matter the circumstances. However, everything turned out to be much better. The lover is more like a beast who is waiting for the very moment to go wild and start doing whatever he wants. Unwilling to endure it any longer, the beauty grabs the back of her head and pulls the prince straight towards her, realizing that a little more and she will explode due to the excess of emotions that are overtaking her. The next morning came completely unnoticed because of the time that flew by like crazy. The maids knock and enter to bring water for washing. Once in the room, the girls cover their faces with their hands from the blinding light, which seemed to spread throughout the entire room, sparing no one. The couple stretches in the bed, which is completely disheveled from yesterday's pleasures. The blush on their cheeks glows, giving off a pleasant sensation to everyone around them. Smiling, the beauty seems happy. She feels a surge of energy after so many movements that have taken place. Until now, she really lacked physical activity. Approaching Bia's cheek, the blonde gently kisses her. Such a sweet sight seems too wonderful for the maids who witnessed it all. After the wedding, the lady changed for the better. Especially when she spends time with Louismond, it becomes noticeable how happy she is. Before, the maiden was frightening, having changed in just a few weeks. As she goes up to the mirror, the lady gets ready, adjusting her tie. Today, she is going to the monthly meeting, which will take place in the Empress's palace. Nodding, the man offers his help, carefully tying the bow tie, which still didn't want to obey its owner. The Virgo didn't get married for the guy to do such simple things, but he likes to see his wife in a shirt that he ironed and a tie that he tied himself. Turning away, the lady agrees. She can let the man do things the way he wants. Almost crying, the blonde realizes how much he doesn't want to let Bia go, even if she returns to the palace very soon. Seeing off the carriage, which inexorably evaporates into the distance, the young man waves his hand, hoping that the girl will return home as quickly as possible. The conference room always gave Ljubljana a strange feeling. It was too big to be used for meetings between the empress and the three dukes. Turning around, the girl notices the men, who react differently. Lou Dante waves his hand in greeting, happy to see his sister, while Codric, as usual, grumbles. The brunette looks at her friend in surprise, noticing the fact that she has simply blossomed, probably having fun during her reclusive life in the castle. Feltarg's face showed that he didn't like this kind of talk. He wasn't prepared for the lady to feel better so quickly in Louis's company. Scratching her head, the redhead decides to tease her friends. If they want to feel better, the best thing to do would be to just get married quickly. She likes it very much, so both of them must definitely get married. The dominant says offendedly that this is what he wanted, so he asks for help with Kalena. Unable to bear it any longer, the blonde man speaks up, asking what she likes so much about a marriage that doesn't judge her well. If you think about it, you can't even point out anything unusual, because the lady likes absolutely everything about being with her loved one on a permanent basis. Stepping aside, the guy hits the table with all his might, which is located in the middle of the room, taking up almost the entire space. Looking into the Duke's eyes in surprise, Luby tries to understand what is wrong. It seems that the young man has some complaints about the products supplied for negotiations. Lou Dante strokes the table as if it hurts from being hit, while the lady asks what went wrong. It's made of stone, so Codric's hand must be sore. The redhead nudges the man with her shoulder and laughs. They are just joking. And if he is so bored, she can let him hit her for complete happiness or fulfillment. Not far behind her friend, the Duchess suggests doing something else to make things normal. Only one knight realizes that this sometimes starts a fuss. Her Majesty enters the room, passing almost silently. It seems that the people left here alone are extremely happy even without her. If they were looking forward to having some fun, they might as well start a meeting that has been waiting for this very moment for a month. The dukes bow their heads in respect to Kalena, who seems to share their spirit, even with all the current problems in the kingdom. Sitting down at the negotiating table, the assembled begin to discuss the project to install structures in the east. The Duchess offers information about the rebel forces, which also remains important. They came from the old kingdom of Aden, thereby trying to seize power through Louismond, whom they wanted to kidnap at a wedding. The words seem to go unnoticed by the blonde, who feels nothing at all. She announces the end of the meeting. Saying that they will see each other in a month, the queen continues to ignore her sister, who is already screaming and asking for an audience. Instead of discussing the rebels, Cullen says that Ashley is forbidden from coming to the imperial palace until the next meeting, which will take place that same day. Freezing, the beauty tries to understand what's what, quickly getting her bearings and almost begging her sister to talk to her, to which she receives another refusal. Approaching the exit, the blonde calls after her the Duke Dominant, who looks back in surprise at the remaining people in the room. The guy happily says that he is leaving with Her Majesty, leaving the girl alone with her aggression. Banging her fist on the stone table, the girl shouts after him that she wants to reduce the amount of work sent, which takes up almost the entire day. They don't hear her, but the table crunches under her hand and a web of cracks crawls out from the place where she hit. Smirking, Codric decides to use the Duchess's move, asking why she would want to break the bones in her own hand in such a way when there are plenty of others. Walking down the corridor, the girl heads towards the exit, thinking about what she should do next because of the prohibitions that have now been put in place. If Ashley left the estate now, she wouldn't be able to come here for the next month, which meant it would be over. She could hide here and come to her sister in the middle of the night, which of course wouldn't work. Pausing in thought, the heroine does not immediately notice the figure standing just a few steps away from her. Jumping up, the beauty puts her hands forward in a defensive gesture. Codric frightened Ljubljana, who was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice his approach. Setting out again, the lady is reproached for having completely lost her vigilance after the wedding. In this state, she will not be able to return to the north and fight the beasts. The man didn't mean it that way, but the lady grinned. The presence of the beasts was much more noticeable, which meant the girl would be able to defeat them all without any problems. As a result of the words, it becomes unclear why the lady cannot feel anything, closing her eyes to the rest. The Duchess nudges the guy with her shoulder and asks him menacingly why he is walking right next to her, despite the fact that their path lies in the same direction. To others in the castle, the two look like they have a good relationship. The servants are left wondering what they are talking about so amiably. Grabbing Ljubljana's hand, Feltarg leans closer and asks her where she'll go first. Perhaps she'll decide to head straight back to the mansion. Smiling, the beauty remembers her husband. Louis is waiting for her, and she promised to return as soon as possible, even if some problems arise in the castle. Frowning, the Duke notes that such a relationship is clearly to Bia's liking, as she has relaxed lately. giving no results at all. The man also noticed that the heroine's face was now shining, replacing the usual gloomy expression that had become familiar to everyone over the past 10 years. If you think about it, the lady certainly looks happier and more alive, but it doesn't change anything at all. Despite all of the above, the Duke is angry with his friend. His Luby was happy, but the downside was that all the changes happened thanks to some other man who didn't care at all about the Duke's love. Approaching the horse that is destined to take the carriage home, the woman offers to introduce her friend to some beautiful lady that he will like. A beauty pops into my head with a dragon's heart on her head and sitting on a throne made of dragon skin. All hints lead to the empress. Frowning, the man tries to contain his new outbursts of anger. He had long ago asked not to say such things, even as a joke. Jumping on the horse, the girl laughs. Perhaps this is not even a joke, which means nothing counts. The beauty remains serious. Sighing, the boy realizes that he must not say anything, saving face for himself. The consequences could be dire. It can't be helped, because in reality, Ljubljana has no interest in Feltarg. From the outside, he probably looks ridiculous trying to win her love. As Bia is about to leave the palace, she pauses, remembering one important thing she completely forgot to mention. There were forces at the wedding that were trying to kill her husband. Trying to hide the nervousness that makes a cold sweat run down his back, the guy asks why he is being told this. He has no idea who it was. Kadrik should have asked about the forces that had nothing to do with the rebels. These were two different groups that had nothing to do with each other. The blonde freezes, realizing that he may have just made the most fatal mistake by giving exactly this reaction. Don't underestimate the Duke's powers, he has his own ears. He checked everything, finding out even the smallest details. The strange thing is that Kadrik knew about it long before the Duchess announced it to everyone. Even Duke Dominant was not aware of it and was not told about it. The man freezes, realizing that hiding his motives will be much more difficult than it seems at first glance. He hadn't expected this. Ashley doesn't think about the fact that these were some mercenaries. First of all, it's worth assuming that these were some other forces that used this for themselves. Colonel Gale was trying to take Louismond, and the other group was simply aiming to kill him. All this was done with weapons that are very difficult to obtain, since crossbows with iron bolts are extremely expensive on the black market. Most likely, it was not the head, because it would be difficult for an ordinary person guarding the borders to get something like that. The assassination attempt was carried out for other purposes. The girl had no intention of pressuring the Duke in any way, and there was only one goal for this. She trusted him from the very beginning of their work together. The guy chuckled and asked about the suspicions that might have made sense. From the very beginning, he thought that this was why the conversation started. The Duchess doesn't look like she's trying to threaten anyone right now. These accusations sound too ridiculous, but in Kadrik's eyes, they make sense. As she turns to leave, the protagonist slowly exhales, saying that she trusts Feltarg. So far, everything he has done has been done fairly, without any gaps in the form of revenge.